as well. But on any other night, there's no permit to consume any type of kosher. We'll stop over for today. We'll pick up with this concept in the Shagnorabon side.
Transportation and matter, and the ability to cross between matter states that is repeatedly observed. My responsibility to folks that have strong distance for seeing this stuff, and yet still they're saying, that's what I saw. Okay, and so my understanding is that this has to do with having some extremely high energy source, very small package. Is that possible?
What about the fact that you make it sound like that halacha ma'isa, it is only the Kohen who does zrika, that ultimately again is able to go ahead and eat, but that's not true. What about the fact that halacha ma'isa, there's an entire mishmar, right? Remember again, the Kohanim are divided up into mishmaros, divided up into mishmar literally watches, right? But it really means shift. So remember again, each shift is also comprised of multiple families. Each shift serves as their specific one week a year. Any Kohen family that whose shift is on is able to go ahead and eat their kabbalah. Obviously, there's only one Kohen who's going ahead and sprinkles. Right? So again, how can you say that it's only the Kohen who goes ahead and sprinkles, who is the one who's able to eat? The Gemara says, the higher Mishmar Kula did not open. There's the entire Mishmar. The entire Mishmar who are not doing Zerika. Yes, they are still eating. Which the Gemara answers, no, it means like this. In order for a Kohen, I will say, here's the rule. In order for a Kohen to eat the Kavanos, he has to have the capacity to do this Zerika. In other words, he has to be able to. Here's the rule. In order to go ahead and eat of Kavanos, you must have the ability to do this Zerika. You don't have to actually be doing this Zerika, but you have to have the ability to do so. Give me 1 second. Hari Katan, what about Katan? Right, a katan, a child, who obviously is not able to do Zerika because he is a katan, and yet you know that a katan is permitted to go ahead and eat of the kavanot. The Kohen is able to, so the katan is able to go ahead and eat of the kavanot. Aramai yoklena. Now the sense the Gemara, you're like, what does yoklena mean? Yahweh Kena. Yahweh Kena. Roy the Kohen. Shinoi the people you must essentially again any Kohen that is in some way is fit to go ahead and do this Zerika. Ultimately, again, it will be fit to receive the sacrificial portion. If you're not fit to do this Zerika, then ultimately, again, you don't get a sacrificial portion. Again, what that means also is not that you yourself have to be actually fit in this moment. What it really means is categorically fit. So therefore, even a katan, let's say, again, it would still be categorically fit, even though right now he's disqualified because of age. So the Gemara says, I hurry Balmon. What's that? The news is coming. What about Balmon? As it looks like, again, the inner the people in Cholik. Remember, again, Balmon. Because remember, the Gemara says that this is teaching you a rule. In order to partake, in order to eat of Kabbalah, you have to be a type of Kohen who is fit to do Zerika. If you're not fit for Zerika, then ultimately, again, you can't go ahead and get the sacrificial portion. What about the Balmon? A Kohen who's a Balmon, ultimately, again, is not fit to eat. Yet, halacha again, he gets a portion of this one in Mishnah, to which the Gemara says, no. Balmon, Rabbi Lakmana. Balmon is different. Right? Balmon is different. Why is Balmon different? Because the Torah itself goes ahead and says in the ayah. You read this about Balmon, so that this is this. Chazak of the Kohanim, the Rabbos Balmon. The Pasuk says when it says all male Kohanim, that comes to include Balmon in Korbanic consumption. Ve'ema kol zachar Rabbos Tvoyo. How do you know that? Why does a kol zachar ultimately come to earth calls off are just mean every now. We tell you that every now comes to include Balmor. Say that every now comes to include Boyon. Right? Just do that. The Gemara says, the start of Balmor covers the Shikin Okal. No. It makes more sense to say that it includes Balmor. Why? Because you already have precedent that a Balmor consumes Kabbalah. Or Glosai, you're right. As much as you know that a Balmor can't do a Bodah, claim with the Balmor already established is permitted to eat Kabbalah. Therefore, it makes more sense that once you know that he has a license to eat Kabbalah, that he would be included in Kol Zachar, as opposed to Boyon, who we know can't eat Kabbalah. Adrabah, which is the opposite. Boyon Havanedraki, still a Arta Mitzah Chazi. Boyon, this is also Zizin Boyon in Balmor. Boyon comes the night, he will be fit. Right? Boyon comes the night, ultimately again, he will be fit to the Avodah. So Balmor will not. Which the Gemara says, Ashtamiyah Halo Chazi. Boyon will become fit tonight, but right now, he's not fit. Right now, he's not fit, and therefore, again, he is excluded. So again, so just the positive, what you must teaching us that halakha and so this is a rule. The rule is any coin who is restricted to the avodah ultimately again receives a sacrificial portion. You're not fit to do the avodah, you don't get the sacrificial portion. There is an exception to that. Who is the exception? Balmor. Why is he the exception? Because he's a lead of Kol Zachar. He's learned that from an addition on the Pasuk Kol Zachar. Because Mara looks at it, he says, Nifty, let's analyze. My local Lena, so now we're saying there was on the Pasuk says, your Lena, reading like that, it doesn't mean eat, rather, what does it mean? Yachakena. Right? It means ultimately, I can receive a portion. If that's the case, let's remember again, all of this is being done after the Pasuk of according to the Taka also Yachakena. The Kohen who does the Zika, he will eat. Now, obviously, we already understand that's not literal, because that makes it sound like only the Kohen who eats only the Kohen who does the Zika gets to eat, and the other gets to eat. Rather, it means any Kohen ultimately who is fit to do the Zika, Yochana means receives a portion. So now the Gemara says, now that we've established that what does Yochana mean? Yochana means to divide it up. If that's the case, let's go back to Yachakena. Why don't you just say, why don't you just say, HaKohen HaNatata Osa Yachakena. Right? Why not get to the point who does this result? Ultimately, again, we'll divide it up. Then you must say, my Yochana, why do you say Yochana? Remember, the law Kohen. Rather, what do I learn from here? Ultimately, again, a Kohen is fit to eat. Right? If the Kohen himself is able to consume, then ultimately, again, Kohen, he receives a portion. If he does not have the ability to eat, in the Kohen, he does not receive a portion. Similarly, the Torah purposely goes ahead and praises receiving a portion in the form of consumption to teach us when did you receive a portion if you are fit to consume. But if you're not fit, if you're not able to eat, then halacha you don't receive a portion. In other words, I don't say, because I would thought otherwise, even if I can't go ahead and eat it now, let me receive my portion now, I'll eat it today. Like it's full yom. Kamash Malan, if you can't consume, ultimately again you are not fit to receive the portion. Incredible. So it's an interesting case here. Balmor Hamed. So watch this. What happens if the coin is a Balmor and is also Hamed? Mao Shiachliku Lo. Does he receive a portion? Now why is this an interesting case? Remember again, a Balmor receives a portion. Right? Even though, remember again, even though Balmor has the exception to the rule, that even though he can't do the avodah, Allah again, he still receives a portion. Tame, person is Tame, coin is Tame, does not receive a portion. What happens if a Balmor is Tame? Can he still receive a portion? So it says, given the law, Rahman Rahim, this is really, remember, according to our rule, a Balmor should not receive a sacrificial portion. So yet, the Torah is mad. There's a reason why it calls up on the Quran. The Torah includes it to give no portion. So once the Torah includes it, then we say, Moshna, Mali Balmor. Maybe we check. Or once he's in the category of Balmor, he's already in. he's already going to receive a portion. So whether again he is coming, if he's not coming, maybe that doesn't matter at all. Odamo, maybe not. Odamo, Roy Laki, the Kovic, Shano Roy Laki, the Inokovic. No. So we see like this, the rule still applies. If a Kohen is fit to consume, then Halakha might get a portion. If not, then he doesn't get a portion. A Baal is fit. Someone who's coming is not, therefore, Allah might say, if you have a coin who's a Baal and coming, he doesn't get a portion. So we'll say it's a good Shiloh. Rav says, Tashma, coin gadol not give owning. Coin gadol is able to offer a carbon even in a state of aminos. And most of the stuff like small because you're going to get in plainness in a little bit. And actually, very interesting subject. If you look at Rashi, not give owning. If you look to the right, about move to the right, Rashi, about 5 lines up, not give owning. The same day, La'avivu Molo Chama. And in a mikdash, what do you say? Shomer again, by Kohen Gadol does not become coming for anyone. Even his 7 close relatives, mother, father, brother, sister, son, daughter, spouse. He does not become coming. The Torah explicitly says, now he does not become coming, and in a mikdash, what do you say? He does not leave the confines of the base of the flesh. So the Rashi says over there, he does not leave the base of the flesh on the day of the death of his father and mother. The Lord said, the Torah goes out of its way to say that he doesn't leave the mikdash. What does it mean he doesn't leave the mikdash? He what? He does the avodah. What does that show? That for a Kohen Gadol, if he does the avodah in the state of aminos, the avodah is not a thing. But we learn by extension that if another Kohen does do the avodah in a state of aminos, the avodah is absolutely covered. Now, let's back to the So touch about Kohen Gadol not devoting. Re'ino ochel, re'ino cholik le'achol. Ooh, that this is very interesting. You're right. A Kohen Gadol could do the avodah even in a state of aminos. However, he is not permitted to eat of karbanos in his state of aminos. Not only that, he can't receive a portion on the day of his aminos to eat that night. So interesting enough, what do you see from here? That the Kohen Gadol has a permit to work, but ultimately they have to receive a sacrificial portion. Now you know, what do you see here? In order to go ahead and receive the sacrificial portion, you have to be able to consume it. If you're not able to consume it, you don't get it. Who's the writer for that? Right, that is Kohen Gadol. Kohen Gadol is incredibly unique. He could even do the avodah in a state of aminos, but he's not allowed to eat karbanos in a state of aminos. Because he's not allowed to eat karbanos, therefore what? He doesn't get a proportion. Meaning, I would have said, give him a portion and I'll eat it today. Because today he's out of aminos. We'll talk about that in the storm. He's out of aminos. Kamash Malon, that since he can't eat it on the day of aminos, he can't get a portion. So what do you see from here? If you can't eat, you don't get a portion. Therefore, this resolves our query. Resolves our question. What was our question? According to the Baal and Tameh, does he get a portion? The answer is no. Why? Because since he is coming, he is not allowed to eat Altzis Tumah. Altzis Tumah, not about only good, but Altzis Tumah he can't eat, and because he can't eat, he does not get a portion. Incredible. Incredible. What's that? In order to get a portion, you have to be able to consume it. If you can't consume it, you don't get it. Next, coming for Kabbalah, Siba Ma'ushiach Lot. So this is very interesting. What if a Kohen is coming and he's going to buy communal offering? Everyone say, remember again, right? Communal offerings 101, what's the halacha about anything with the tzibah? Similar to the tzibah. Which means that technically speaking, the Kohen is coming to do the carbon tzibah. Not only that, I will say, in other words, I want to point out, even in the case where, let's say, the logo of the tzibah is not coming, if a Kohen coming to do the carbon tzibah, ex post facto, it's kosher. So it's not. You know the actual moment. Ma'ushiach Hatelo, you cover Siba Lachol La'erev, the recovery Siba Shek Yehu Tahor is coming by the way. Eat Hausi Mei Lahai Kamei Hora Veloi Let Kishuri, you cover Siba Dochet Tuma. Listen, I watch this. So can a Kohen is coming to receive a portion of a carbon Siba in order to eat it that night. Since, technically speaking, if he were to offer up the carbon Siba, it technically would be kosher. Kasha. So you might sort of me, I mean, I'm a cat, I'm not one of the high end of the cat. You see on one hand, a coin is a portion that you can do the hold. And this coin technically speaking to do the hold, because technically a coin is coming could do the hold for card. Oh, the only other possibility is right left, you look holy. Shane right left, you let you look holy. Well, the other possibility is like this: only a coin who is fit to consume. Ultimately, again, receives a portion. If he's not able to eat, then he doesn't get a portion. Right now, this coin is coming to eat. Gemara says as follows: Amravina, what I say idea, Hashma, coin gadol everyone, close the same page. A coin gadol is able to offer up the carbon in the state of aninos, the ino okal, that he's not allowed to eat, and because he's not allowed to eat the ino kolik, he does not receive a portion, even to eat that evening, lachava erev. Shmamina, lo'i la'ila, ba'ina shmamina. So what do you see from here? To reinforce the same point. In order to receive a carbonic portion, you have to be fit to eat it now. If you can't eat it now, you don't get a portion of eating. Because of us, essentially what we see is there's really two parts to the rule. What kind of coin gets a portion ultimately again in carbonos? Number one, a coin who is fit to do avodah, and number two, a coin is capable of eating carbonos now. If you're capable of eating it now, then halakha l'maaseh you can get a portion. If you're not capable of eating it now, you don't get a portion. Once again, this swelling in the back of our head is the exception to this rule, which is Balmo. Again, which we'll circle back to. Let's go back to this. Only, so we'll say now we're going to talk a little bit more about it. Only Nogea Ve'ilma, only is able to go ahead and touch a carbon. It's an interesting statement. Okay, so we'll discuss that. So only Nogea Ve'ilma, right? So only you can go ahead and touch a carbon, but ultimately you cannot offer it. Something again, obviously, once again, it's a regular coin, except that you've seen already reinforced twice, is the coin level.
Just get back.
Only Nogea is actually the only is allowed to touch the carbon, or meaning, whereas the kasha, only in the closer to tuning, right? Only and the closer to tuning, remember again, the closer to tuning is anyone who's gone through the requisite passage of time, the Kara, has even gone through the mikvah, has even had a chef, but still has to bring certain company kabanos. So what's halacha? Shrikin bila l'kodesh. These individuals ultimately again need to go to the mikvah before coming into the kodesh, before touching kodesh. So what do you see here? See here that only needs immersion. But then only needs immersion, so how you will say that you will just touch kabanos and say about Rabbi Yochanan lo kashya, kedusha tabon can be shalom tabon. Not a problem. Our Mishnah, when it says that only to touch kabanos, what are you talking about? You went to mikvah. Okay, that's what it means. Went to mikvah, then you can go and touch kabanos. But Allah Ta'ala, as there was actually one guy, and we speak about this idea that only going to mikvah. This is not because the only is with the dead relative. Obviously, if it's with a dead relative, then that's part of Adina, right? That's the first second Allah. This needs to be a separate thing. That only has to go to the mikvah before coming back to the kodesh. No problem. Our Mishnah that said that Allah are only to touch kapanos is when you went to the mikvah. The Brisa that says that you can just talking about the way you didn't go to the mikvah. If you tell about my house, I said, even if it's the mikvah, who cares? The status of aninos ultimately again reverts back. Now again, both sides. So remember, when we speak about aninos, when we speak about this, we might have to is Yashim Keyotza. Reuben is a boy, lost his father on Monday. Monday, that entire is using halakhic, which means that even if he goes to the mikvah on Monday, the status of aninos reverts. So what exactly is the account? Only in Chicago, even if it only went to the mikvah on the day of his aninos, Ayuso Kozeres Allah, the aninos ultimately again devolve to content again. Lokash notes is not a contradiction, it's very interesting. One case is talking about the day where you had a lapse of awareness, and one is where you had both awareness. So what does this mean? Rashi says over here, it's this last short line about Asakadai, Mishmiras before that they should usher the collection Bogayo. So listen, now listen to this. What is this talking about? Where the owning had ongoing concentration. Meaning that again, I have to be careful to maintain my state of personal purity. The other is that ultimately again is able to go ahead and touch. Versus the case here of Hezekiah, who just wasn't really thinking about again the levels of righteousness in his personal condition. In that case, you can't touch so much as 1 second. Hezekiah, if he has a lack of awareness about his personal purity, he requires the most that is a reserve to my space. If the reserve to my space, that's Paradima requires something engaged in 7. None of the Amar of the study. None of the study is going to be muscle. Amar of the Hesek Hadas, Sayat Azor, Shlishi. In other words, this is a general rule, right? Kohen must be ever mindful of his state of personal purity. And the moment that there's a lapse about that, ultimately, again, he's going to require, really, after small tickets to my space, he's going to require sprinkling of the waters of Parima on day 3 and day 7. Well, Kasha, the guy's name is Aminis, Hadda Asif Muktumas Sheriffs. This is very interesting. Now, the Kohen is careful to go ahead and be mindful about coming in contact with the courts. What wasn't he mindful of? Tumas Sheriffs. Tumas Sheriffs, okay, no, that's just 1 second, I understand. Tumas Sheriffs, I understand. Tumas Sheriffs is really bona fide form of Tumas, had a Sheriff's bone. Okay, granted, it doesn't require sprinkling these 3 and 7, but it's still going to require a head of Sheriff's. Furthermore, I think in Truma, none. If that's the case, that there's Hesek Hadas or Tumas Sheriffs, then Halot and the rights of the coin should require mikvah even before eating Truma. Some of the Jewish Masolimia, Ba'omer, what's the case? Ba'omer, so remember, just trying to figure out here, we have a contradiction, right? Because our Mishnah says that the only was able to touch kachim. The Raisa says that the only was supposed to be mikvah before touching kachim. We're just trying to reconcile these cases. So what's the case? Very interesting. Ba'omer, Nishmarti Davar HaMikanani, below Nishmarti Davar HaPoslan. So this is very interesting. What's the case? The case where the Torah says, I have been vigilant to go ahead and guard myself, keep myself from coming in contact with anything that would make me come the natural entry will make me tossing. And you're working with this terminology before. Coming refers to Tuma Daraisa. Hustle means Tuma Ilat Fatma. So the Kohen essentially says, I've been mapped on surface of Tuma, but I've not been careful with anything that might be wicked. Okay. No, sorry. You can use the apology. Sometimes it's just like that. Where a person says, I've been careful for this kind of Tuma, but not for this kind of Tuma. Does that actually exist? What actually does? But kind of, so say, by the way, also such an interesting metaphor about a person saying like, I'm not good on these types of Tuma, but not good on these types of Tuma. So the Gemara says, does that really happen? You're like, yeah, we do that all the time, right? And it's like, most of my life is like that. Right? I'm not going to do it. I'm definitely going to do it. Yeah, people do it all the time. That kind of this. Odeo Hasal Al-Shah. What is the interesting thing so here? Person is carrying his basket on their head. Now, we give here the basket of pigs. Al-Shah, on the base, and Magrifa is and Magrifa, and I was like, Magrifa literally means like a shovel, but in this case, it's not really a shovel. What it is actually points out over here, it's a metal utensil that has like a sharp head. What you would do is you would use this kind of like almost like a pig blade. You would use it to cut apart the pigs. And you take the fresh pigs, you would use it to cut the pigs from one another. Okay, I'm giving myself all listen to this. And what happened? Ruben carrying this basket of pigs on his head. Was it the 99B first line? From a Nibi ala Sam and Nibi ala Magrifa. Ruben says, I've been focusing on the basket. I haven't been focused on that Magrifa. Shoveling like that's my way. Is it? Okay, shove said shovel. I would say because that's how normally I do it. Because basically, they said literally, I've been careful to guard the basket from tomorrow, but I've not been vigilant. I haven't been mindful regarding the utensil. So what happens in a case like that? So the device has sound card, but not great for cleanup. So what's Paloho? Paloho is ultimately again the basket is tar, and the key is tunnel. What do you see in there, saying? You see the way that Halacha basically is a concept of ultimately being mindful of being vigilant about one thing and not about something else. So therefore, the Holy goes on and says, I have been careful to guard myself from biblical trauma, but I've not necessarily been vigilant regarding rabbinic trauma. Like what we call trauma versus hustle. Yeah, there's actually such a thing like that. Versus, by the way, just back to the first case, you must be talking about great for the South. I don't understand why wouldn't you not raise why wouldn't the queen automatically come up with that? Seriously, was because in the mentality, because when you cancel can't be mentality of you cancel. This is coming back to the cell phone, but why wouldn't you be in the mentality of the on the level was to do Roman, Shmatia Midaba Hametano, Velo Shmatia Midaba Haposla. Because they said ultimately again, I was very guarded against something that was going to it too much, but then careful to go ahead and guard it on something that is possible. In other words, at most the shovel became exposed to the pit come up, and the big tunnel would not allow for something else. Okay, listen, bottom line for us is what we begin to see is this concept, ultimately again, of being vigilant about certain points that come up and not other points that come up. To which the Gemara says, and don't go on those the mustard is kind of the other bottom line. And listen, the Gemara says, this matters, right? This whole thing kind of was kicked aside. Remember again, what's our discussion over here? Our whole discussion over last only, right? Because the Mishnah said that we only can touch Kabbalos. The Bryce is saying only can touch Kabbalos. So we're just trying to reconcile this. As much as we talk about most of the matter can be escalated. The government should not be to meet Rabbi Alapam number. Rabbi Alapam number. Restream the rule. Didn't you hear what the real thing in that? So, she showed Shuma. Also, this is very clear. Somebody eats Shuma that is a species, like a third remember again, Shuma can be conveyed every time it's transferred to someone eats Shuma, which is a species. What's that? Also, not permitted to eat another form of Shuma, or most of the but it is permitted to touch it. I don't know what is when it comes to Akiva, Rabban needs certain safeguards. It says that if you pretty much have any form of Tuma, you can't use touch it. However, when it comes to physical contact, here the rabbis do not make additional safeguards. Therefore, I look for myself, when our Mishnah says that a owning is permitted to go ahead and touch Tuma, or touch touching, I should say. That's because again, the Rabban said that owning can't use it. But, and again, you can't eat it, it's all circular. You can't eat it. Why? Because remember, again, you can't assert. It can't level. It doesn't change level. You therefore can't eat because you can't eat. It doesn't get a portion. When it comes to physical contact, back it up on anyone else. Like, for example, the English holy level. It wasn't very clear more so. Remember, an owning is still flowing on this. An owning does not get a portion. You don't get a portion. You must just remember. You look who the local is. If you suddenly make offer, so both is fascinating. What could I infer from this? I can infer that a owning does not get a portion. That if his friends invited him to join them that night, he would be permitted to do something, right? He doesn't get a portion, but again, if his other Kohanis friends are eating together that night, ultimately again, he would be able to eat with them. Versus that true or meaning. Owning, Toba Ba'okal, as this whole Arab, Abalo Fukachin. Yeah, the most really calling Halacha. And owning, that was the night for a moment, doing, she was calling, was owning on Arab Tzitza.
So you try that
So
out.
the Gemara says now, an only to go to the mikvah, we've already established that the only does have to immerse. Before my kids with a sacrificial items, the ochel as peaceful items. You can eat his karabeza that night. Now what do you put in that? You use karabeza about multi-kutcher. But you can't go ahead and eat kutcher. You can't eat kutcher. Now listen, now there's a lot unfolding over here. Let's take a quick look at Rashi. The ochel peaceful la'erev, you see that Rashi? Almost right across from Rashi. About multi-kutcher. So again, about it. So let's point out how fast it is. Remember again. You see Ruvain is a Kohen. He's an owner. Right now, he's an owner. Now the Gemara says he can eat, have a peace that night, but he can't eat other sacrifices that night. Look at Rashi. He says, ochel peaceful la'erev, about multi-kutcher. The first day of Pesachim, Hasavar, Aninos Laila Drabaran, the Aninos Zoraisa Had Yomohu, the Ksiv Ba'harisa Yomar. They got a Pesach to leave. Pesach will need to bring the Mokom Kal. It's got the Kutcher, and then you bring the Mokom and say, the Pesach to live. Let's listen to this. You say it's outside of the Aninos Zoraisa, day of death. Okay? Now, Big Rabbanon, we're going to see, let's make the assumption right now. Big Rabbanon, spend it Aninos, into the following night, assuming that burial has not yet occurred. So let's say again, let's say Monday's Pesach, Reuben loses his father. Reuben is in typical Aninos day off. Let's say for some reason the burial is not happening until sometime later on. The rabbis extended the status of Aninos into the night. So Aninos Laila Rabbanon. Therefore, that night, Reuben still can't go ahead and eat Kabbalos. But Chazal did not establish the halacha when it comes to Kabbalah. Since failure to eat Kabbalah is a huge currents, therefore Chazal reflects their Aninos that night for eat Kabbalah, but not other Kabbalas. That's why he says that they're only told over also as peaceful Erev about multi-kutcher. So that night you only can go ahead and eat the Kabbalah, but you can't eat other Kabbalas. Which the Gemara says, I'm supposed to know, we'll stop on this for today. We'll take our needs to be more alive. So I'm going to say, oh, no, it's not. I'm going to give you the no passion. I'm the Pesach, I'm the Shani Moshe Shani. The Pesach, I do the Achol Pesach, Achol no Mekachim, the Shani Moshe Shani, Lo Chazi, Lo Chazi. Well, affect this follow. It could very well be that maybe the night of Pesach is over different. Why? Because also, maybe by the night of Pesach, one, there's permission to eat Kabbalah Pesach, there's also what? Permission to eat other forms of Kabbalah as well. Right? But Halacha L'Maisa, on other nights where there's no formal, where there's no permit for Kabbalah, ultimately again, there's no permission for other Kabbalahs as well. So there's no one to suggest. So again, right now we're making the following assumption. That Aninos Laila, Aninos that follows the right, Aninos at night that follows the day of Aninos, on Kabbalah Chazal relaxed their Aninos to like the Kabbalah. You must be guessing, once you can eat Kabbalah, you can also eat other Kabbalos as well. But on any other night, there's no permit to consume any type of kutcher. We'll stop over there for today. We'll pick up with this concept and answer the normal side.
There's a guy out there that would like to take some people into shit porn and all kinds of you're drawing the same parallel to like bombing and people are into shit porn. If you like bombing, you can hear the people shit in your mouth. It's not fun. You don't want people to have a bad time. They're there to have fun. It's people work. They're working all day at fucking time. You want them to have a good ass time. And the only way for them to have a good ass time is for you to do your job. You know, but it's it has to sometimes not work well. And this is like this moment I'm about to do a new bit. I'm like, God, I didn't want to do this. I don't know where this goes. But I have to. You gotta trot it out there and hope that you can find an angle. So you don't try these on your with your wife or something. She don't work. Yeah. You just turn you down. She just stare at me like, what is wrong with you? It's like she and I have a very good balance. She's so different. She's so good. Has a lot of the same values as me. Discipline. She's very smart. She's interested in things. But it's so funny because my wife and I walk around, right? And I'm a very amateur comedian, just around my friends. I try to like, not even close, just like, you know, I specialize in stupid shit, right? That's what give her
inside the test, name
that's like
A, or line
Gabby's
Gabby
big
from
word
the
to me
top.
that, oh yeah, right. My friends
Imagine the
sure I'll
silence.
make them
Now,
laugh.
in
Like I
Shabbat,
make
you
my
love
boys laugh. I
it,
gotta pay and
not
talk.
you know.
Like,
What about the fact that
like
if
when
you're
my
listening
wife
to Mr.
laughs,
Sound
that means
like
it's
a
fucking
love
fun.
for
That's
Mesa,
legit.
it is
It's
only the
means
coin
it.
who does
It's
the
like
ego.
it's
But
legit. She's like
ultimately,
a
again,
one
is able
person
to go
crowd.
ahead
So we're walking around and
and
talking
but that's
about.
not true. What about
Have you
the
seen that
fact that Allah
Rachel
for
movie?
Mesa,
Have you seen
there's
it?
an
I've
entire,
only seen the trailers, but I saw. I love
remember
them.
again,
It's
the Hanim are
really
divided up into Mishmoro, so divided up into
so I was like,
Mishmoro
we should
means
watch
watches,
this.
right?
Check it out.
But even
She's like,
means shift.
she's like, this is such
So
a good
remember
show.
again, each shift is also comprised of multiple
But it's the
families.
same. It's like,
Each
but I want
shift
to watch
serves
it.
the base and especially from one week a year. Any coin family that's whose shift is on is able to go ahead and eat up kabbalas. Obviously, there's only one coin who's going ahead and sprinkling, right? So again, how can you say that it's only the coin who goes ahead and sprinkles, who is the one who's able to eat? The Gemara says, there's the entire mishmar. The entire mishmar that you know who are not doing this mitzvah, yet they are still eating. To which the Gemara answers, no, it means like this. In order for a kohen, and look, here's the rule. In order for a kohen to eat the kavanos, he has to have the capacity to do this. In other words, he has to be able to. Here's the rule. In order to go ahead and eat of kavanos, you must have the ability to do this mitzvah. You don't have to actually do the mitzvah. You have to have the ability to do so. You must know exactly. Hari katan. You know, right? What about katan? Right, a katan, a child, well, obviously, is not able to do mitzvah because he is a katan, and yet you know that a katan is permitted to go ahead and eat of the kavanot. Because he is able to, so the Katan is able to go ahead and eat of the Kavanos. Ela Mayo Krena, now the same Gemara, you're like, what does your Krena mean? Yachvot Krena. Yachvot Krena. Roy Lekipi, Roy Lekipi, holy. Shema Roy Lekipi, you might ask essentially again, any coin that is in some way is to go ahead and do this ultimately again will be fit to receive a sacrificial portion. If you're not fit to do this ritual, then ultimately again you don't get a sacrificial portion. We'll say now again what that means also is not that you yourself have to actually fit in this moment. What it really means is categorically fit. Categorically fit. So therefore even a katan, let's say again, would still be categorically fit, even though right now he's disqualified because of age. So the Gemara says, I hurry Talmud, the news is coming. What about Talmud? Because we'll say again, the inner the people that told it. Remember again, Talmud, because remember, the Gemara says that people teaching you a rule. In order to partake, in order to eat of Kabbalah, you have to be a type of coin who is fit to do Zirga. If you're not fit for Zirga, then ultimately again you can't go ahead and get the sacrificial portion. What about the Baal Mom? A coin with a Baal Mom ultimately again is not fit to eat. Yet Halacha L'Maisa again, he gets a portion of the Son in Mishnah, which the Gemara says, no. Baal Mom, Rabbi Lachmana. Baal Mom is different. Right? Baal Mom is different. Why is Baal Mom different? Because the Torah itself goes ahead and is Merabah. The root with the Baal Mom, what's the right? What's the root? Chazaka the Kohanim, Merabos Baal Mom. The Pasuk says when it says all male Kohanim, that comes to include Baal Mom in Kohanim consumption. The Ema Chazaka Merabos Tmoyom. How do you know that? Why do a Chazaka ultimately comes to earth? Because a Chazaka just means every male. They tell you that every male comes to include Baal Mom. Say that every male comes to include Tmoyom. Right? Just do that. So the Gemara says, start with Baal Mom coming in the Rabbi Shikin Ochel. No. It makes more sense that it includes Baal Mom. Why? Because also you already have precedent that a Baal Mom sees Kabbalah. So also, you're right. As much as you know that a Baal Mom can't do a hold off, claim that the Baal Mom is already established, he's not admitted to therefore, it makes more sense that once you know that he is a healthy Kabbalah, that he is being included in Kabbalah, as opposed to Goyom, who we know can't see Kabbalah. Adrabah, which is the opposite. Goyom, however, is Rabbi. You're the art and the stuff.
So travel makes me just super
Comes tonight, he will be fit. Right? William comes tonight, ultimately again, he will be fit to the Abosa. So Balmum will not. Which the Gemara says, Ashtamia Halokali. William will become fit tonight, but right now, he's not fit. Right now he's not fit, and therefore again he is excluded. So let's say so again. So just as part of the Gemara speaking of the Halakha on himself, so this is a rule. The rule is any coin that is to do the Avodah, ultimately again receive a sacrificial portion. You're not fit to do the Avodah, you don't get the sacrificial portion. We're going to accept that. Who is the exception? Balmum. Why is he the exception? Because we believe we have called Zahar. He's learned that from an additional in the house, it's called Zahar. But doesn't matter, listen, let's analyze. My Yochana, now we're going to go to when the Pasuk says Yochana, really look at it, it doesn't mean sheep. What does it mean? Yachochana. Right? It means ultimately I'm going to see the portion. If that's the case, what's going to get all of this is being done after the Pasuk of Hakolim Hanachata Osei Yochana. The coin who does the Shvita, he will eat. Now, obviously, we already understand. That's not literal, because that makes it sound like only the coin who eats does the only the coin who does the Shvita gets to eat. Another gets rather means any coin ultimately restricted to the Shvita, your Chana meaning receives the portion. So now you're like, well, on this tree, my Yochana, that we established that one of your Chana meaning your Chana means to divide it up. If that's the case, let's go back to Yochana. Why don't you say, Hakolim Hanachata Osha Yachochana. Like, why not just say the coin who does this Shvita, ultimately again will divide it up. And you must my Yochana, why do you say it? What do I learn from here? Ultimately, again, the coin is fit to eat. The coin itself is able to consume, then ultimately, again, coin. You see the portion. If he does not have the ability to eat in the Holy, he does not receive a portion. In other words, the Torah purposely goes ahead and praises receiving a portion in the form of consumption. The truth is, when do you receive a portion? If you are fit to consume. But if you're not fit, if you're not able to eat, then halakha you don't receive a portion. In other words, I don't say, because I would thought otherwise, even if I can't go ahead and eat it now, let me receive my portion now, I'll eat it tonight, like this will go. Kamash Malon, if you can't consume, ultimately again, you are not fit to receive this portion. It's incredible. So it's an interesting case here. What are you talking about? So watch this. What happens if the coin is a Balmum and also Tame? Mao Shiakutu Lo. Let's receive a portion. Notice now why it's an interesting case. Remember again, a Balmum receives a portion. Right? Even though, remember again, even though Balmum is the exception to the rule. But even though he can't do the Avodah, halakha again, he still receives a portion. Tame, person who's Tame, coin is Tame, does not receive a portion. What happens if a Balmum is Tame? And he still receive a portion. So once it's given the law since really, remember, according to our rule, a Balmum should not get to receive a sacrificial portion. So yet, the Torah is mad. There's a reason it calls Zachar B'Kahar. The Torah includes it to give him a portion. So once the Torah included him, do we say, Loshna, Mali Tame, Mali Balmum? Maybe who cares? In other words, once he's in the category of Balmum, he's already in. He's already in to receive a portion. So whether, again, he is Tame, he's not Tame, maybe that doesn't matter at all. Ojama, or maybe not. Ojama, Royla, Hilachole. Shena Royla, Hilachole. No. What we say like this, the rule still applies. If a coin is fit to consume, then halakha might get a portion. If not, then he doesn't get a portion. A Balmum is fit. Someone who's Tame is not. Therefore, halakha might say, if you have a coin, which a Balmum and Tame, he doesn't get a portion. We'll say it's a good shiloh. However, Rabbi says Tashma. Coin Gadol Makir Onin, a Coin Gadol is able to offer a carbon even in a state of Aninos, and most of the stuff are small, because we're going to get into Aninos in a little bit, and actually very interesting sugya. If you look at Rashi, Makir Onin, if you move your finger to the right, move to the right in Rashi, about 5 lines up, Makir Onin, the same day, La'avidu V'yimo Lo Yitama. ومن المقدش واليوسف. Remember again, by Kohen Gadol does not become tummy for anyone. Right? Even a 7 close relatives, mother, father, brother, sister, son, daughter, spouse. Right? He does not become tummy. The Torah explicitly says, now he does not become tummy. ومن المقدش واليوسف. He does not leave the confines of the base of Mikdash. And Rashi says, he does not take me on Mikdash. He does not leave the base of Mikdash on the day of the death of his father and mother. And let's say the Torah goes out of its way to say that he doesn't live in Mikdash. What does it mean he doesn't live in Mikdash? It means what? He does the avodah. What does that show? That for a Kohen Gadol, if he does the avodah in the state of Aninos, the avodah is not profaned. But we learn by extension that if another Kohen does do the avodah in the state of Aninos, the avodah is absolutely compromised. Now, let's back to the Gemara. So touch about Kohen Gadol, avodah. Ve'eno ochel, ve'eno cholet le'echol be'erev. Oh, now this is very interesting. You're right. A Kohen Gadol could do the avodah even in the state of Aninos. However, he is not permitted to eat of karbanos in his state of Aninos. Not only that, he can't receive a portion on the day of his Aninos to eat that night. So interestingly enough, what do you see from here? The Kohen Gadol has a permit to work, but ultimately he has to receive a sacrificial portion. Shmamina, Roi Rafilu. What's what you see from here? In order to go ahead and receive the sacrificial portion, you have to be able to consume it. If you're not able to consume, you don't get. Who's the raya for that? That is Kohen Gadol. Kohen Gadol is incredibly unique because he could even do the avodah in a state of Aninos, but he's not allowed to eat karbanos in a state of Aninos. Because he's not allowed to eat karbanos, therefore what? He doesn't get a portion. Meaning, I would have said, give him a portion and I'll eat it tonight. Because tonight he's out of Aninos. We'll talk about that in full. He's out of Aninos. Kamash Malon, that since he can't eat it on the day of Aninos, he can't get a portion. So what do you see from here? If you can't eat, you don't get a portion. Therefore, this resolves out a query. This resolves our question. What was our question? According to Balmud and Tameh, does he get a portion? The answer is no. Why? Because since he is coming, he is not allowed to eat Altzis Tumah. Altzis Tumah, even though it's a Balmud good, but Altzis Tumah he can't eat, and because he can't eat, he does not get a portion. Incredible. Incredible. What's that? It's very important. In order to get a portion, you have to be able to consume. And if you can't consume it, you don't get it. Next, Fire Rashi, first try Fire Roshia. Coming for Kabbalah, Sibar Malshia. So this is very interesting. What if a Kohen is coming and he's by communal offering? I will say, remember again, right? Communal offerings 101, what's the look about anything at the Sibar? Tumah of the Sibar. Which means that technically speaking, a Kohen who is coming could do a carbon Sibar. Not only that, but okay, in order to point out, even in the case where, let's say, the local Sibar is not coming, if a Kohen is coming with a carbon Sibar, ex post facto is kosher. Pretty much. You'll get actually Marshia Hotel, you carbon Sibar left all the other, over carbon Sibar shake you do the whole coming by the way. Keep out in the height coming all over running with food, the carbon Sibar so cut to Listen, I watch this. So can a Kohen is coming receive a portion of a carbon Sibar in order to eat it that night? Since, technically speaking, if he were to offer up the carbon Sibar, it technically would be kosher. Would be kosher. So we must also have we see on one hand, a Kohen receives a portion of the avodah, and this Kohen technically speaking could do the avodah, because technically the Kohen who is coming could do the avodah of a carbon. Oh, the only other possibility is Roi Rachila Cholei, Shane Roi Rachila Cholei. One of the other possibilities is like this: only a Kohen who is fit to consume ultimately again receives a portion. If he's not able to eat, then he doesn't get a portion. Right now, this Kohen who is coming can't eat. You might say, "Because Amravina was the same idea. Hashma, Kohen Gadol Makivon, close to the same case. The Kohen Gadol is able to offer up the carbon in the state of Aninos, the Ino Ochel, and he's not allowed to eat it. Then because he's not allowed to eat the Ino Chovet, he does not receive a portion, even to eat it that evening. Lachova Erev, Shmanina, Ro'i Lachila, Ba'ina, Shmanina. So what do you see from here? We reinforce the same point. In order to receive the carbonic portion, you have to be fit to eat it now. If you can't eat it now, you don't get a portion to consume it later. So essentially what you see is there's really two parts to the rule. What kind of Kohen gets a portion ultimately again in carbonos? Number one, a Kohen who is fit to do avodah. And number two, a Kohen is capable of eating carbonos now. If you're capable of eating now, then halakha l'maisa, then you can get a portion. If you're not capable of eating now, you don't get a portion. Once again, what's floating in the back of our head is the exception to this rule, which is Balmo. Again, which we'll circle back to. Let's go right there. Only, so let's say now we're going to talk a little bit more about it. Only the idea of it, only is able to go ahead and touch it. 2,500 so we'll discuss that. So only no gas, right? So only go ahead and touch the carbon. Don't look you cannot fall for it. Says the Malaya obviously will say once again, it's a regular color. The exception as we see already reinforced twice with the Kohen Gadol. You want to own it, is actually that owning is allowed to touch a carbon. Owning is a kasha. Owning in Mukosiki Pudding, right? Owning and Mukosiki Pudding, remember again, Mukosiki Pudding is anyone who's gone through the requisite passage of time for Tara, has even gone through the mitzvah, has even had a chef, but still has to bring certain company kapanos, so Salaha, treating the Elo of the Kodesh. These individuals ultimately again need to go to the mikvah before coming into the Kodesh, before touching Kodesh. So what do you see here? See where the owning needs immersion. If an owning needs immersion, how are you able to say that he's able to touch Kabbalah and the state of Anios? Or Rabbi Amr Biyocha Lokashia, and we should tell about the time to Shalom Kabbalah. Not a problem. Not a problem. Our Mishnah, when it says that only to touch Kabbalah, what is he talking about? He went to the mikvah. He went to the mikvah. Okay, that's it. Once you look at that, then you can go and touch Kabbalah. But I'm not going to mention, as I was actually point out, when we speak about this, I do that only in going to the mikvah. This is not because the onion is with the dead relative. Obviously, if it's with the dead relative, then that's Kala Aduma, right? That's the concept of Allah. This seems to be a separate thing that only has to go to the mikvah before coming back to the Kodesh. There's no problem. Our Mishnah that said that Allah Alamaisa on only to touch Kabbalos is when we went to the mikvah. The Brisa that says that he can just talking about the oil, didn't go to the mikvah. If you cover my hobby, even if it's the mikvah, who cares? Ha'hadra alei aninos. The status of aninos ultimately again reverts back. That's what both say. So remember, when we speak about aninos, we might refer to over here is Yachud Deyosh. Reuben is the Kohen, his father on Monday. Monday, that implies that he's in halakhic communities, which means that even if he goes to the mikvah on Monday, the status of Aninos reverts. So what exactly do you see accomplished? Only in Shetabas, even if it only went to the mikvah on the day of his Aninos, Aninuso Kozeres Alok, the Aninos ultimately again develops a target again. Lokash, it's not a contradiction, it's very interesting. Lokash, how the Asaf Daike, how the Lo Asaf Daike. One case is talking about the again where he had a lapse of awareness, and one is where he had focused awareness. So what is this meaning? Well, the Asaf Daike, Rashi says over here, this last short time, Asaf Daike, Shmiras Bifon, Keteshu Asaf Bekachim Voldayo. So let's see how this is. One thing we're talking about, where the owner had ongoing concentrations, meaning that again, I have to be careful to maintain my state of personal purity. The other case, that is ultimately again, where he's able to go ahead and touch Kasha. Versus the case where Hesachadasha, he just wasn't really thinking about, again, the levels, like just maintaining his personal position. In that case, he can't touch Kasha. Someone says, one second. Hesachadas, If he has a lapse of awareness about his personal state of purity, should he require sprinkling? You know, say that is a concern of Tumas Mace. If there's a concern of Tumas Mace, that's Paraduma. Paraduma requires sprinkling on days 3 and 7. Then Rabbi the Amar Rabbi Yisrael. Interesting name. Then Rabbi Yisrael, Rabbi Masa, Rabbi Yochanan, Hesek Hadas, Sarek Hazar, Shlishi, Ushli. In other words, this is a general rule, right? A Kohen must be ever mindful of his state of personal purity. And the moment that there's a lapse about that, ultimately, again, he's going to require reading, not just moments that there's Tumas Mace. He's going to require sprinkling of the waters of Paraduma on day 3 and day 7. Well, Kashna, had the Asik coming in, had the Asik Mishmas Sheretz. It's very interesting. Now, the Kohen was careful to go ahead and be mindful about coming in contact with the parts. What wasn't he mindful of? Tumas Sheretz. Tumas Sheretz, okay, no, it's just 1 second, I understand. Coming Sheretz coming out of you. I understand Tumas Sheretz is a bona fide form of Tumah, kind of Sheretz body. Okay, granted, it doesn't require sprinkling days 3 and day 7, but it's still going to require a head of Sheretz. Furthermore, Afilu Truma Nami. That's the case, that there's Hesek Hadas, first Shemas, Sheretz, then Halot, the nights that according to require mikvah even before eating Truma. Summers, the Shemas, or Yumya, Ba'omer, what's the case? Ba'omer, listen, so remember, just trying to figure out the area with the contradiction, right? Because Amishna says that the only is able to touch Kachim. The Raisa says that the only is supposed to the mitzvah before touching Kachim. We're just trying to reconcile these cases. So what's the name? Yumya, Ba'omer, Nishmarti Dabar HaMikmani, the Lord Nishmarti Dabar HaPoslan. So this is very interesting. What's the case? The case where the Kohen says, I have been vigilant to go ahead and guard myself, keep myself from coming in contact with anything that would make me amazing. But that's what anything that would make me hustle. In other words, we use this terminology before. Coming replaced the Tumah Daraisa, hustle means Tumah Dirabana. So the Kohen essentially says, I've been acted on biblical Tumah, but I've not been careful with anything that might be rabbinic Tumah. Okay, so it's very interesting. When you use a paragraph, is there such a thing like that? Where a person says, I've been careful for this kind of Tumah, but not for this kind of Tumah. Like, does that actually exist? Actually, it does. Not kind of. They'll say, by the way, it's also such an interesting metaphor about a person saying, like, I'm not good on these types of Tumah, but not good on these types of Tumah. So the Gemara says, does that really happen? You're like, yeah, we do that all the time, right? And it's like, most of my life is like that. Right? I'm careful. I'm doing this thing I'm not going to do, but this thing I'm definitely going to do. So you're like, yeah, people do it all the time. That time you listen to this. Ozer Hasal Al-Rosho. What's the interesting case over here? Person is carrying a basket on their head. Now, the case over here is a basket of like figs. Zarosho, on the base, and Magrifa is so and the Magrifa, I was like, Magrifa literally means like a shovel, but in this case, it's not really a shovel. What it is actually points out over here, it's a metal utensil, they have like a sharp head. What you would do is you would use this kind of like it's like almost like to have a pig. You would use it to cut apart the pigs. In case of the pigs, you would use it to cut the pigs from one another. Okay, my neighbor was so listen to this, and what happened? We were carrying this basket of things on his head. Was it the 99B first line? But Libi ala Sanda and Libi ala Matrianta. It says, I've been focusing on basket, I haven't been focused on shovels below there. What is this?
So almost the size
shovel, says shovel. I would say, is that how nobody else so Ruben said, literally, I've been careful to guard the basket from Shimon. But I have not been vigilant. I haven't been mindful regarding the utensil. So what happens in a case like that? So the Gemara says, Hasal Tahar, so what's Taloko? Taloko is ultimately again the basket is Tahar, and the key is Tameh. What do you see here, both saying? You see the way that Halakha is a concept of ultimately being mindful of being vigilant about one thing, but not about something else. So therefore, if a Kohen goes there and says, I have been careful to guard myself from biblical Tumah, but I have not necessarily been vigilant regarding rabbinic Tumah. Right? Or what we call Tuma versus Puzzle. Versus, yeah, there's actually such a thing like that. Versus, by the way, just back to the big case, you must make the time migrate for the south. I was saying, why wouldn't the migrate, why wouldn't the team automatically go so much fast? Firstly, because in mechanically, because when we cancel can't be mechanically ready. This is coming back to the cell phone, but what is the key in mechanical foods? Amarava was the case, but Omer, Shmakia Mizava and the Kama, but Shmakia Mizava have Postla. Because they said ultimately again, I would get garlic against something that would convey with Tuma, but not careful to go ahead and guard it from something that would cost us. In other words, at most, the trouble became exposed to the Tuma, and the biggest Tuma would not allow for conveying this. Okay, well, listen, bottom line for us is what we begin to see is this concept, ultimately again, of being different about sitting from the Tuma and not other from the Tuma. So it's the Gemara says, for down the no side, the multiple returns that we have the other by now. The most of that is the Gemara says this matter, like this whole thing kind of was kicked up right. Remember again, what's our discussion over here? Our whole discussion over is about owning, right? Because the Mishnah said that if owning can touch Kavanos, the Bryce is saying owning can't touch Kavanos. So we're just trying to reconcile this. The Gemara says, without Kavanos, the matter can be escalated. בגלל הנושא, מותי וקנית רבי ארץ ענב, אם רבי ארבע ענב, אמר לא שמיע נובו, עוד אמר רבי אוכל אמרת, סימן שיהיה וגדול הסנגל נולד, האוכל שלישי של שומה, אסר לאכול ומותר ליבה. This is very interesting. If somebody eats shuma, that is a shishi, like a third tier of thing. Now again, shuma can be conveyed every time it's conveyed, every time it's transferred, it goes down and out. Someone eats shuma, which is a shlishi. What's that? Asr lachol. He's not permitted to eat another form of shuma, or mutar riba, but he's permitted to touch it. Oh, what do you see from here? Ba'asriba, abu rabbanon ma'ila, v'letia lo abu rabbanon ma'ila. Also, what you think this is really very important, which is when it comes to Ahiva, the Rabbanon needs certain safeguards and said that if you pretty much have any form of tumah, you can't touch it. However, when it comes to physical contact, there the rabbis do not make additional safeguards. And therefore, Allah when our Mishnah says that a holding is permitted to go ahead and touch truma, or touch touching, I should say. That's because again, the Rabbanon said that only can't eat it. But, and again, you can't eat it, it's all circular. You can't eat it. Why? Because remember, again, you can't serve, right? You can't grab hold. Because you can't grab hold of, you therefore can't eat. Because you can't eat, you doesn't get a portion. When it comes to physical contact, that's what Rabbanon will not go there. Okay, incredible. The Eno Cholik Lachol. The person is very furthermore, so remember, an owning, slow on it. An owning does not get a portion. He doesn't get a portion. We must just remember this. Mitzvot food below Cholik, if he was not really awesome, so the boss is not fascinating. What could I infer from here? I can infer that a owning does not get a portion. But if his friends invite him and join them that night, he would be permitted to do so, right? He doesn't get a portion, but again, if his other Kohanic friends are going out eating together that night, ultimately, again, he would be able to eat with them. Whether that's true or little. Only Togo Ba'okal as this whole area about local touching. The other was really calling a local. And only the book of that for a moment, moving with the coin, was it only on Erev Pesach. So the Gemara says now, on only you go to the mikvah, because you've already established that only does have to go immersed before partaking of sacrificial items. But also as Pischola Erev, and you can eat his covered Pesach that night. Now what are we referring to that? If you eat his covered Pesach, about low the touch. But you can't go ahead and touch it. You can't be touching. Now listen, now there's a lot unfolding over here. Let's take a quick look at Rashi. But Oka is called you see that Rashi? Almost right across the Rashi. About low the touch. So again, about it. So I just want to point out how fast it is. So remember again, this is Ruvain. Ruvain is a coin. He's an owner. Right? He's an owner. Now the Gemara says he could eat Pesach that night, but he can't do other sacrifices that night. Look at Rashi. He says, "Oh, his whole about low the cuts in the partial of something. Kasam Kabaros, Aninos Laila Drabanon, the Aninos the Oraisa Fatyomovic, the Silva Harisa Yomar. The Galapesa to Pesa Boy, you do the brain of Mokom College, Tabicochi, and then the brain of Mokom say that here's the question. Let's listen to this. You say it's outside of the world, includes this. Aninos thought I saw is day of death.
I can understand the skepticism.
Midrabanan, we're going to see, we're looking at you sometime. Midrabanan, Drabanan, extended Aninos into the following night, Shmiyat Dario has not yet occurred. So let's say again, let's say Monday, today, Monday's at Pesach, Ruben loses his father. Ruben loses his big Aninos paid off. Let's say for some reason the Dario is not happening until sometime later on. The rabbi is extending the status of Aninos into the night. So Aninos Laila is Drabanan. Therefore, that night, Reuben still can't go ahead and eat Kabanos. But Chazal did not establish the halacha when it comes to Karban Pesach. Since failure to eat Karban Pesach is a huge kares, therefore Chazal reflects their aninos that night for around to Karban Pesach, but not other Kabanos. That's the reason it says that they are only total of all kares kisful la'erev, aval lo b'kashi. So that night he only can go ahead and eat his Karban Pesach, but he can't eat other Kabanos. Which the Gemara says, I'm supposed to know, we'll stop over for today. We'll take our see more life. So the Gemara says, oh, no, it's not. I'm revealing 50 Lo Pasha, time to Pesach, time to Shayim Moshe Shabbat. Pesach, I eat the Akal Pesach, Akal Melu Touching, the Shayim Moshe Shabbat, Lo Chazi, Lo Chazi. You know, that's the Shabbos. It could very well be that maybe the night of Pesach is a little bit different. Why? Because also, maybe by the night of Pesach, once there's permission to eat Karban Pesach, there's also what? Permission to eat other forms of Karbanos as well, right? But halacha l'maisa on other nights where there's no formal, where there's no permit for Karban Pesach, ultimately again there's no permission for other Karbanos as well. So there is no one to suggest. So again, right now we're making the following assumption that Aninos Laila, Aninos that follows the right, Aninos at night that follows the day of Aninos, is Dirabanon. On Karban Pesach, Chazal relaxed. You are suggesting once you can eat Karban Pesach, you can also eat other Karbanos as well. But on any other night, there's no permit to consume any type of kosher. We'll stop over for today. We'll pick up with this concept in the normal side.
And you start accumulating it, and then start going over it with experts. What did that feel like to you when you're realizing, oh, this is real?
Yes. It was something that was very nice for me because when the thing was I was saying always to the Colorado, should we disclose this or not? I think from now on, but then the results were obviously saying, so we decided to disclose this.
How long did you sit on it before you decided to disclose it?
1 year.
1 year. So for that 1 year, how conflicted were you? You must have been walking around like I have the biggest secret of all.
Yes.
How weird was that? That's crazy. That's crazy. Two people having one of the biggest secrets on earth. That's backed by data. I mean, it's not even like, you know, someone told you something. Like, you have extraordinary data due to fascinating technology.
Good morning, or good evening. Beautiful beginning to the week here at Hashem. And begin by thanking all of our sponsors this morning to take our Kamatodas for the month of Kibbutz, Haba Alim, Tova Ushim, and the Schreiber, and the Swiss of Mushim for Elio, Ismael, Ben Miriam, and Martin Hallelujah Marguerite, and Amir Marty's father, Yosef Shlomo Moshe Shmuel. Thank you to Suda, Israel Sciences on Kapdali TV, and American Kamatola, all the Sham Sabna, the families in the tunnel, all those who need to push up and get a call for themselves. That film today is sponsored by the friends of Yidan and Donna Rosenberg. In honor of the Chassid of the son David today, Hashem Mazel Tov, Shizot Kanyas Hashem, drops the passing down to the Chuppah, the Shatava Umetlachas, seeing those opinion at the Adi Discalo, and Negas and Shani Tovos. Mazel Tov. But with that, let us begin. So we are starting today. I apologize, also going to have to end up a few minutes early, but it's okay. No, not a problem. I never have a problem getting through what we need to get through, and it lasts me a lot of time. So we're going to be fine. No need to laugh at that. So we're good. So today's attack 98. We have to be kicked off at 240. We're picking up 5 lines up from the bottom by the word mincha. Middle of that line. Mincha. Well, so remember again now, you might just kind of going through the tsukim, actually the tsukim a little bit. So the greater judge mincha. Man mincha internet fellas ever resist. Let's learn from the word mincha. Just like mincha is only consumed by zikr by male kohanim. So too, all other karbanos are also only consumed by male kohanim. That wasn't at least that statement does not appear to be true, right? Because there are many karbanos that are consumed by many others other than zikr. So it's interesting. What the Gemara seems to understand over here is that whenever the Torah itself does not tell you who the carbon is consumed by, generally that means it is consumed only by male kohanim. In other words, if the Torah tells you that it's consumed by a greater population, then good. But if the Torah doesn't say anything, it's almost like the default assumption is that the carbon is consumed by male kohanim. So the Gemara says, Maggie, what are you talking about over here? In other words, what type of carbon are you referring to? If chatas ba'asham, if it's a chatas and an asham, then the hedjik sibahu kazacha b'kohanim yochid. So again, if it's a chatas or an asham, then that's pretty explicit. The Torah explicitly says that it's only eaten by male kohanim. V'i sham and tzibor, and if we're talking about sham and tzibor, maybe we could just make sure they call it shakadashim tachman, they call zacha yochal also. We made our shaman tzibor. And if it's talking about shaman tzibor, that again, Kamino Shaman, and also that's learned out from the Psukim. Right? Learn out from the Psukim. El says, rather, tonight. Rather, again, I will say it's a machlokes Quran. Now, also, here's what I want to point out. What's interesting about this machlokes over here is everyone is agreeing on the principle. The principle is that when it does not state who is able to consume a carbon, ultimately the default understanding is it's zikr kahuna, no kohanim. The shaila is what is the source of that halacha. So the Gemara says, the source of that halacha is in the top of Tzadikas 98a. And others only out from here. So this is one of these beautiful machlokes. But machlokes is not about the halacha. Everyone agrees on the halacha. The machlokes ultimately again is the source. Good. Working our way through the pasuk. Chatos. What do we learn from chatos? Chatos means kadeshes kibalua. Atom means kadeshes kibalua. What's a very interesting halacha? 98a, third line down. Just like a chatos was saying, the chatos ultimately again to transfer things to other things. And therefore convey properties to other things. The law means the absorption. So just like a chatos has the ability to convey identity through absorption, atom is kadeshes kibalua. So too again, all our karbanos also have the ability to convey their respective properties through absorption to another item. Good. Asham, again, so we're going through the pasuk. What does Asham mean? Asham means Shafir Vishal Yakadosh Bo. Just like an Asham, the fetus and the placenta do not have sanctity. Akol each Shafir Vishal Yakadosh Bo. So too, other karbanos, the sacrificial animal, the fetus and the placenta do not have kedusha. And this is very interesting. There's a very good reason why by Asham, the fetus and the placenta do not possess kedusha. Why is that? Because again, I will say Asham is a male animal. Right? So remember, it's very important about how the Asham identifies. Lamaisa, again, it's a male animal. So therefore, there's no way. So look at Rashi's moment. That's very interesting. Rashi says, "Ma Asham ish lekei b'shaya kadosh." Now, Asham is only brought from a male animal. The animal called Loma, the animal which is fine. So that was this, we learned earlier this. Watch this Dutch thing, it's quite interesting. So just like an Asham, Obviously, again, the placenta or the fetus and the placenta are not going to be covered. So, by other sacrificial animals, if you have an animal that is a sacrificial animal that is pregnant, ultimately, again, the fetus and the placenta are not covered. Now, back to the Gemara. Savar, Vlados Kachin Bhadyat Masit, Vlados Kachin Bhadyasanim Kachin. Thank you, Doshi. So this is very interesting. What do we learn from here? We learn from here that halacha l'maisa, the offspring of, now this is very important, the offspring of kavanos, in fact, have sacrificial sanctity. But when do they have sacrificial sanctity? Only when they're birthed, not when they're in utero. If you take a quick look at Rashi, Rashi says, "Blados beimos kachim ba'adyasin kachim." It's in the short line. It's in the short lines, like about 8 lines up from before it becomes wide. Blados beimos ba'adyasin kachim kishinoladim hein kedoshim below the ma'id iman. So it's actually quite interesting. So when a sacrificial animal gives birth, the offspring, in fact, is Kaddish. But that Kedusha only vests upon the offspring once it is birthed, not while he is in the womb. Quite fascinating. Furthermore, Eganin Afshar, Misha'i Afshar, and literally Darshan El, possible from the impossible. So let's remember again, where is this entire halacha being learned out from? Where is it being learned out from? Ashar. Asham is a case of Iyakshas, impossible. Why is it impossible? Because it's a male animal. So obviously, again, there's no placenta, there's no fetus by a male animal. Yet, with Darshan and all of the other cases, ultimately again from Asham. So incredible. So like this. So just to see understand, we are really like accumulating some fascinating, just like Kabbalic facts along this journey. Right, so we established from Kakos that when the Torah does not state, when the Torah does not tell us who eats a carbon, the default is male Kohanim. From Asham, ultimately again, I'm sorry, that was from Mincha, From Kakos, we're learning that again, Kabbalahs have the ability to go and convey identity through absorption. Through Asham, we're learning out the idea that a placenta and a fetus in utero do not possess sacrificial sanctity. Only once it's birthed does that sacrificial sanctity. Let's go back to it. Miluim. So say, what are the Miluim? So you might say, Ma Miluim, with current disrepah, the aim Baalei Chayim, sorry, Ma Miluim, most rehend disrepah, the aim Baalei Chayim, most. We'll say, okay, so now this is interesting. Remember, Miluim over both sides, this is talking about the Kabbalos that were offered up when the Mishkan was consecrated. So listen to this. By Miluim, most strain the state. Now, what is most strain? Most strain literally the leftovers. What is that a reference to? Nosar. Good old Nosar. Right? So Nosar, again, is any carbon that is left past, it's permitted within growth consumption. So just like by Miluim, most strain and disrepah, which means that what? That halacha l'maisa, again, anything that is left over is burnt. Now, we'll say that this is very interesting. The aim body but living animals do not have a din of nosar. Now, what is that? This is really very interesting. Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, it's Rashi actually in the first wide line. Mami luin moshe misrefa, v'lo hayu ba'alei chaim moshe miluim. Try to cover the seaboard hayu v'lo hufru shine nachrayis. So okay, so what's that? So actually read that. Go Rashi. I'll call kachim moshe misrefa v'lo chaim moshe. Actually, I didn't read the rest of the Gemara, I just realized. Let's go back for a second. Sorry. It's very exciting. All right, so remember again, when it came to the Kabbalah of the base of Mikdash, if you had leftover sacrificial matter, what is that called? What is that called? No, sir. What do you do with no? You burn it. But let's say you have no sir of living animals. Now, how would you ever have no sir of living animals? So I'll give you a very simple case. I'm a cautious person by nature, so I'm going ahead and designating a carbon. And I also want to be prepared in the event that my carbon gets lost, I want to have a backup carbon. But it turns out that my carbon never gets lost. So let's say, so now that second carbon, so to speak, is an extra carbon. But we don't treat that like no sir in going ahead and burning it. That's essentially what the Gemara means when it says in Baalei Chaim. So let's go back to the Gemara for just one moment. So the Gemara says, Miluim, Ma Miluim Mo Shem Misofa, just like by Miluim, any leftover sacrificial matter is no sign of burnt. The aim Baalei Chaim in Moshe. Rabbosai, let's say in the base of Mikdash. Let's say by Miluim, which is a carbon seaboard, they went ahead and they designated the backup carbon. that backup carbon would not have the din ultimately again of no sun, and therefore you would not dispose of that additional living animal in any other way. Cold, so the months not cold, Restream the Shrifa, Vein Bali Tiny the Restream. So too by all other carbonos, if you have no sar is burnt. But if you have a leftover living animal, ultimately again that is not treated like no sar. Now take a look at Rashi. Rashi is in the lines, fourth line in. Af kola kutshi mosen v'shefa vein b'alekhain mosen shehayu b'alekhain mosen. Plus, listen to this case. Keep going. Yoftik shehit v'shnei kabanos last lives. Yacharis also. Shinyoban ha'achot yishkaper b'sheni. On hifish carbon ba'avar ve'im shachakaka v'nimtzad yishon. Nitiv as ha'achaman. There's a sheni no sonapa. So we'll say a very simple case. I have to bring a carbon chatos. And you have to bring many. Spend many katos offerings. But when I say again, so what do? I go ahead and I designate a couple of katos, and I also designate a backup. And it ends up I offer the first one. Portable, say another piece could be is I designated a carbon. I went ahead and I lost my carbon, designated a second one, then found the first one and offered up the first one. What do I do with the leftover carbon? So Rashi says the ain hashini no sar. That's hashini no sar. Ain no sar zevistrei, but you no sar shavuot. So once we don't say, oh, that second carbon, that's like no sar. That's like no sar. And therefore, what do you do with it? Burn it. Gemara says no. The din of no sar ultimately only applies to what? Only applies to sacrificial matter, right? Actual meat, and not to actual living animals. Where do we learn that out from? We learn that out from ultimately Miluim. And I will say, to point out what's interesting about this, the Miluim were communal offerings, right? So because, and that's what I actually pointed out beforehand, ultimately again, by communal offerings, there's no such thing as designating a backup carbon. In other words, by individual offerings, if you want to actually designate a backup, you can do that. But communal offerings, you can't do that. So just like by communal offerings, the din of nosa only applies to the actual ritual leftover of the carbon and not to any living animals. So from Miluim, we learn that out for all carbonos. The halakha is that the din of nosa only applies to sacrificial matter and does not apply to any backup animals. Pero shlamim, what does it mean by shlamim? Not shlamim mefaglim u'mispaglim. So avkom mefaglim u'mispaglim. Just like by shlamim, I will say, a shlamim itself, the carbon can become pivotal. Not only that, anything that is brought together with shlamim also can become pivotal, right? Any company, something or anything else. So too by all other carbonos, not only could the carbon itself become pivotal, but anything brought along with the carbon could also become pivotal. Incredible. The Masmin says on Mishnah Yakiba, Mincha. Man Mincha Miskadesh is Kibalos. Suppose I again, in the Mishnah, they quoted this in the name of Rabbi Akiva, doing Mincha. Man Mincha Miskadesh is Kibalos. Just like the Mincha ultimately again has the ability to convey identity through absorption. So to again, any carbon has the ability to convey identity through absorption. So let's say, so it's not point out what happened over here. All we were just pointing is that before we quoted this instruction from Chatos, that from Chatos we learned that you can convey identity through absorption. You might not just quote some alternate sources. So the name of the Akiva, he said the same halacha, but instead of saying it by Chatos, he said it by Mincha. So the Gemara says, okay, this is actually important. If this one Mincha of Mincha, it's just one Mincha of Chatos. You actually need both of these things. Because if you use by Mincha and by Chatos, why? Either showing on Mincha, either what it just said by Mincha, then Mincha conveys identity through absorption. The Gemara says, I did the Mincha Mincha. Because since the Mincha is soft, it's also remembering what is a Mincha. Right? It's flour. Because it's soft, Mincha, it has the ability to absorb. About Chatos, it will remain by Chatos, ultimately again, because it's tougher. Maybe absorption is not possible. You actually need Chatos. And if we're just at Chatos, which means you shouldn't be covered. Because the most like since Chatos has fat, has made of juices, maybe that's what penetrates. About Mincha Imolo, but that's Mincha not. if for tlipa, if we need both. But it's interesting enough, just two sources for the same halacha that karbanos convey identity through absorption. Okay, first opinion said we learn that through chatos, that in kibbutz we learn it from mincha, and both are necessary. Incredible.
Which is what you
Let's
want.
go back there.
Yes.
So the Gemara says, good. Chatos. Ma chatos ina ba'al minachos. What are from chatos? Ma chatos. What's this? This must be going from the key, right? To burn out the balua from mincha. What is chatos? So chatos, ma chatos ina ba'al minachos. Ubi yom, ubi yada hayamas. Right? This is a path to Russia. So what are the chatos? Just like chatos only comes, right? Number one from fluid, right? Chatos has to come from an unconsecrated animal. By yom, it can only be offered up by day. Ubi yada hayamas. And the avodah is done with the right hand. Ha'chol, or karbanos in a bar, elamina chulin, from chulin, the yom, by day, ubi yada hayamas. This is very important for us. So just like chatos, again, has to come from chulin. It has to be an unconsecrated animal that is then consecrated. It has to be off by day, and the avodah has to be done with the right hand. So to also as you must say, it's important. You know, being a lefty, left hand is a move. It's a move. You can't. This is why, like, as much as I hope a Mashiach comes, it doesn't straighten out the genealogies. It turns out I'm going to find out, like, I'm a Cohen, still have the left hand. So I really, I'm sorry. I can hide my right hand behind my back or something like that. Yeah, get the deck is stacked against me. Anyway, you want to talk first and different. This is now about all kabbalah. So it's much, by the way, the Chakas phenomenon. So, but that's very interesting because this is a lot. There's a lot of interesting halachas. So by Chakas, I know these halachas. I'm not this summer. So now we're going to remember Chakas three halachas. Number one, food. Number two, yom by day. Number three, right hand. So now you're going to go through how do you know each of these things by Chakas. The Chakas we know, and how do you know it's by Chakas? I'm going to put some across. The Ikid out is Chakas Asher Lo. Very interesting. This is by Yom Kippur. The Pasuk says, Aaron will offer up the Chakas Asher Lo. What does Asher Lo mean? It's his. It's from his. It's his animal. What does it mean? It's his animal. What does that mean? Cool. Cool. I mean, when Aaron offers up his chatos ultimately again is going to be from the unconsecrated animal. You shall know the law we shall seaboard, the law we shall mice. So shalom means mamish, but it's his animal, meaning again it's not from communal funds, and ultimately again not from micer. How do I know ultimately again that it has to be done by day? Mi b'yom sabaso nafka. Yes, so that's interesting already. The Gemara says, so look what's happening over here. The Gemara makes it sound like that the source that karbanos have to be done by day is ultimately learned out from Chatas. The Gemara says, no, it's not. Yom is actually learned out, it looks like from an explicit pasuk that says, Yom Sabaso. Asher Tziva Hashem es Moshe L'Har Yom Sabaso. That's what I'm talking about. You says, you're right. Kedei Naspa. What's it Kedei Naspa means is an interesting phrase that literally, I guess we just translated it as like, in passing. What does that mean? Sometimes the Gemara will just say stuff in passing, right? Now, what the Gemara doesn't mean is like to be exclusive others. So what does that mean? The Gemara says you learn out from Chatos three things. What are the three things? Number one, that a carbon has to come.
You see on the top of the structure, there is something
That's the center lesson. Good. So the Gemara says, I line it up with the crown of but that might have to send it. It's not okay. Everything is So, by the way, what a Muslim, right? What a Muslim. When you try to center your things, right, in accordance with themselves, when you try to center yourself in accordance with things that themselves are not centered, throws off everything. Alright, anyway, so the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara is like this. One says, so what's interesting is, the Gemara made it sound like we're learning out the thing of Yom from Chatos. The Gemara just says, by the way, that's not true. That's not the source. Chatos is not the source that the Baruch put up by day. There's a phrase, Yom Sabaso, by Moshe Rabbeinu. Har Sinai, on the day, so by Yom Sabaso, we learned that the Baruch by day. The Gemara says, you're right. The Gemara just mentioned Yom by Chatos, Kedei Naspa, in passing. Just one is stating halachos of kabbalos That again has to come from Chulin, has to be right-handed. It also mentions by Yom, even though Chatas is not actually the source for Yom. Okay, the Yom Hayimanis, how do you know that it has to be done with the right hand? In the Rabba Bachana Nafka, that's not Rabba Bachana, Omer Shokish, Komokum Shene'ema Etzba, Ikuguna, Eino Ela Yom. So also here's the problem. The Gemara says, by the way, we don't learn out the din of right hand from Chatas either. Type in here is that learned out from. That's what we have to Rabba This one says, Komokum Shnema Etzba Ikuguna, whenever it says Ikuguna, then Halakha say that means it's what? Right hand. So it turns out that the din of right hand is also not learned out from Chatas. This one says, you right to be Nashba. It's just mentioning it in passing. So it's interestingly enough, the Gemara starts out by saying that there are three halachas we learn from Chatas. Number one, that the animals that come from Pulin. Number two, that has to be done by day. Kabbalah has to be done by day. And number three, they have to be done with the right hand. It turns out that the only one that's actually learned out from Chatas itself is the first one. That has to be Pulin. The other two actually learned out from other sources. But the Gemara just kind of groups them all together in passing. Levi said, I don't know how it is. Some of them can be Shimon. So how can be Shimon? What can be Shimon? Saying, the Amar Etzba Mabaya Sinina, Kuna Baya Etzba. What is that translation? The Shimon says, whenever you see the word Etzba, Etzba always means the word right hand, always means right. It does not need to be modified by Kuna. But whenever you find Kahuna, Kahuna doesn't need to be modified by Etzba in order to mean right hand. Okay? Asham, what I mean by Asham, Rimazima Asham Atzmosav Mutarim, Akol Atzmosav Mutarim. So the most incredible. So what does Asham mean? So just like by Asham, what is the halacha? The bones of an Asham are mutter. Now, if you look at Rashi, it's actually very interesting. Four lines at the bottom of Rashi. Asham Atzmosav Mutarim, Lasus Me'en Kelim. So let's say if you, for example, want to fashion utensils out of the bones of an asham, ultimately, again, that is mutter. So just like the bones of an asham are mutter, Akol Atzmosav Mutarim. So to the bones of any carbon, going to be mutter. That says Akol Bafilu Ola. Now, what's the condition of this? Even an Ola, which obviously is fully consumed on the Mizbeach. It's just like Asham, the bones are permitted, so to the bones of any carbon ultimately are permitted. Amarallah. So it says as follows. Shitali. What's the other? The most is actually a little bit of a throwback. So we're actually now going back to Kibbutz. Right, so the again, was a quick review. The law of Kibbutz applies to what? Dam Chatas. Only Chatas. Interestingly enough. And what area do you have to launder? Only the area of the actual stain itself. You need not launder the entire garment. Now back to Kibbutz for a little bit. I'm going to cheaper. Looks like this is fascinating. Dam Chatas Lemata, the Dam Ola Lemata Kibbutz. We'll say now watch this. So it says like this. Rava says, it's obvious to me that if you have, let's say, we'll say two stains. The first stain that comes on the garment is Dam Chatas. The second stain that comes on the garment, ultimately again, is Dam Ola. So Rava says it's Pasha that requires laundry. Now, what's going on over here? Look at Rashi. Rashi says, Dam 98b. Dam Chatas Matan Dam Ola. Not all Dam Chatas. So the order of the stains is very important. First, the Chatas blood falls on the garment, and then the Ola blood falls. Now remember again, what's the status of Ola blood on the garment? What's the status? Nothing. There's no din Kibbutz. So look at that. He says, the Chazon Iker Dam Ola also did this. Tell Kibbutz, Dam Chatas no Geya the Beget Upalu Alo. Okay, so now watch this. When the Dam Chatas is the first thing that falls on the Beget, there's two things that happen. Number one, it's touching the garment, and number two, it's absorbed in the garment. So it's obvious if there's contact and absorption, then of course there's a din of Kibbutz. Watch this. It's the follow question. That's really the question. Why Rava? 98b, second line. Why Rava? Dam Ola Lemata the Dam Chatas Lemalo Mahu. This is very interesting. Let's say the Dam Ola fell on first. It's right on the Beged first. And then on top of the Dam Ola, you have Dam Chatas. What is the halacha in this case? And now what's Shaila? Now watch this. The Gemara is operating under the following assumption. It says outside the OC is here's the assumption. Whatever blood touches the garment first, that's the blood that gets absorbed. Any subsequent blood is going to touch the garment, but will not be absorbed. So therefore, again, in the first case, where it was the dam katos, which was the first blood on the garment, again, there's both contact and absorption, and then when the dam ola comes on top, there's contact but no absorption. That's obvious that there's a bit of kibos. In case 2, dam ola is there first, which means dam ola is first absorbed and contact. Then dam katos comes along, and what is dam katos? What happens with dam katos? There's what? There's contact, but no absorption. No absorption. So what I said, the shaila is, what's up with it? What's it? I'm trying to point out how fascinating this is. That I look to understand that by enjoyment, there's a limited amount of absorptive ability. Okay, so whatever is there first gets absorbed, anything subsequent has contact and no absorption. Let's say, just want to point out how different a human being is than a garment. Right? A garment has limited absorption. Human beings, we have unlimited absorption. This goes both in the positive and the negative. Let's start with the negative. Right, so let's start with the negative. The negative is that unfortunately we absorb everything around us, including most of all the negative. And unfortunately, there is no limit to the amount of negativity that ultimately we can absorb. Firstly, no matter how much negativity one has absorbed, no matter how much shibboleths one has absorbed, there's still an unlimited capacity to absorb as much kedusha as possible. Sometimes we look at ourselves and say, I'm a person that's absorbed so much schmutz. How could someone like me ever become tar and kaddish? And it's very simple. The same answer is simple. Because I'm not a beggar. Because I'm not a beggar. That's it. That's a bumper sticker. I am not a beggar. Whereas a beggar has limited absorptive capacity, and once it absorbs the wrong, quote unquote, the wrong thing, that's it. I have unlimited absorptive ability. And therefore, no matter how much schmutz I've absorbed in my life, I still have unlimited capacity to absorb as much kedusha as possible. It's such a tremendous and profound lesson of hope. And I will say it's even more than that, because sometimes, yeah, obviously, also, I can get the schmutz out, because whatever, I can cash in myself. The key part is, sometimes, even before I get the schmutz out, I still have the ability to allow so much kedusha in. Because sometimes getting the schmutz out is a little bit difficult. And even when I'm able to go through a kashering process of expunging the negativity from within, I'm still able to go ahead and literally absorb as much kedusha as possible. Incredible. So it's back to the shaila. That's the shaila. So now this absorbed the blood of the ola first, and then the dam katos came on top of it. So does the beggar require kibbush or not? So here's the shaila. The matzmaus, you should know gehu, b'hanogel. So do we say that it's contact? Ultimately, again, that creates the obligation. Ultimately, again, for kibbush. And if halacha again, there is contact in this case, b'hanogel. Ultimately, we should be below. Already know the din of kibbush is only by where? By absorption. And I both say over here, in this case, there's no absorption. Why is there no absorption? Because the dam ola came first. And he was operating under the assumption over here that beggar only absorbs the blood which splattered upon it first. And therefore, Allah comments that the dam ola is there first. Then, although the dam katos touches it, there is no absorptive ability. So we must ultimately, we should be low, or maybe ultimately again it's because of absorption. And therefore, again, Allah comments that and in this case over here, the absorption ultimately again does not occur. So we'll say, so that's our shaila. So again, so once again, everyone agrees in the case when the dam katos is there first, and then the dam ola comes out. Whereas obviously there's a bit of kibbush because there's both contact, yudua or nogea, and kibbush and absorption. The shaila is if the dam katos, if the dam ola is there first, and then ultimately, again, the dam katos there, the second. So in this case over here, the dam katos is not absorbed, but it is Does that create a din of kibos or
Yes,
not?
yes, on the
The most
Torah
Pashta,
data that
they
starts.
do kibos. And dissolve it afterward, it does not require kibos. So apparently, again, kibos wandering is only obligated when there is both negiah and luah. Only when there's contact and absorption, or essentially just say absorption, because obviously once there's absorption, there's obviously contact as well. So only if there's absorption, ultimately again, is there going to be a thing of kibos. Incredible. Other rabbis have sheep beliefs. Now, the parak is actually ending off a totally unrelated discussion about in general the halachos of chatzitza. So listen, if you have a garment that became chatzitza, so we're not really used to these halachos because again, for us, the only thing we really use a mikvah for is personal tara. Like if it's nigda, or even if it's just a mikvah for tumas keli. So halacha, so we don't today contemporarily because we don't have the regular halachos of tumas tara. We don't immerse garments. But in times of the if you had a garment that became tar, you have to immerse it. Sorry, you have to immerse it. So I will say, so again, Hilchos, mikvah is that you can't have a chatzitza. What's a chatzitza? Chatzitza is anything that interposes between the water and the garment. So it says, now watch this. I'm going to sheepily, dam al bidyo chotzitz. If you have blood on your garment, and you put that into the mikvah, ultimately, again, that's a chatzitza. That's a chatzitza. Goes to watch this. In Kavachu, ain't a chotzitz. Now listen to this. What happens if I'm a butcher? So if I'm a butcher and there's blood on my garment, that's not a chatzitza. Now listen, what's the shot? That's very interesting. The din of chatzitza will say this follows. If something covers the majority of a garment, then it's a chatzitza. If something doesn't cover a majority, then it's not a chatzitza. Right? However, again, I will say, if you're maktiv means I don't want the object to stay there. If I'm maktiv, then it's a chatzitza. So for a regular person, having blood on a garment ultimately again is a chatzitza. Why? Because I don't want it there. But if I'm a butcher, so apparently butchers are not maktiv if there's blood on their garments. That just makes sense. Again, you're a butcher. What you do. Like the hospital, things like, like this. A stomach person shows up in the morning wearing scrubs and means doing his job. Right? A doctor shows up in the morning and means he's going to work. Right? So Lamaisa. So again, there are certain things which are, like if you're malacha, then it's not a chatzitza. So for a stomach person, blood on my garment, I don't want that there. But for a butcher, that's kind of his uniform. That's ultimately, again, that's what he wears. So let's just finish the parak. Let me focus. Listen to this. Revav al bidyon chotzitz. Saying again that there's grease, schmaltz on your garment. That is a chatzitza. What if I am a schmaltz salesman? A schmaltz salesman. Right? I don't know if you have better terms for that. Right? But again, I'm a schmaltz salesman, then ultimately ain't a chotzitz. Then when I say it's not a chatzitza. Not a chatzitza. Again, by the way, that's what I'm saying also. For some of these industries, like kind of wearing it on your garment also is a reminder to people, I need a little bit of schmaltz, I need a little bit, I need a good steak. Really, it must have been also that, really, that's how I use the scrub example for just a moment, but the same way for a doctor, right, people walk around in pajama scrubs, the mindset, again, it's fun because that's the way they dress for their profession, right? Again, for anyone else it would be strange, but for them, so we see also recent rituals, if you had blood in your garment and you were a butcher, that was part of like your identity. You had schmaltz and you were a schmaltz salesman, that was your identity. Okay, so by Rava, so listen to this, any person that chatzitza, so by Rava, listen to this. Dam ulata al bidyon nahor. What if you have blood and schmaltz on your clothes? Especially you're a Slav, right? That's not going right. You have blood and schmaltz on your clothing. So I feel like, I don't know if it's like Shabbos lunch, you have blood and schmaltz on your clothing. So what's halacha? So listen to this. The Gemara says, in Abachu, so again, if he's a butcher, so apparently for a butcher, blood would be fine, but the butcher wouldn't normally have schmaltz on his clothing. the Motel Ravatu, and ultimately again, if he's a schmaltz salesman, take off when you should not. Then again, the schmaltz was fun, but the blood's problematic. Well, three cars into this, the other car, the other car, the hall. So they know tickets. But let's say, in seriousness, you have a guy who both is a butcher and sells schmaltz. He does both. So it's good to diversify. Everybody's not on a plan B. Right, so Lamais again, he's a butcher and he sells schmaltz. So let's say, so technically speaking, both of these things are normal to have on his clothing. But here's the interesting part. The Gemara says, "Akanto no kapit, karti kapit, o dilma karti nami no kapit." So we'll say, so what's the shaila? So do we say like this, right? So in other words, let's say the butcher who sells schmaltz. So for one stain, he's not mafkid, but for two stains, he's mafkid, right? Or not? Or do we say no, that Lamais again, because both of these things are his industry, ultimately again, he's not mafkid, which the Gemara says, Ketu. Gemara says, we're not sure. Which will say, by the way, this Gemara is such a profound idea. What's the shadow? They're both saying. The reality is, all of us walk around with stains in our clothing. Right, metaphorically so. Right, we all have faults, we all have shortcomings. But you want to try to figure out over here is like, and everyone has that kind of, and we walk around with a certain number of stains. But once the stains become too many, too numerous, then we might say again, there is a certain point where I say, no, this can't go on. This can't go on. Something fundamental needs to change. Or not? Are people just okay walking around with many different things on the cloak? Which the Gemara says, take them. The Gemara kind of leaves it a little bit open-ended without answering that particular question. Okay, let's say about fasting. But again, what you do see is that certainly, again, what we call it the industry standards thing. The thing that is part of my profession, a person is not matched to the same blood on a clothing. If a person is not a butcher, ultimately would be a chatzitza and would invalidate tefillah. For the butcher would not be a chatzitza, would not invalidate the tefillah. What about if a poor person is a butcher and a schmaltz salesman and he has blood and schmaltz? Is that a chatzitza? You want to leave it off the creek of Osai? Hajar Allah, Dan Katos, well, the stuff is very today, Mazel Tov, Paris, incredible. Incredible.
I put myself in the center.
A great day, everyone.
See if we can find some images of
Also, just for the next meeting, in here,
it is quite fascinating. And if there was some sort of a massive rise of sea and massive flooding, which is depicted in every single miniature from Epic of Gilgamesh to the Hopi talk about it. I mean, it's like almost all cultures have a story. Obviously, Noah and the Ark and the flood in the Bible, but this was salt.
Joe, 2 months ago, I went for the first time to visit the pyramids, and I found salt on the road. There is still salt.
And you think that salt is probably
I tasted it. It's
all right, everyone say good morning, or good Chodesh, Hanukkah, beautiful beginning to the week in Eretz Hashem. And to me, by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning trip today, our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Tevis. In the Schreiber, in the slips of Revolution of Elio, Foel, Dan Miriam, and Martin Calorie Marguerite, in memory of his father, Yosef Shlomo Moshe Shmuel. Thank you for seeing the Jewish type is on Chafdar Tevis, from the American Talmud Torah, all within the Shem Slav and Aviva families in the all those who need us, whichever the Coca-Cola yourself, that the only thing is sponsored. Take the friends of Yudani Dana Rosenberg in honor of the Chassina of their son David today, Baruch Hashem, Mazel Tov, Shebizol Chanyas Hashem, Tok Chasin down to the Chuppah, the Sha'atava Umetzlachas, Sim Dov Bibinian Adi Adi Bikalo, and never as Shani Kodesh, Mazel Tov. Those are that, let us begin. So we are starting today, there's also going to have to end up 3 minutes early. But it's okay, not a problem. I never have a problem getting through what we need to get through, and it lasts me a lot of time. So we're going to be fine. No need to laugh at that. We're good. So today I got 98. You have to use this graph actually closely. We're picking up 5 lines up from the bottom. by the word mincha, middle of that line, mincha. So let's say, so remember again, that you might just turning points through the psukim, that's in the psukim a little bit. So the greater judge, mincha, not mincha internet afeles elo zifek. That's what we learn from the word mincha. Just like mincha is only consumed by zifek from the banyal kohanim, achol inam ne'achol mizifek. So too, all other karbanos are also only consumed by banyal kohanim. That wasn't a happy. That statement does not appear to be true, right? Because the many karbanos that are consumed by many others other than zifek. So it's interesting. What the Gemara seems to understand over here is that whenever the Torah itself does not tell you who the carbon is consumed by, generally that means it is consumed only by alcohol. In other words, the Torah tells you that it's consumed by the greater population, then good. But if the Torah doesn't say anything, it's almost like the default assumption is that the carbon is consumed by alcohol. So the Gemara says, "Mind you, what are you talking about here? In other words, what type of carbon are you referring to? If it's a then the head typically calls up the time of it. So again, if it's a kachas or an asham, then that's pretty explicit. The Torah explicitly says that it's only eaten by Yaakov. If you shami tzibor, and if we're talking about shami tzibor, maybe we do get the kra'ah. They call the shakadashim tachmanu, called zafa yachalo. So, reading our shami tzibor, and if it's talking about shami tzibor, that's to get a k'nimo shami. And also that's going down from the psukim, right? So that's what the psukim says. Rather, tonight, rather again, I will say it's a machlokas tonight. Never say here's what I want to point out. What's interesting about this machlokas over here is everyone is agreeing on the principle. The principle is that when it could not state who is able to consume a carbon, ultimately the default understanding is zufay kuzuma, nekohan. The shaila is what is the source of that halacha. Then the says, Hanaidu. The source of that halacha is in the top of chapter 98 because you're not doing the halacha. So the chapter, speaking of the halacha, and others are out from here. So this is one of the beautiful machlokas. Because machlokas is not about the halacha. Everyone agrees on the halacha. The machlokas ultimately again is the source. So working our way through the process, katos. What do we learn from katos? Katos means kadesha shibalua. Atom means kadesha shibalua. What's the very thing halacha? 98A, third line down. Just like a katos was, the katos ultimately again to transfer to other things. And therefore convey its properties to other things. Shibalua means to absorb. So just like a katos has the ability to convey identity through absorption, atom is kadesha shibalua. So to again, all other karbanos also have the ability to convey their respective properties through absorption to another item. But asham, again, so we're going to do the possible. What is asham? Not asham is the fear of the shari or covered bones. Just like an asham, the fetus and the placenta do not have sanctity. Akol each of the shari or covered bones. So to other karbanos, they have sacrificial animal, the fetus and the placenta do not have pollution. And this is very interesting. There's a very good reason why by asham, the fetus and the placenta do not possess pollution. Why is that? Because again, the most asham is a male animal, right? So remember, it's very important. No matter how the asham identifies, right? Lamaisa, right? Lamaisa, again, it's a male animal, so therefore there's no way. So look at Rashi this moment. It's actually very interesting. Rashi says, "No asham shafir b'shaya kodesh." Now, asham, I won't say, is only brought from a male animal. The aim of the loma, the aim which is fire. So that also says, you know, we want to learn this. Watch this question, right? It's quite interesting. So just like in asham, obviously again, the placenta or the fetus and the placenta are not going to be covered. So by other sacrificial animals, if you have an animal that is pregnant, ultimately again the fetus and the placenta are not covered. Now back to the Gemara Kasavar, Vlados Kachin Bhadyat Masu. Vlados Kachin Bhadyasan Nikodoshi. So this is very interesting. What do we learn from here? We learn from here that halacha l'maisa, the offspring of, now this is very important, the offspring of karbanos, in fact, have sacrificial sanctity. But when do they have sacrificial sanctity? Only when they're birthed, not when they're If you look at Rashi, Rashi says Blagos Beamos Kachim Madasani Kachim. It's in the short lines. It's in the short lines like about 8 lines up before it becomes wide. Blagos Beamos Madasani Kachim Kishino Lodi Hain Kidoshim below the La'i Iman Gana Asha. So it's actually quite interesting. So when a sacrificial animal gives birth, the offspring in fact is Kaddish. But that Kedusha only rests upon the offspring once it is birthed, not while he is a funeral. Like that. Furthermore, the gun in Aksar needs to be Aksar, and the little Darshan El, possible from the Ibad. Is what remember again. The only person kind of halacha being there now from, because the beginning there now from Aksar. Aksar is the case of Aksar. Impossible. Why is it impossible? Because it's a male animal. So obviously, again, there's no placenta, there's no fetus by male animals. Yet, with Darshan, all of the other features ultimately again from Aksar. Incredible. So the goes like this. We'll say, so by the way, so just to say we are really like accumulating some fascinating, just like Kabbalic facts along this journey. Right? So we established from Chatos that when the Torah does not state, so when the Torah does not tell us who eats the carbon, the default is Mel Kohanim. From Ashram, ultimately again, I'm sorry, that was from Mincha. Sorry, from Mincha. From the Chatos, we're learning again. Kabbalahs have the ability to go into their identity through absorption. Through Asham, we're learning out the idea that a placenta and a fetus in utero do not possess sacrificial sanctity only once it's birthed. Does that sacrificial sanctity? But let's try that. Miluim. We'll say, what are Miluim?
Economy is based on
so Mani Luim, Mukarim Bisreva, the Ein Bali Chai side. Mani Luim, Mosreyan Bisreva, the Ein Bali Chai Mosreyan. So we'll say, okay, so now this is interesting. Remember, Miluim over both sides, this is talking about the Kabbalos that were offered up when the Mishkan was consecrated. So listen to this. Mani Luim, Mosreyan Bisreva. What is Mosreyan? Moshe literally means your leftovers. What does that mean? To Nosar. Good old Nosar. Right? So Nosar over again is any carbon that is left hence is permitted within the consumption. So just like by Niluin, Moshe and Bisrefa, which means that what? That Halakha Lamaisa, again, anything that is left over is burnt. Now we'll say, now this is very interesting. The Ein Bali Chai also. But living animals do not have a din of nosar. Now, what does that mean? This is really very interesting. Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, Rashi actually in the first wide line. Nani Luin Moshe Mishrefa, although Hayuk Ba'ali Chan Moshe Minigan. So, Carbon Sibor Hayuk, Lohuzu Shine Nachrais. So, okay, so we'll say, so Rashi, read that, go to the next Rashi. Afkal Kashin Moshe Mishrefa, Ba'ali Chan Moshe, Shin Hayuk Ba'ali Chan Moshe, keep going. Actually, I didn't read the rest of the Gemara, just realized. Let's go back. One second. Sorry, it's very sorry. Right, so remember again, when it comes to the Kabbalos of the Beis Hamikdash, we'll say, if you have leftover sacrificial matter, what is that called? What is that called? No, sir. You burn it. Now, both sides. But let's say you have no son of living animals. Now, how would you ever have no son of living animals? So I can give you a very simple case. I'm a cautious person by nature, so I'm going ahead and designating a carbon. And I also want to be prepared in the event that my carbon gets lost. I want to have a backup carbon. But it turns out that my carbon gets lost. So we'll say, so now that second carbon, so to speak, is an extra carbon. But we don't treat that like no sar in going ahead and burning it. That's essentially what the Gemara means when it says in Ba'ali Chaim. So let's go back to the Gemara for just one moment. So the Gemara says, Niluin, Mani Luin Moshe Mishrefa, just like by Niluin, any leftover sacrificial matter is no sar and is burned. The Ein Ba'ali Chaim Moshe. Now, let's sit in the base on the Hamikdash. Let's say by the Niluin, which is a carbon sequence, they went ahead and they designated backup carbon. That backup carbon would not have the din, ultimately again of no sar, and therefore you would not dispose of that additional living animal in any other way. Afkol, so the Gemara says Afkol, Mosrein the Shrifa, Ve'en Bali Chaim the Mosrein. So too by all other carbonos, if you have no sar is burnt. But if you have a leftover living animal, ultimately, again, that is not treated like no sar. Now, take a look at Rashi. Rashi is in the line, fourth line in. But listen to this case. Keep going. You have to change the snake up on the last rights. Rachais Kavaso, Shiyovat Ha'akot Iskater Bashim. On Hitfish carbon of a Jewish Africa inside from Mr. Akaman, there's a shame no sir. So it's a very simple case. I had to do a carbon catalyst. You have to do many carbon catalysts, and many catalysts offering. But when I say again, so what do? I go ahead and I designate a carbon catalyst, and I also designate a backup. And it ends up, I offer the first one. Portable say another case could be is I designated the carbon. I went ahead and I launched my carbon, designated the second one, then found the first one and offered up the first one. What do I do with the leftover carbon? So Rashi says, Ve'in Hashem Inosar, that's Hashem Inosar, Inosar Zebesrefa Kidinosa Shamilu. So also we don't say, oh, that second carbon, that's like no cell. That's like no cell. And therefore, what do you do with it? Burn it. Mary says, no. The din of no cell ultimately only applies to what? Only applies to sacrificial matter, like actual meat, and not to actual living animals. Where do you learn that out from? You learn that out from ultimately Lewin. Now, let's say, something that was interesting about this. In Lewin, we were communal offerings. Right? So because, and that's what I actually pointed out beforehand, ultimately, again, by communal offerings, there's no such thing as designating a backup card. In other words, by individual offerings, if you want to actually designate a backup, you can do that. But communal offerings, you can't do this. So just like communal offerings, the deed of nosa only applies to the actual ritual leftover of the carbon, and not to any living animals. So from the learn that out for all panos, the halach is that the deed of nosa only applies to sacrificial matter, and does not apply to any backup animals. Pero, Shlomen, was it in the Shlomen? Not Shlomen, Mispagrin, the outcome Mispagrin, Mispagrin. Just like by Shlomen Rabbi said, Shlomen itself, the carbon to become pigul. Not only that, anything that is brought together with Shlomen also can become pigul, right? Any something something or anything else. So too by all other carbonos, not only could the carbon itself become pigul, but anything brought along with the carbon could also become pigul. Incredible. The Master said to him that Akiva Mincha. Man Mincha means Kadeshes Bivalo. Of course, again, in the Mishnah, they quoted this in the name of Rabbi Akiva. During the Mincha, Man Mincha means Kadeshes Bivalo. Just like the Mincha ultimately again has the ability to convey identity through absorption. Hakfum is Kadeshes Bivalo. So again, Halach Lamaisa, any carbon has the ability to convey identity through absorption. So it's not going to happen over here. All we were just pointing is that we quoted this structure from Chatos. That from Chatos we learned that you can convey identity through absorption. You might not just post an ultimate source to the name of the Akiva. He said the same halacha, but instead of saying it by Chatos, he said it by Mincha. So the Gemara says, okay, this is actually important. It's just the Mincha of Mincha, it's just the Mincha of Chatos. You actually need both of these things. Because it's easy to by Mincha and by Chatos. Why? Here, Shmuel and Mincha, people would have just said by Mincha, that Mincha conveys identity through absorption. Like Gemara says, the ID to the Akiva and Mincha, because since a Mincha is soft, it goes to the Mincha. By flour, because it's soft midline, has the ability to absorb about Chatos in made by Chatos, ultimately again, because it's tougher, so maybe absorption is not possible. You actually need a Chatos. And if we're just at Chatos, we shouldn't be cutting it. Since Chatos has fat, has meat and juices, maybe that's what penetrates. About Mincha in the law, but that's Mincha not. If we need both. It's just interesting enough, just two sources for the same halacha, that carbonos convey identity through absorption. Okay, first opinion said we don't have to Chatos, and we learn it from Mincha, and both are necessary. Incredible. You just go back there. So you might say, good. Chatos. Ma Chatos in a environment. What other thing Chatos? Ma Chatos versus this is going to be a key, right? To burns out the balua from Mincha. What is there to Chatos? So Ma Chatos in a elamina hulin. Even yom. So we got the higher mind, so this is the packed lusha. So I wrote Chatos, just like Chatos only comes, right? Number one from Chulin, right? Chatos has to be from an unconsecrated animal. By Yom, it can only be offered up by day. Will be rather higher money. Yeah, both will return with the right hand. הפוס עוד כבוס בנבור אלא מן החולין, the yom by day will be other hayimot. This is very important to us. So just like chatos, again, has to come from chulin, it has to be an unconsecrated animal that is very consecrated, has to be offered by day, and the avodah has to be done with the right hand. So to authorize the Muslim, by the way, this is important. You know, back to Hanan, back to Hanan, being a lefty, offended is a more. Is a more. You can't, like, as much as I hope a Mashiach comes, because he's straightening out the genealogies, it turns out I'm going to find out like I'm going, still have the left hand issue. So I really, the exact, I'm sorry? Like to tie my right hand behind my back or something like that. Yeah, that gets that. Anyway, he wants to talk. What's the difference? It's not about all Kabbalahs. So it's not, by the way, the Chatos Kabbalah. So what? He's actually very interesting because this is a lot of interesting halachas. So by Chatos, I know these halachas. I'm going to please come across. So look, so now we're going to remember Chatos three halachas. Number one, Hulun. Number two, Yom. By day. Number three, right hand. Now you're going to go through how do you know each of these things by Chatos. The Chatos, how do you know it's by Chatos? I'm going to teach them across. The Hikri Arnes Parachatos Asher Lo. This is by Kippur. The Pasuk says, Aaron will offer up the Parachatos Asher Lo. What does Asher Lo mean? It's his. It's from his animal. What does that mean? I mean, when Aaron offers up his chatos ultimately again is going to be an unconsecrated animal. Shalom, we shall seaboard, shalom, we shall nice. So shalom means mamish, it's his animal, meaning again it's not from communal funds, and ultimately again not from nicer. By yom, how do I know ultimately again that it has to be done by day? The yom savo nafka. So what's this? It's interesting by the way. The Gemara says, so look what's happening over there. The Gemara makes it sound like that the source that karbanos have to be done by day is ultimately learned out from Chatos. The Gemara says, no, it's not. Yom is actually learned out also from an explicit concept that says beyond Sabbaso. Asher Ksiva Hashem is Moshe B'Hashem beyond Sabbaso. Actually, we're not talking about Shabbat. The Gemara says, you're right. They naspa. Basically, they naspa means is an interesting phrase that I guess we translated it as like in passing. What does that mean? Sometimes the Gemara will just say stuff in passing, right? Now, what the Gemara says that mean is like the exclusive language. So what does that mean? The Gemara said we learn after the Chatos three things. What are the three things? Number one, that a cut that has to come.
Researching this, and does this change your entire perspective of human history?
That's a good lesson. Good. So the Gemara says, I line it up with the crown of I don't know, but that might not be Sunday. So, by the way, what a Muslim, right? What a Muslim. When you try to center your things, like in accordance with themselves, when you try to center yourself in accordance with things that themselves are not centered. Goes off. Alright, anyway, so the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara is like this. One says, so what's interesting is, the Gemara made it sound like that we're learning out the thing of Yom from Chatos. The Gemara just says, by the way, that's not true. That's not the source. Chatos is not the source that Kabbalah source, but up by day. There's a phrase, Yom Sabaso, by Moshe Rabbeinu. On the day, so by Yom Time, we learn about the day. The Gemara says, you're right. The Gemara just mentioned Yom by Chatos to bring us fucking past. Just one is stating halachos of Kabbalos that again has to come from Shulin, has to be right-handed. It also mentions that even though Chatos is not actually the source for you. Okay, the other Hayimanis, how do you know that it has to be done with the right hand? That's not חמוקים שנאמר אצבע וכהונה אינו אלא יום. So here's the problem. The Gemara says, by the way, we don't learn out the din of right hand from Chatos either. Type in here is that learned out from. That's what they're from Alachana. Because it says חמוקים שנאמר אצבע וכהונה, whenever it says אצבע וכהונה, then halacha, so that means it's what? right hand. So it turns out that the din of right hand is also not learned out in Katos. It's more than right Kidei Naspa. It's just mentioning it in passing. So it's interestingly enough, the Gemara starts out by saying that the three halachas we learned from Katos. Number one, that the animals have to be fully. Number two, has to be done by day. First, kabbalah has to be done by day. And number three, has to be done with the right hand. It turns out that the only one that's actually learned out from Katos itself is the first one. That has to be fully. The other two are actually learned out some other sources, but the Gemara just kind of groups them all together in passing. Levi said, it doesn't have to be some of the Shimons. So how was it Shimon? Was it Shimon? Saying the Amar Espa Labaya Kuna, Kuna Baya Espa. Who's that change? And the Shimon says, whenever you see the word Espa, Espa always means the word right, and it always means right. It does not need to be modified by Kuna. But whenever you find Kuna does need to be modified by Espa in order to mean right hand. Okay, Asham, what I mean by Asham? So you must say, not Asham, Atzmosa Mutarin, called Atzmosa Mutarin. So there was a incredible. So what does Asham mean? So just as by Asham, what is the halacha? The bones of an Asham are mutter. That was a two Rashi, it's actually there is before as a Rabban Rashi. Ma Asham Atzmosa Mutarin, La Asasmi and Ksidim. So let's say, for example, wants to fashion utensils out of the bones of an Asham, ultimately, that is mutter. So just like the bones of an Asham are mutter, are called Atzmosa Mutarin. So to the bones of any carbon are going to be mutter. That says, are called Bakilu Ula. That was the Kiddush of this even in Ola, that which is fully consumed in the Mishayah. So just like Asham, the bones are permitted, so to the bones of any carbon ultimately are permitted. So it says as follows. She's already. What's the other? There was exactly a little bit of a throwback. So we're actually now going back to Kibos. Right to the right. What's a quick review? A lot of people applies to what? Has what? Dam Chatas. Only Chatas. Interestingly enough. And what areas you have to launder? Only the area of the actual stain itself. You need not launder the entire time. So now back to Kibos for a little bit. I'm going to treat it. It's like it's fascinating. Dam Chatas, Yamata, the Dam Ola limit, telling people. Let's say I watch this. So is it like this. God says, it's obvious to me that if you have, let's say, there are two stains. The first stain that comes on the garment is Dam Chatas. The second stain that comes on the garment, ultimately again, is Dam Ola. So God says, it's Hashem that you acquire laundry. Now, what's going on here? Look at Rashi. It's actually quite interesting. Rashi says, Dam Chatas Mother Dam Olimala, Nako Dam Chatas Tila. So the order of the stains is very important. First, the Chatas blood falls on the garment, and then the Ola blood falls. And remember again, what's the status of Ola blood on the garment? What's the status? Nothing. There's no din kibos. So look at Rashi. He says, the Chazon Mikdash Dam Ola al Osekilis, Dam Kibos, Dam Chatas no Yeya Lebeget Italu Amo. Okay, so let's say now watch this. When the Dam Chatas is the first thing that falls on the bed, there's two things that happen. Number one, it's touching the garment, and number two, it's absorbed in the garment. So it's obvious if there's contact and absorption, then of course there's a din of kibos. Watch this. It's the follow-up question. That's really the question. Why Rabba? 98b, second line. Why Rabba? Dam Ola Lemata Dam Chatas Lemala. Now, this is very interesting. Let's say the Dam Ola fell on first, spun on the bed first. And then on top of the Dam Ola, you have Dam Chatas. What is the halacha in this case? And what's the shayla? Now watch this. The Gemara is operating under the following assumption. The thing outside of the here's the assumption. Whatever blood touches the garment first, that's the blood that gets absorbed. Any subsequent blood is going to touch the garment, but will not be absorbed. So therefore, again, in the first case, where was the Dam Chatas, which was the first blood on the garment, and again, there's both contact and absorption, and then when the Dam Ola comes on top, there's contact but no absorption. So that's obvious that there's a din of kibos. In case 2, Dam Ola is there first, which means Dam Ola is first absorbed, and contact. Then Damchatos comes along, and what is Damchatos? What happens to Damchatos? There's what? There's contact, but no absorption. No absorption. So what I said, the shaila is, what's up? What's it? I'm going to point out how fascinating this is. That the halacha understands that by a garment, there's a limited amount of absorptive ability. Okay, so whatever is there first gets absorbed, anything subsequent has contact and no absorption. Listen, I just want to point out how different a human being is than a garment. Right? A garment has limited absorption, and being a human has unlimited absorption. This goes both in the positive and the negative. Let's start with the negative. Right? So that's the negative. Right? So the negative, let's say, is that unfortunately we absorb everything around us, including all the most of all the negative. And unfortunately, there is no limit to the amount of negativity that ultimately we can absorb. Firstly, no matter how much negativity one has absorbed, no matter how much schmutz one has absorbed, there is still an unlimited capacity to absorb as much kedusha as you want. Sometimes we look at ourselves and we say, I'm a person that's absorbed so much schmutz. How could someone like me ever become tar and coach? It's very simple. It's very simple. Because I'm not a beggar. Because I'm not a beggar. Actually, it's a bumper sticker. I am not a beggar. Whereas a beggar has limited absorptive capacity. And once it absorbs the wrong thing, that's it. I have unlimited absorptive ability. And therefore, no matter how much schmutz I've absorbed in my life, I still have unlimited capacity to absorb as much kedusha as possible. It's such a tremendous and profound lesson of hope. And I will say even more than that, because sometimes, now obviously, also, I can get the schmutz out, because whenever I can caution myself. But the part is, sometimes, even before I get the schmutz out, I still have the ability to allow so much kedusha. Because sometimes getting the schmutz out is a little bit difficult. And even before I'm able to go through that kashering process of expunging the negativity from within, I'm still able to go ahead and literally absorb as much kedusha as possible. Incredible. So let's back to the shayla. That's the shayla. So now this absorb the blood of the olah first, and then the damchatos came on top of it. So does the beggar require kibos on that? Here's the shayla. You must know, you should know, so do we say that it's contact, ultimately again, that creates the obligation, ultimately again for people, and therefore Allah again there is contact in this case, ultimately we should be wrong. Already know, the thing of kibos is only by where? By absorption. And I will say over here, in this case, there's no absorption. Why is there no absorption? Why no absorption? Because the olah came first. And what's happening under the assumption over here, the beggar only absorbs the blood which sprinkles it, which splattered upon it first. And therefore, Allah comments that the olah is there first, then although the damchatos touches it, there's no absorption ability. So you must you should be low. Or maybe ultimately again it's because of absorption. And therefore again, and in this case over here, the absorption ultimately again does not occur. So that's our shayla. So again, once again, everyone agrees in the case where the damchatos is there first, and then the dam olah comes afterwards. That obviously there's a bit of kibos because there's both contact, bidua or nogea, and bidua and absorption. The shayla is if the damchatos, if the dam olah is there first, and then ultimately again the damchatos there the second is finished. So in this case over here, the damchatos is not absorbed, but it is touched. And that creates a bit of kibos or not. So when other pashta, they include kibos. You dissolve it afterward, it does not require kibos. So apparently again, kibos wandering is only obligated when there is both negiah, only when there's contact and absorption. Or essentially, they say absorption. Because obviously once there's absorption, there's obviously contact as well. So only if there's absorption, ultimately again, is going to be a gene of incredible. Hold on, it's always like down. It's a very interesting process. Now, the paragraph is actually ending off the totally unrelated discussions. That in general, the halachos of the tzitza. So let's say if you have a garden that different councils, so we're not even used to these halachas because, again, for us, the only thing we really use a mitzvah for is personal tara, like the Hilchos Niddah, or again, if it's the mitzvah for Tumas Keri. So halacha l'maisa, so we today, so temporarily, because we don't have the regular halachas of Tumas Tara, we don't immerse garments. So in terms of the Mikdash, if you had a garment that became hard, you have to immerse it. So you have to immerse it. So I will say, so again, Hilchos, mikvah is that you can't have a chatzitza. What's a chatzitza? Chatzitza is anything that interposes between the water and the garment. I will say, so now watch this. I'm going to pshitali, dam al bigdol chotres. If you have blood on the garment, and you put it into the mikvah, ultimately, again, that's a chatzitza. Chatzitza, goes to watch this. Then kabahu, ain't a chotres. Now listen to this. What happens if I'm a butcher? I'm a butcher. So if I'm a butcher and there's blood on my garment, that's not a chatzitza. And what's the shot? That's very interesting. The din of chatzitza says as follows. If something covers the majority of a garment, then it's a chatzitza. If something doesn't cover a majority, then it's not a chatzitza, right? However, again, I will say, if you're makbid means I don't want the object there to stay there. If I'm makbid, then it's a chatzitza. So for a regular person, having blood on a garment, ultimately, again, is a chatzitza. Why? Because I don't want it there. But if I'm a butcher, so apparently butchers are not makbid if there's blood on their garments. I guess it makes sense. Again, you're a butcher. What you do? Like the hospital, it's kind of like, like this. A stomach person shows up in the morning wearing scrubs and he's wearing pajamas. Right? A doctor shows up in the morning and he's going to work. Right? So Lamaisa. So again, there are certain things which are, like it's your malacha, then it's not a chatzitza. So for a stomach person, blood on my garment, I don't want that there. But for a butcher, that's kind of his uniform. That's ultimately, again, that's what he wears. So they'll say, well, let's just finish with that. Now we go to this. Listen to this. Rav al bigdol chotes. See again. If there's schmaltz on your garment, that is a chatzitza. What if I am a schmaltz salesman? A schmaltz salesman. Right? I don't know if that for that. Right, but I'm a schmaltz salesman, then ultimately ain't a chotes. Then when I say it's not a chatzitza. Not a chatzitza. Again, that's what I'm saying. Also, for some of these industries, you got the kind of wearing it on your garment also is a reminder people I need a little bit of schmaltz, I need a little bit, I need a good steak. Really, it must have been also that, really, that's I use the scrub example for just a moment, like the same way for a doctor, right, to walk around in pajama scrubs, the mind said, again, it's fine because that's the way they dress for the profession, right? Again, everyone would be streamed, but so we see also for these individuals, if you have blood in your garment, you were a butcher, that was part of like your identity. You like schmaltz and you were a schmaltz salesman, that was your identity. Okay, so by Rava, listen to this, when you're talking about chatzitza, so by Rava, listen to this. Now for your back up, this gun now. So if you have blood and schmaltz on your clothes, this is a slob, right? That's what I'm right? You have blood and schmaltz on your clothing. So you're like, I don't know, it's like that one, you have blood and schmaltz on your clothing. So what's so listen to this, the market is capable of or not. So again, if you're a butcher, sometimes you call a butcher, blood would be fine, but the butcher wouldn't normally have schmaltz on his clothing. We both know the market, and ultimately, again, if he's a schmaltz salesman, take up when you should not. But again, the market from the blood problematic. Let's see how to do this. The other part, let's say you have a guy who both is a butcher and sells schmaltz. You diversify. You gotta get down the right, so nice again, he's a butcher and he sells schmaltz. So let's say he's taking both of these things on one tab on a listening part. The Gemara says, "Tanto no kapid, kapid, or yuma atani no kapid." So let's say, so in other words, the butcher who sells schmaltz. So, for not machrit, but for two stains, is machrit, right? Or not? Or do we say no, that Lamais again, because both of these things are this industry, ultimately, again, it's not machrit. Who's the Gemara Tegel? That says we're not sure. If you don't say, by the way, this Gemara is such a profound idea. What's the Shaila? They both say. The reality is, all of us walk around with things on our body. Like metaphorically, right? We all have faults, we all have shortcomings. But we want to figure out those things like, and everyone has that kind of walk around with a certain number of things. But once these things become too many, too numerous, then when I say again, there is a certain point where I say, no, this can't go on. This can't go on. Something fundamental needs to change or not. Are people just okay walking around with many different lifestyles on the floor? Which the Gemara says, okay, so the Gemara kind of leaves it a little bit open-ended without answering that particular question. But there was a question. But again, what we do see is that certainly, again, what we call it an industry standard thing. This thing that is part of my profession, a person is not machrit. The same blood on a clothing for a person is not a butcher, ultimately will be a chatzitza and would invalidate tefillah, but the butcher would not be a chatzitza, would not invalidate the tefillah. What about if a poor person is a butcher and a schmaltz salesman and he has blood and schmaltz? Is that chatzitza? You know, these are the take of us say, Adjurah, Dan Kakos, was the stop over today, Mazel Tov, incredible.
Yes, keep this up just for a couple seconds. Or just like, how big are we? What are we looking at here?
All right,
Plus 16, plus 7.
Also, just for the 95 million in here.
So maybe 2 or 3 meters. And if you look at that image, it's clearly a man-made structure. It's magic. I mean, look, there's stones that have been placed. Yeah. That is nuts. It's great. And there's no historical timeline, no understanding of who did it. Wow. So it's likely that there's structures like this that exist that are undiscovered.
All right, people say good morning. Good morning. Let us continue to be like all of our responses for this month's thing. Our commentary response for the month of history of our video to the as we have found this together to the evolution 6 months when we are trying to have a show stand at from the music then she is one of the singing about the accessing many of the parents culture the Korean selling off of us for Avion seeing the best in the time and Mordecai then Yoga when it is different when you try to science and I need to go the point in the Holy Catholic College and many of Leah Bass Shiva Zafin Sulani Bass Shiva and Asper Bass as a film focus on today I always Steinberg in the schools continue how Berkeley Lamis and Bass the shot and an anonymous sponsorship although a few things believe in the sponsorship in the honor of the Nachum Shonfeld birthday and with deep gratitude for all of his kindness, generosity, and service to our beautiful Kehillah. May Hashem continue to provide you with health, comical, spiritual growth, and very fine wine until 120. That's beautiful. Incredible. I can also that to let us begin, and of course, we dedicate our name to discuss all of the missionaries that we're taking from us in the person of Khan Hashem, to share having our real their families and the common how that we should be just and Hashem to so kill those. For structure and Russia, that let us begin with the last weekly Baruch Hashem. Never enough time, but okay, we're gonna do our best. Today's date is Sadik Vav at 96. We are picking up the Yes Hashem on Sadik K on the days 95B, 95B, and we left off yesterday again about this interesting Shaila. The Shaila was what is the status of what we call judicial below Bilua. What's the status? Halacha l'maaseh, if you cook something like meat, but there's no absorption in that, is that considered ultimately again to be? Do we consider that that's problematic, or do we assume that some type of absorption occurred, or not? Well, we say differently. Again, remember that in the dramatic case, the girl was using was if you were to roast a chatos on a spit inside of the earthenware oven. You didn't have to break the earthenware oven afterwards. because that's an example of visual. Cooking is occurring, but there's no bilua, there's no absorption in there, because remember it's on a stick, and it's not putting against the side, it's not doing the actual utensil itself. So what is the halacha in such a scenario like that? You know, it's a tashma. I'm not going to about one. Tashma mikdash, makachas hayat. So it's another tashma, which is, I'm sorry, which is 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, starts 18 lines up from the bottom. Tashma. No, I'm not going to about one. Tashma mikdash, shamakachas hayat. The oven, right, there was a panel in the base of the kitchen that was made out of metal. Made out of metal. Now, let's say, what these are like people over your local coffee, the issue is that at the end of the day, that you should below the luah, which means again, cooking without any absorption. If you would think that halacha l'maisa, that is not problematic, then ultimately the oven shall cheres. You should make the oven of the base of the kitchen out of earthenware, because again, I've always said the first, the assumption is that the only thing that's being made in that oven is sacrificial meat. Sacrificial meat will not be sitting on the level of the stick, in which case you have additional below the luah, cooking without absorption, and if that's not a problem, you can make it out of earthenware. Tusmar says, no, there is an issue. Kevan the equal sharing the knuckles. No, because cooking kabbalos is not the only thing that you would do in that oven. Rather, what else would you be doing in that oven? You would be going ahead and baking off the leftover knuckles. Remember again, those are the mincha offering. What's the part that's offered up on the mizbeach? Right? The mitzvah, everything else belongs to the Kohen. So if you are telling where you're preparing the rest of that, probably was a problem in the Now again, remember, for the nachos, the way often you would, how do you take off a mincha? So again, you make it into a dough and you stick it on the side of the oven. So remember, it's not on the stick, obviously. So because that's actually being cooked with direct contact to the oven, therefore a lot of you have to use metal. Because if you were to use earthenware, then there would be absorptions, and then again you have to take the oven, each and every time. Okay, the rest of the Igabishal will be ruach, Abdishal Kafas. So since ultimately, sorry, that's on the other side of the.
That's an I don't know moment. What the hell is that?
Don't bring up my performance review. Just and the real review is coming.
I'm digging out a hole in it.
So remember, so since there is visual and bilua, since ultimately again it is both cooking and absorption, therefore halacha l'maisa you have to make it out of metal. So since it is like an interesting fact, just there, right? So the oven in the base of mikdash, ultimately again made out of metal, cannot be made out of earthenware. Why? Because halacha l'maisa there was both visual and bilua. You were cooking and absorption. Interesting, not from meat, but from what? From an office. So you might say this to this. The actual this is actually very interesting. This particular oven, and the oven was smeared with fat, with animal fat. Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, top to bake this. Almost right across the Rashi. שעושים מלחם, ותחושן התחילו בעליו ועוקץ הלחם, אחר כל שם שמים as well as something to do is they would smear the oven with fat, animal fat, kosher fat, and then what they would do is they would bake the oven in that place, bake bread in that oven. Again, once again, remember, how to make something, you must remember how you bake your bread, things like that around. They would take, it's kind of like if you have an strong of the seed, it's like the way they bake pitos often, right? You take that piece of dough and slap it against the side of the oven, and that's how it bakes. So again, that's how they bake bread. So in this case over here, they smear the side of the oven with white animal fat, and they bake the bread on there. Okay, so what happened? So Asla Rabba Bar Ahilai, Rabba Bar Ahilai said the bread is offered. The bread is us. You are not allowed to eat that bread at all. Okay, now again, remember, what's the problem over here? Because we're talking about kosher animal fat, right? This is not like non-kosher animal fat, a product over here. So it's kosher animal fat, they're smearing it on. Why can't you eat the bread forever? So this is actually from different halacha. Rashi says the now again, I'll tell you this outside. Why? Because we'll say, interestingly enough, well, actually, this is from even just this small, Why is that? So much us in the next one is because we're afraid that you may come to use Kuta. So it's remember what's Kuta? Kuta is everyone's favorite Babylonian dish, right? Which is made out of curdled milk and moldy bread. It's one of those things that we do. It's just needed. Like to see it, not to that mix. So this is separate halacha, and we're not going to begin to see hashkava. You are not allowed to make flaked bread. You can't make flaked bread or milk bread. You can't make it. Bread always has to be hard. The reason for that is since bread is also eaten with both meat and milk meals, the concern is if you make a flaked bread, bread is bread. So a person can sit down to a flaked meal, to a milk meal, not realizing that the bread is flaked and go ahead and eat it, or vice versa. It's actually obviously an interesting halacha in general. So you can't, this comes up, that this does come up. A person takes chalas, so he's taking chalas because the same kind of way that the Shabbos, one has to be careful that we cannot be looking for place. Now again, there are ways to this, in other words, if you change the shape of the bread, like in other words, if the bread has a unique shape, which indicates its designation as milk and chocolate shapes, you can choose to do that. But there's a type of bread, for example, industrial keto bread, is often milk. So because that's known, so okay, that could work. But again, in a general sense, you can't make bread milk and chocolate shapes. So therefore, watch this case over here. You have an oven, you share the oven with animal fat. Then they bake bread in the oven. Rabbi Bar Ailoi said that bread is usher. You can't eat it. Why? We're afraid lest you come to eat it with pizza, which will then be eating fleshy bread with a milk like this. So basically, where is the kasha? In Russian, is that you have a challah. You can't eat bread with milk. In Russian, if you do so, challah pas, asula asura, that you have the ravera. And again, I'm both saying. So what's the halacha? If you need bread with milk, the bread is usher because of her de la vera. Again, what's the her de la vera? We're afraid that you're going to eat the milky bread with a fleshy meal. Similarly, you cannot smear an oven with fat. Right? So you can't smear an oven with fat. The reason you would do that, remember again, is because obviously if it has fat on it, it's going to cook better. You can touch, and if you did so, the name is going to be usher until you go ahead and you kasher the oven. Now, both say, what is now again? What is this right to show? Same halachas, right? In other words, core halacha, which means you can't make flaked bread. But this bread is actually a very important detail, which is what do you do if you did coat your oven with animal fat? What do you do? What is the answer? Kasher. What is it there? That you can kasher it. That contradicts Rabbi Bar. So Rabbi Bar said at the end of the day, once you smear that oven with animal fat, you can't do anything with it. Yeah, like the oven is unconscionable. So the Rabbi Bar this is a refutation ultimately again of Rabbi Bar's statements. Okay, so let's see 1 second. I'm going to do a Rashi between the Achar and the Sosa Rabbi Bar. I'm not sure if that's the case, that Rabbi Bar is wrong. So the Kashkos, what this sounds like over here. Now remember, whenever we talk about an oven, we are assuming what is the oven made of? What's the default assumption? Earthenware. That's the default assumption. So now what sounds like just happened over here is the Gemara is telling us that there is a way to kasher earthenware. That's what the Gemara said, right? Because Rabbi said, if you cook the oven with animal fat, that's it, you're out. When you say you're out, is you can never bake bread in that oven. You can do whatever else you want to. You can make flakes in that oven, but you cannot bake bread in that oven. Then the Gemara disproved that, right? The Gemara said, no, you can kasher it. In other words, you can't bake bread in that oven until you kasher it, which indicates to us that you can kasher an earthenware utensil. So the Gemara said, Rashi, the Achad, the first one on the bottom, within the Achad, the Tosh Bar Eloi, now that we've disproven Rabbi Bar Eloi, right? We've disproven him. And ultimately, again, you can kasher an earthenware utensil. Amai Amarav, so then why did Rav say to give us the Pesach Shabbos? Why do we have to snatch from it earthenware utensils? Like, why can't you kasher it? Why can't you kasher it? So that's the Gemara says. First of all, who said the Bryce is talking about an earthenware utensil? The Bryce that permitted you to kasher the oven maybe not a lot. He says that it's talking about earthenware. Or actually be by the same route, the converse of Taras, Zeh Sekom Ibifim, Zeh Sekom Ibachot. So that's a very good difference also. Or, so possibly what it may be when you see the factor of it, instead of another earthenware oven. Or no, maybe he's talking about an earthenware oven. But what's the difference? You can pass the earthenware. When can you pass the earthenware? When the fire is ignited inside of the utensil. When can't you pass the earthenware? When the fire is outside of the utensil. So in an oven, in an earthenware oven, where is the utensil? Outside, where is the fire? Inside. Now what's the what's the logic there? Logic there is you see the difference between the intensity of a fire, ignited inside of a tree versus outside of a tree. So if you're igniting fire inside the tree, then you can pass the if you're igniting, when the Gemara says that you can't go ahead and pass the earthenware utensil to this hat, what is that talking about? A regular earthenware utensil. Where's the fire going to go? Outside of the tree. That you can't pass. So what's the better before we go on? What a ridiculously amazing difference. Right? You can pretty much capture anything as long as what? As long as the fire is on. As long as the fire is on the inside. You can even go ahead and capture an earthenware utensil, right? Remember that earthenware absorbs everything. It absorbs everything. So you can capture whatever you want as long as halacha l'maisa, the fire is on the inside. If the fire is just on the outside, right? If the fire is something external, the fire is not something that's a part of you, then if you do, there are fewer things that you have the ability to capture. And if you really to ignite yourself from within, if you really to work on yourself from within, if you really not just to make external cosmetic changes in your life, if you're really going to do that heavy lifting inside yourself, and ignite that fire inside, you can capture absolutely anything. Incredible. Look at the Gemara says, that's the case. But that's the case. But now it has something in this name. So again, so why not go ahead and do that? So why not go ahead and then even put pencils on Pesach? Why not go ahead and ignite the fire on the inside? Which the Gemara says, allow you to mystery. What are you concerned about? We're concerned that halacha l'maisa, if you ignite the fire on the inside, the will ignite great. So it's in general we find this in kashrut. That halacha l'maisa, whenever we're concerned that if the utensil is going to break, you're not going to properly kasher. So therefore, again, by earthenware utensils on Pesach, we're concerned that if you put that fire on the inside, the kli itself is going to break, and if you're not going to kasher it properly. Incredible. Therefore, the Gemara says, hi, Kovia. This Kovia, Kovia actually says what is very interesting is Kovia is la'asim kalulim. It's literally a ring, earthenware ring that is heated up and that's cooking it. The Gemara says, I Kovia has seiko mibachot. Ultimately, again, it's fired up on the outside, and therefore, ultimately, again, it's going to be also, let's say, by Pesach. Because halacha l'maisa by Pesach, you can't capture it because the fire is on the outside top of Shabbos. Elo, Kigelo Shamikdash Amayishadu. Right? Halacha l'maisa again. So the Kigelo Shamikdash is supposed to sit and watch this. Incredible. Incredible. So now, I don't understand. At the end of the day, most of the things are not in love, right? Why? Because halacha l'maisa, what you begin to see is that you can capture earthenware. You can capture earthenware. Right? How do you capture earthenware? As long as the fire is on the inside. So if that's the case, this entire time, remember, what have we been dealing with? So we've been discussing this idea that when you use an earthenware utensil for carbonic matter, what do you have to do with it? Break it, right? Because it's going to have absorptions. So now, halacha l'maisa, the Gemara says, I don't understand. At the end of the day, why do you have to break it? Why not go ahead and instead just put it back in its kiln? Right? Fire it back up. Because remember again, I can capture earthenware utensils, number one, and as long as the fire is on the inside, we're good to go. So if that's the case, why do you have to break utensils of the Beis Hamikdash? Why not instead go ahead and just put it back in a kiln, fire it back up, and capture it? And that's what Amar Zera is about. The fish and ocean keep showing us the Yisharayim. Because the rest of you can't make kilns in Yisharayim. You can't make kilns. Why can't you? Changing in China, in those because of the Kutra, because of the smoke, the name of a China. Let's say Yerushalayim requires us to go ahead and take care of it. Right? Yerushalayim is the center of our universe. And as such, Yerushalayim requires us, demands of us, that we exercise tremendous care. Which so you can't create kilns in Yerushalayim. Just like the book said, by the way, it's very important. Like in Yerushalayim, you see a piece of garbage on the ground, you have to pick it up. You have to pick it up. Right? You use a tissue, right? But you have to pick it up. Right? You Yerushalayim. So therefore, again, halacha l'maaseh, the Gemara says you can't go ahead and create kilns in Yerushalayim because of the smoke that it will create. So therefore, there's no way to kasher because the utensil from Abaye. If the osin ashpasos ba'azara, so what's that? Okay, so fine, I got it. So no kilns, therefore I can't go ahead and kasher the utensils. Fine. So let's say, but here's the other problem. So in any given day, it sounds like you're going to have mounds of broken earthenware utensils in the base of the Mikdash. So the Gemara says you can create. There's no problem with creating garbage dumps in the base of Mikdash. In other words, you have creating mounds of broken utensils. And also, again, this is actually in Rabbi. The Osin Hashpasos Ba'azara, Ishtamite Hadit Hanishmaya the Kolnavo. So Rabbi apparently forgot the statement of Shmaya. Shmaya made it in Kolnavo. Rashi says Kolnavo is the name of a place. So he forgot Kolnavo. Rashi says that we are Shem Mokom, Shemitra Al Shem Abodas Kohabim. That's just really incredible. Kolnavo was a name. There was an Avodah Zarah called Nevo. Right? So Kolnavo was the name of a place. Of that, the place got its name from the Avodah Zarah. So Abaye forgot that which Shmaya said in Kolnavo. And what did Shmaya say in Kolnavo? Shivrei Kleicheres Nivlaim Bin Koman. Wow. We'll say one of the miracles of the base of Mikdash was that pottery shards got absorbed in place. I'm just ignoring it. Right? Absolutely. Come on. Something has to move you. Right? This is absolutely incredible. The broken pottery shard, what, like, juggle fire around here? You know what? That's my microphone. Okay, it wasn't on. Right? So nice. Again, one of the incredible miracles is that the pottery shards were swallowed up in the ground of the base of the Mikdash. So there's a lot to talk about over here. We don't have a lot of time, but just two quick things. First, therefore, again, there was no garbage dump in the base of the Mikdash. Why? Because halacha l'maaseh, the shards were miraculously swallowed up. So two things to comment on here. Number one, if you notice what happens, so Abaye so you can't make a kiln when you're trying because of the smoke. But there's no problem making a garbage dump because at the end of the day, you can have a mound of earth shards. So the Gemara says, Abaye forgot that which Shmaya said in Kolnavo. So the idea is, who cares where Shmaya said it? Who cares where he said it? Just tell me that Shmaya said that there was a miracle. Why does he have to say that Shmaya said in Kolnavo? And furthermore, Kolnavo is a place that's named for Avodah Zarah. So why did you mention the name of the place? Elamai, what is Gemara teaching us? No matter where you are, you can find Kedusha. Even if you are in Kolnavo, even sometimes you don't choose your location in life. Sometimes life puts you somewhere. And often we think that if we find ourselves in a place that we don't want to be, our ability to achieve and acquire Kedusha is going to be limited. It's not true. Wherever you are, HaKadosh Baruch Hu is, and wherever you and HaKadosh Baruch Hu are, there's limitless possibilities for Kedusha. So the Gemara goes out of its way to say, where did they talk about this miracle? In a place called Kolnavo, a place named for idolatry. The Bible said, do you know how much idolatry has to happen in a particular location for the place to be called by the name of the idol? I don't know, but I would imagine a lot. Right? I would imagine, like, it's not like recreational idolatry happening over there. Like, not just dabbling in idolatry over there, bringing the place. That's not just like a mukum of Avodah Zarah. But even in the mukum of Avodah Zarah, there's still great greatness to be found if you're willing to push and exert yourself. That's number one. Number two, I say, what can I do with this miracle? Just clean up the trash like we love to see the miracle. Clean up the trash every single time that ordinary shards. As well as just appreciate the tremendous Muslims on that as well, which is man is nimshalakli. Man is nimshalakli. Man, a person is compared to utensils. Specifically, what type of utensil? an earthenware utensil. Adam, Yisodom Me'afa, V'sofa La'afa. Like just earthenware utensil comes from the earth. Man also comes from the earth. And we'll say what happens a lot of times in life. A lot of times in life, my cleave breaks. My cleave breaks. Right? We all have those moments where we just break. And many of us, we break each and every day. What happens with your shards? The Shpazak who says, just bring them to me. Just bring them to the Beis HaMikdash. And I got you. We'll swallow them up, and we'll just start again. The most beautiful part of embedding yourself in a life of Kedusha is you get as many do-overs as you need. And you think to yourself, well, 1 second, what about all the whole pile of shards from all of my life failures, from all the things that went wrong, from all the wrong things? Which Baruch Hu says, don't worry, I'll swallow them up. I'll take care of your shards. Right, just put your shards down in the mikdash. Just bring your shards to me. I'll swallow them up, and we will start all over. And I say that sometimes we think to ourselves like, what are we lacking when we don't have a Beis HaMikdash? And the Baruch Hu have a beautiful Beis HaKnesses, a beautiful Beis Medrash, a beautiful feeling. Like, what are we lacking? We're lacking things like this: the ability to bring your personalistic shut to the Beis HaMikdash, put it on the ground, say, Baruch Hu, I'm broken, but I'm ready to start again. And then see the Ribono Shel Olam swallow up your shards and know that you have a brand new start. What an incredible sight that must have been, and how that will be so convincing to see it. Everyone says, good like that. So the Gemara says, Ella, Hagam Rav Nachman, Amar Rav Abua, Chadzu Shal Mikdash Shal Matachas, sorry, Kanu Shal Mikdash Shal Matachas Hava, Havanat Zayin Hava. So Rav Abua said that the Kanu, there was an oven in the Beis HaMikdash was made out of metal. So the Gemara says, so what about that? Now the difference. They say but now based on what we said, you could have made that oven out of earthenware, right? Because halakha l'maaseh, again, we just established that earthenware can be kasher from the inside. To which the Gemara says the favor of the ikash de'alech and lechem upon and dafiyas in the tanor, who could you shas in the tanor, public bishai. So let's say, interestingly enough, now it's been established like this: there was an oven in the Beis HaMikdash. That oven was made out of metal. The Gemara says, but why? You could have used it out of earthenware, because now we've established that earthenware can be kashered as long as what? It is fired up from within. So therefore, again, the Gemara says, halakha l'maaseh. So why not go ahead and make it out of earthenware? Krishna says, here's the issue. You had the shtei halechem and the lechem upon it. Remember again, there were certain breads which were actively baked inside of the Beis HaMikdash and were part of the avoda in the Beis HaMikdash. So lechem upon the showbread, right, which is put on the shofar. Shtei halechem, which is the offering of Shavuos. These were baked inside that tanor. Because they were baked inside the tanor, it's not simply just like a functional utensil to bake stuff off. Ultimately, again, it was halakha l'maaseh. It was halakha l'maaseh klisharis, a service utensil. And because it's a service utensil, klisharis teferes lo avdinon. You can't make a service utensil out of earthenware. So what's isn't that incredible? So we got started to see thinking that the oven was more just like a functional utensil to go ahead and just bake stuff off. It turns out that it's actually a klisharis, and because it's a klisharis, you can't go ahead and make it out of earthenware. On the days, because remember there's Yehuda who says no, an earthen klisharis does not have to be made out of gold or silver, but it can be made out of wood. Even he says wood about the pedestal, but ultimately again it cannot be made out of earthenware. So amazingly enough, halakha l'maaseh, the Gemara says it can't be made out of earthenware, and therefore again, the oven itself has to be incredible. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Yitzchak bar Yehuda was commonly around, was often around, was Rabbi bar Chama. Okay, so now what this seems like is, Rabbi Yitzchak bar Yehuda was learned by Rabbi bar Chama. That's what he learned by.
Qualified with a thorough knowledge of Islam and more than methodology and licensed by both religious and civic authorities, Torah,
he left Rabbi bar Chama, and he went to learn by Rav
searching of Jewish
They will say,
teaching
watch
and law,
this. Yom
Treifa,
Echad,
Legally
one
Zahar,
day, Rabbi
Ba'alei,
bar Chama
Chaim,
ran into Rabbi Yitzchak. So remember again, just so we get the names right. Rabbi Yitzchak learned by Rami Bar Chama, and ultimately
Jewish
again,
teaching including the
and
animals,
he
dimensions,
went ahead and
man's
he
own
left Rami Bar
ethical
Chama to
and
go to
moral
Rav
standing.
Sheshes. One day,
Man's
Rami
contrary to
Bar
Jewish
Chama
law
is
to
Rabbi
cause
Yitzchak.
animals
Had
painful and
Yom
distress.
Yom Echad, Pogabay,
Shochet,
Allah,
that's a slaughter.
Allah,
Shechita is the slaughtering.
Nachdon,
Stillen,
Asi, Lo, Liyah.
Chalef
So
is
so this was a
polishing
Talmudic
the
expression. So
knives.
literally what it means is like this.
Bodak
It
is a
means
checker.
the nobleman
Gay cocket
takes
of
your
Yam
hand,
like this
his
dying and
scent
what was in the
is
ocean.
transferred over to you. And I say, now what does this mean? So this
May
is
Shem
an
bless you and
expression
guard
that
you. May
people
Shem
use.
shine his face
That
upon you and be
sometimes
gracious to
people
you. May
want
Shem
to
light his
hang out,
face
right? They want to
to
associate
you and grant you
with
peace.
cautious people because they feel it makes
Akin ani
them
madaber
look
ivri
more
bekar
important.
ivri mikra
Right?
i
So let's say, I guess like there's two ways to become more important. You can go ahead and work on yourself, or you can just hang out with important people. So it takes a lot less effort to hang out with important people than it does to go ahead and work on yourself. So let's say it's a pretty sharp exchange. So apparently, Rami Bar Chama is giving a little bit of musr for Yitzchak. He says, oh, you left the shir. You left the shir, right? And you went to go ahead and learn with Rav Sheshes. So I guess you think that by associating with greater people, you're going to be greater yourself.
This is the best part. Hey, what's your favorite part of having the game? The hate.
What do you think that because you now learn before Rav Sheshes that you're like Rav Sheshes? You actually like a pretty sharp exchange. You'll get Rashi says over here. Alak pitan, rakton recha asik Rashi. Mashal hu agasya ruach. This is often like a metaphor used for arrogant people. He says, "Mishtadel la'amol b'makom gidol v'ala halukus hamsonim yadrech hamalukim nefesh So this is the most Yitzchak was given to. So this is the
Hey! Hava, Nagila, Hava, Nagila, Hava, Nagila, Ben, Ismecha, Hava, Nagila, Hava, Nagila, Hava, Nagila, Ben, Ismecha, Hava, Neranena, Hava, Neranena, Hava, Neranena, Ben, Ismecha, Hava, Neranena, Hava, Neranena,
because even if you find a contradiction, right? What's the answer to it? What's the answer to a contradiction? So he says, oh, like, why did I know so? Oh, yeah, ask me a question. Ask me everything, right? Ask me a question. And I will answer you not with svara, not with logic, but ultimately, again, with a Tanakh statement. So, he asked him, here's the Banile. This is so interesting. Bishop and Mitzas Kli, Kaon Mariko Shtipo Intel.
So separates Gehenna, purification, Gan initial spiritual reward, possible reincarnation, spiritual repair, resurrection, body, soul, unites, perfected in body, eternal. Five levels: Nefesh, action, vitality, Ruach, emotion, Neshama, intellect, Chaya, transcendent life force, Yechida, absolute unity with God.
Does the utensil require Marika Shtifa
Sure,
or not?
Sure,
So what's here the shaila is, do you just say that Marika and Shtifa has to be done on the part of the kli where you cook? Or does Marika and Shtifa have to be done on the
this
entire
shit is so boring.
I think we can easily find this. Imagine for a moment, you go ahead and you're using the kli at an
Really?
angle. right? So therefore, you see the kli only the part of the kli right on the
Aliens are
bottom
tight.
is
This
being
shit's
used
boring.
for the carbonic matter. The rest of the kli is not anything. So do you have to? Do you only need
It's
to
like,
the part of the kli that was used,
I don't know.
or do you have to?
I hate to say this, but it's like when a little kid is like telling you a story, but you know what the fucking truth is already. You're like, oh, okay.
Well, I'm amazed. Ain't no time. He said, no, you only have to do Marika and Steve on the part of the key that was used. You don't have to do Marika and Steve on the rest of the key.
Like,
why? Needy to have the Hazah. Because this is no different than Hazah. Okay, let's kiss Hazah. Sacrificial blood splatters on the clothing. What part of the clothing do you have, though? What part of the clothing do you have to launder? What part? Only the part that has the stain, not the rest of the clothing. So Roy Bar Kama wants to suggest the similar that by Hazah, you only have to launder the part of the clothing that has the stain, spoken by Marika and Shkif. You only have to do that for the part of the kli that has the sacrificial matter, but the rest of the kli that did not come in contact, halacha l'maisa, there's an obligation of Marika and Shkifa. So just listen to this. So Yitzchak says, ready. Once again, you're answering me from logic, right? Which is great, but logic can be refuted. There's no Mishnah, there's no Brisa, there's no that says like that. Amalei, so Rebbe says, I think logically, right? So here it is, right? I think logically that a utensil should be no different than a garment. Not begging, telling kibos, alamakom adam, apsi, telling mariko shifa, alamakom bishul. In the same way, ultimately again, that a beggar only requires kibos in the place of the skin. So too, again, a priest only requires mariko shifa in the place where halacha l'maisa, the cooking took place. Incredible, that's the logic. Amalei. So again, the most says, so now the these first challenges logic. Nidami, how can you compare it? What's up, Nidami? Dam lo mifafeya, lish lo mifafeya. So first of all, the comparison is not really good. When blood splatters on a garment of outside, there's no expansion. Like mifafeya means like expansion, right? Where it lands is where it lands, and that's it. On the other hand, when you cook in a utensil, the whole top of cooking utensils that what? There is absorption. And what happens with absorption in the utensil? What happens? They spread. So the comparison, I hear the comparison, but it's not really a good comparison. Furthermore, the old Tanya, Homer Bahazam in the Rigo, the Rico Shkufa, the Homer Rico Shkufa in the Raja. Furthermore, there's a Brisa. What does the Brisa say? There's a Humra, there's a stringency that Hazah, what's that? Hazah means the halachas of when the garment gets stained with sacrificial blood. There's a Humra that Hazah has over Marika and Shkufa, and there's a Humra that was essentially when they say Hazah, what they're really referring to is what? What are they really referring to? Kibos, right? Because again, the Gemara suggesting is to a certain degree what kibos is to clothing. Ultimately, again, Marika and Shtifa is to Marika and Shtifa. Ultimately, again, is to Keilim. So therefore, the Gemara says there's a chumrah that Hazah has over Marika and Shtifa, and a chumrah that Marika and Shtifa has over Hazah. Here we go. Chumrah Hazah. The chumrah Hazah is Shazah Yeshna B'Chatos Achitzonos. The Yeshna L'Pnei Zrika. So the chumrah of Hazah of kibos is what's remember again. What does kibos apply to? Kibos only applies to chatos. Doesn't apply to anything else. So the chumrah number one that Hazah has over. That Hazah has over, kibos has over, has that it applies to both inner chatos and outer chatos, and ultimately again only applies before zrika, right? The blood before zrika, because the post zrika blood gets on clothing, as we saw yesterday, the day before. There's no given zrika. Whereas Marika Shtifa will say any carbonic matter that gets mixed in, ultimately again is going to be subject to Marika Shtifa. Marika Shtifa, what's called Marika Shtifa? Shamarika Shtifa no hagas, being the kachim kadash, Sham being the kachim kalim. Marika Shtifa applies to all kabbalas. Kachim kadashim, kachim kalim doesn't matter. On the other hand, they will say, remember, so kibos only applies to what? To katas. True, inner katas, outer katas, but that's only kachim kadashim. Bishul the mixas akli. Furthermore, if you cooked in part of a kli, the Gemara says, "Tell Marika Shtifa Polakli, Masha 18 Bazar." Furthermore, say, here it is, that's it. And furthermore, again, when it comes to Marika and Shtifa, even if you only cook in part of a kli, which part of the kli is Marika and Shtifa? Which part of the kli? The whole kli. And we'll say, Masha 18 Bazar, ultimately, again, which is not the same case by kibos. And like people say, what's halacha? When you have a stain on a garment, what part of the garment do you have to launder? Only the part of the garment with the stain, not the rest of the garment. Amalei, Tanya. Okay, so listen to this. Some guys, so I'm saying, okay, look, if that's what you got, that's what you got. Right? If you have a price like that, then I stand corrected. I will say, it turns out that the bottom line of the Gemara is halacha l'maisa. We saw this part. Kibus, you only have to launder the part of the kli ultimately again that has the stain. But by Marika and Shtifa, even if for argument's sake you only have sacrificial matter on part of the right, you're holding the kli at an angle, so it's clear. The carbonic matter only touched one part of the kli. Halacha l'maisa required Marika and Shtifa on the entire kli. So the Gemara says, what's the logic behind that? In the kli nechoshes mushana v'afilu mixas kli. Because the Pasuk says, and if you will cook carbonic matter in a kli nechoshes, right, in a copper utensil. And what he says, it doesn't say,
I want to talk about
if any
being
act
a
of
rabbi
bishul
and
occurs in the
the
utensil,
different types
and by
of
the way, when we say bishul, what does bishul include? Bishul can include the
smicha,
actual cooking or
the
pouring something
process,
hot
how
into it. You have
there's been some disconnect.
That is halacha l'maisa. So
But
you have sacrificial matter in a particular
now
utensil.
I want to talk about being a rabbi. Smicha, the different types, how there's been disconnect, how this relates to the Kohen Gadol.
When there is a blood on a garment, you only have to launder the
Well,
area of the stain, not the garment.
Mashiach be a rabbi.
We're going to stop over for today. I just want to show you
Just
just a
everything
short
about
idea of
rabbis.
Parsha. Again, we'll get to the rest of this in Restream tomorrow. So just a short idea. So the Parsha begins with the dreams of Para. What's incredible, so again, we're familiar with the story. I want to draw your attention to one pasuk. So Para has the first dreams about the cow. What happens? So the pasuk says they were very like dramatic dreams. As Vayikatz Para. Now Vayikatz from the Parsha bring down halacha l'maisa is not just like awake, like that he awakened, but Vayikatz means like he awakened with the start. He awakened with the start, right? In other words, there was something very troubling about the dreams, so he went, fell asleep, and he woke back up. Then it says, Vayishan, Vayakalom Shemus, he went back to sleep, he dreamt the second dream, and in that second dream, of course, is the second dream of the 7 sheaves, right? So we know, again, 7 large cows, 7 skinny cows, the skinny cows swallowing up the large cows, and then the same thing repeats itself with the sheaves. The Hashem Kaddish says something absolutely amazing. The Rebbe says, understand, Paro, you were so troubled by that first dream, Vayikatz, he wakes up. Then what happens 2 minutes later? He goes back to sleep. The Rebbe says that the whole avoda in life is that when you are jolted by sin, don't fall back asleep. The Rebbe says there are so many moments in life. And by the way, it could be moments of traumatic moments, it could be moments of bracha, it could be moments of inspiration, or just moments of wow, like something amazing has just occurred, like a lightning in my neshama. And there's a challenge in that moment. You have a choice. What's the choice? The choice is decide that this moment is going to be the new beginning. Right? From this moment on, I'm going to do things, I can't do it dramatically differently, but a little bit differently. This moment is going to inspire me to live differently, to behave differently, to happen differently, to learn differently. Or you go back to sleep. And the Rebbe says something amazing. He says, most people, after dramatic moments in life, just go back to sleep. Most of us are like, whoa, that was amazing. Okay, you know what it's like a hot day. You ever driving and literally again you have like a real significant near miss, right? And then what happens? Like for that next little bit, you're like, I'm never looking at my phone when I drive again, right? I'm gonna be all on. Until when? Until somebody sends you, here, I gotta look at it now, right? I can't wait. It's like amazing. We have these moments of this holiness, and then we just simply fall back asleep and fall back into our regular patterns of living. That's what a paddle does. A paddle has a dramatic thing. He's like, oh my gosh, what does this mean? Like 2 minutes later, he's just right back to sleep. Listen, life is filled. I was going to say life is filled with these woke moments, but that would be the wrong. That'd be the wrong terminology, right? Life is filled with these moments in life that awaken us, and our entire avoda is take them and use them as the fuel to live differently, to move ourselves in a different direction in life. Don't allow the dramatic and beautiful and holy inspirational moments to come and go and just fall back asleep. But when those moments occur, sometimes that one was not their traumatic moments. Sometimes they're happy moments. Sometimes they're inspiring moments. But every single day, these dream-like moments of life come. Take them, grab them, use them as fuel to live differently. But whatever you do, resist the temptation to fall back asleep. Let's take it back.
The fuck is that?
All right, that's what I'm saying. And I get Travis everyone. Take that as performance.
That's a massive shift. Some attempted to restore classical semicolor in the 16th century Tisfat, but it did not succeed long term. Rabbinic authority, where does it come from? Two sources. A, Torah command, Vesit kachol asher yorach. You shall follow what they instruct. This grants authority to recognize scholars. B, communal acceptance. A rabbi's authority functions only if the community recognizes it. There is no Vatican in Judaism. Authority is decentralized.
All right, Kabo said, good morning. Good morning. Let us begin the day by thanking all of our sponsors for this initiative. Our time with our sponsors for the month of Kislev Hava Alinu Tova. Adam Stein is to dedicate devotion this month. Many Adam Stein, Father Shlomo Stein, Shlomo Tzvi, Ruth, Ben Shimon, Zichron Vibracha, Simon Malka Esther Sim, in memory of their parents, Yitzchak Rabin, and Choli, Sarah Rachel Bas Bar Avram, Kinda Bas Nechafayim, and Mordechai Ben Yona. In memory of their gifts and parents, Sergeant Naftali Yona, according to Shemi Kingdom, Holy Kapi Chalik, in memory of Leah Bas Shua, Safin Shulamis Bas Shua, and Esther Bas Zechariah. I got three sponsors for today. I always share Steinberg and Skos. Continued help for Shulamis Hannah Bas Mishak, and an anonymous sponsorship. Although a few days belated, the sponsorship is in honor of the Nachum Shontel's birthday. I don't have to tell you. Hashem, and with deep gratitude for all of his kindness, generosity, and service to our beautiful Tehillah. May Hashem continue to provide you with health, Talmud Torah, spiritual growth, and very fine wine until 120. That's beautiful. Incredible. As with that, so let us begin, and of course, we dedicate our name to all of the neshamas that we're taking from us in the present time of Hashem, Hashem, having all the other families in the common house, I should be zot, and yes, Hashem, to the source, provost, for Am Yisrael. So let's with that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. Never enough time, but okay, we're gonna do our best. Today's daf is Tzadik Vav 96, and we are picking up in Nes Hashem on Tzadik Hey on the days 95B, and we left off yesterday again about an interesting shaila. The shaila was, what is the status of what we call bishul below bilua? What's the status? Halacha l'maaseh, if you cook something in a kli, but there's no absorption in that kli, is that considered ultimately again to be? Do we consider that that's problematic, or do we assume that some type of absorption occurred, or not? Well, we say it differently. Again, remember the charismatic case that you're always using was if you were to roast a chatas on a spit inside of an earthenware oven. Would you have to break the earthenware oven afterwards? Because that's an example of bishul. Cooking is a curry. There's no bilua, there's no absorption in there. Because remember, it's on the spit, and it's not putting against the side, it's not doing it. It's the actual utensil itself. So what is the halacha in such a scenario like that? You must touch them off. I'm not about it. How to show me, right? Matah has higher. So what's the night to touch them, which is inside, which is 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, about 18 lines after about it. Touch them off. I'm not about it. How to show me, right? Shamatah has higher. The oven, right? There was a timer in the base of the position that was made out of metal. It's not a metal. Now, also, the words these are like people of your low copies. The issue thing that at the end of the day, that it should below bilua, which means again cooking without any absorption. If you would think that halacha l'maaseh, that is not problematic, then ultimately the avishah pass. You should make the oven of the base maker out of earthenware, because again, I've always said the first the assumption is that the only thing that's being made in that oven is sacrificial meat. Sacrificial meat will not be sitting on the oven, rather will be on a spit. In which case, you get visual below the law, cooking without absorption, and if that's not a problem, then make it out of earthenware. Tushmore says, no, there is an issue. Even the eat the shiar in the knuckles, that yes, no, because cooking carbonos is not the only thing that you would do in that oven. Rather, what else would you be doing in that oven? You would be going ahead and baking off the leftover knuckles. Remember again, this is a meat offering. What's the part that's offered up on the Mizbeah? Right, to the pizza. Everything else is going. So if you're going where you're preparing the rest of that, probably is a problem in the base of the knuckles. Now again, remember, for the knuckles, the way often you would
No.
how do you take off the meat up? So again, you make it into a dough and you stick it on the side of the oven. Remember, it's not on the stick, obviously. So because that's actually being cooked with direct contact to the oven, therefore, a lot of them have to use metal. Because if you were to use earthenware, then there would be a broaching, and then again, you have to break the oven, each and every time. Okay, the mercy, the Igabishal will be law of the Shalom Traffic. So since ultimate, sorry, that's on the other side of the yeah, just don't bring it up my review. End of the year review is like, I did get the floor stuff. Says as follows. Remember, so since there is visual and visual, so since ultimately again it is both cooking and absorption, therefore halacha l'maisa you have to make it out of metal. So it's like an interesting fact, just right. So there was an oven of base mikdash, ultimately again made out of metal, cannot be made out of earthenware. Why? Because halacha l'maisa there was both visual and visual. You were cooking and absorption. Interesting, not from meat, but from what? From the knuckles. So you might listen to this. The is actually very interesting. This was a particular oven, and the oven was smeared with fat, with animal fat. Taking a good Rashi, Rashi says over here, it's talking about almost right across the Rashi. Meaning, Kikuyu, Shosimilan, it touched in Akanra Ba'al Yobo, Salachan, Akash that's full of these champagne as well as something to do with they smear the oven with fat, animal fat, kosher fat. And then what they would do is they would bake oven in that oven, bake bread in that oven. Again, once you remember how to make some commercial, how are you baking bread? It's not like we bake like that wrap. They would take it's kind of like if you ever learned sewing on the seeds, like the way they bake pita often, right? You take a piece of dough and you slap it against the side of the oven, and that's how it bakes. So again, that's how they bake bread. So in this piece of the year, they smear the side of the oven with like schnapped animal fat, and they bake the bread on there. Okay, so what? So Asra Rabba Bar Ahilai the Mifnei the Mifnei Rabba Bar Ahilai said the bread is awesome. The bread is awesome. You're not allowed to eat that bread at all. Now let's say, now again, remember what's the problem with this? Because we're talking about kosher animal fat, right? This is not like not a kosher animal fat, a product over here. So this kosher animal fat, they were smearing it on. Why can't you eat the bread forever? So this is actually totally different halacha. Rashi says the olam. Now again, Mark said it's outside. Why? Because you want to say, interestingly enough, well, actually, that's what it's about. But even just with salt, why is that? Because we're afraid that you may come to eat with kusach. Well, so remember again, what's kusach? Kusach is everyone's favorite Babylonian dip, right? Which is made out of curdled milk and moldy bread. One of those things that we do, right? Just eat it, right? Just eat it. So that's milk mix. You just step in halacha, and we're actually doing this to cover. You are not allowed to make flaked bread. You can't make flaked bread or milk bread. You can't make bread. Bread always has to be powdered. The reason for that is since bread is often eaten with both meat and milk meals, the concern is if you make a flaked bread, bread is bread. So a person can sit down to a flaked meal, so a milk meal, not realizing that the bread is flaked and go ahead and eat it, or vice versa. It's actually not a interesting halakha in general, so you can't, this comes up, it actually does come up. A person bakes challah, a person is baking challah because at the time that they're preparing for Shabbos, one has to be careful that bread cannot be milk or flakes. Now again, There are ways to do this. Like in other words, if you change the shape of the bread, like in other words, if the bread has a unique shape which indicates its designation as multi-circular shapes, potentially you can do that. If there's a particular type of bread, for example, industrially potato bread, often milk. So because that's known, so okay, that could work. But again, in a general sense, you can't make bread milk extraction. Therefore, watch this case of the bread. You have an oven, you smear the oven with animal fat. Then they bake bread in the oven. Rabbi Bar Ailoi said that bread is usher. You can't eat it. Why? We're afraid lest you come to eat it with kusa, which will then be eating fleshy bread with a milk kit. So basically, what is the kasha? In Russian, it's a isa b'chala. Can't eat bread with milk. In Russian, if you did so, kala pash, ashula asura, this may have the lavera. And again, emotion. So what's that? Right? If you did need bread with milk, the bread is usher because of her de la vera. Again, once the her de la vera, we're afraid that you're going to eat the milk bread with a fleshy meal. Kiyotzigo, similarly, ein touching esatana ba'alya. You cannot smear an oven with fat, right? So you can't smear an oven with fat. And it wasn't, the reason you do that, remember again, is because obviously the more fat on it, it's gonna cook better. This is touch, and if you did so, Kola Pasula Sura. And the dinner is going to be usher Achiyasik es Hatanor until you go ahead and you kasher the oven. Now, both say, what is this price to show? Same halachos, right? In other words, same core halacha, which means you can't make fleshy bread. But this price adds in a very important detail, which is, what do you do if you did coat your oven with animal fat? What do you do? What is the answer? Kasher it. What are you thinking there? That you can kasher it. That contradicts Rabbi Bar Yochai. Because Rabbi Bar Yochai said at the end of the day, once you smear that oven with animal fat, you can't do anything with it. You're out. Right? The oven is uncasherable. This is a repetition ultimately again of Rabbi Bar Yochai's statement. Okay, 3 minutes is 1 second. I'm going to do the Rashi. It's in the Acham the Tosa Bar Yochai. So if that's the case, that Rabbi Bar Yochai is wrong. So the first what this sounds like over here. Now remember, whenever we talk about an oven, we are assuming what is the oven made of? What's the default assumption? Earthenware. That's the default assumption. So now what's happening over here is, you are telling us that there is a way to cast the earthenware. That's really to be upset, right? Because somebody said, if you cook the oven with animal fat, that's it, you're out. When you say you're out, is you can never bake bread in that oven. You can do whatever else you want to. You can make fleshits in that oven, but you cannot bake bread in that oven. Then the Gemara disproved that, right? The Gemara said, no, you can kasher it. In other words, you can't bake bread in that oven until you kasher it, which indicates to us that you can kasher an earthenware utensil. So the Gemara is only Ravina Ravashi, in the Akadi, first wide down and bottom, if in the Akadi, close to Rabbi Eloi, now that we've disproven Rabba Bar Ailoi, right? So we've disproven him. And ultimately, again, you can kasher an earthenware utensil. Amai Amarav. So then, why did Rav say Kederos bePesach Yishavu? Why do you have to smash chametz earthenware utensils? Right? Why can't you kasher them? Why can't you kasher them? So the Gemara says, Amalei Rav Muti Leahu B'Shamakachas. First of all, who says the Bryce is talking about an earthenware utensil? The Bryce that permitted you to kasher the oven, maybe it's a metal oven, right? Who says that it's talking about earthenware? Or otherwise, the Levi Sema, the Tanra Shochares, Zes Komibifnim, Zes Komibachot. Or so here's the difference also. Or so possibility one is maybe when we see the kasher an oven, he's talking about a metal oven, not an earthenware oven. Or no, maybe he's talking about an earthenware oven. But also here's the difference. You can kasher earthenware. When can you kasher earthenware? When the fire is ignited inside of the utensil. When can't you kasher earthenware? When the fire is outside of the utensil. So in an oven, in an earthenware oven, where is the utensil? Oh, sorry, where is the fire? Inside. Now, what's the logic there? The logic there is you see the difference between the intensity of a fire, ignited inside of a kli versus outside of a kli. So if you're igniting fire inside the kli, then you can kasher it. If you're and when the Gemara says that you can't go ahead and kasher earthenware utensils for Pesach, what is that talking about? A regular earthenware utensil. Where's the fire going to go? outside of the plate that you can't catch. Which I will say about this before we go on. What a ridiculously amazing Musa Haskim. Right? You can pretty much capture anything as long as what? As long as the fire's on the inside. As long as the fire's on the inside. You can even go ahead and capture an earthenware utensil, right? Remember again, earthenware absorbs everything. It absorbs everything. So you can capture whatever you want as long as halacha l'maisa, the fire is on the inside. If the fire is just on the outside, right? If the fire is something external, the fire is not something that's a part of you, then the truth is there are fewer things that you have the ability to capture. And if you're willing to ignite yourself from within, if you're willing to work on yourself from within, if you're willing not just to make external cosmetic changes in your life, but you're really willing to do that heavy lifting inside yourself and ignite that fire inside, you can capture absolutely anything. Incredible. To which the Gemara says, if that's the case. So it says, if that's the case, then now that has something with him. So again, so why not go ahead and do that? So why not go ahead and then even put pencils on Pesach? Why not go ahead and ignite the fire on the inside? Which the Gemara says, what are we concerned about? We're concerned that halacha l'maisa, if you ignite the fire on the inside, the flame might break. So in general, we find this in kashrut. That halacha l'maisa, whenever we're concerned that if the utensil is going to break, you're not going to properly kashrut. So therefore, again, by earthenware utensils on Pesach, we're concerned that if you put that fire on the inside, the flame itself is going to break, and if you're not going to kashrut properly. Incredible. Therefore, the Gemara says, "Hi, Kovia." This Kovia, Kovia actually says over here very interesting is Kovia is Ra'atim Chalulim Kamin Shisa. It's literally a ring, an earthenware ring that is heated up and that's cooking it. The Gemara says, "Hi, Kovia has Seiko Mibakot." Ultimately, again, it's fired up on the outside, and therefore, ultimately, again, it's going to be also, let's say, by Pesach. Because halacha l'maisa by Pesach, you can't capture it because the fire is on the outside, half of Tzaddik blood. Ella, Togedo Shal Mikdash Amayi Shadu. Right? But halacha l'maisa again, so the Togedo Shal Mikdash, what you see now, watch this, this is incredible. Really incredible. So now, I don't understand. At the end of the day, it's actually pretty dramatic. Why? Because halacha l'maisa, when you begin to see, is that you can capture earthenware. You can capture earthenware. Right? How do you capture earthenware? As long as the fire is on the inside. So if that's the case, this entire time, remember, what have we been dealing with? So we've been discussing this idea that when you're using earthenware utensils for carbonic matter, what do you have to do with it? Break it, right? Because it's going to have absorptions. So now, halacha l'maisa, the Gemara says, I don't understand. At the end of the day, why do you have to break it? Why not go ahead and instead just put it back in a kiln, right? Fire it back up. Because remember again, I can capture earthenware utensils, number one, and as long as the fire is on the inside, you're good to go. So if that's the case, why do you have to break the utensils of the Beis Hamikdash? Why not instead go ahead and just put it back in a kiln, fire it back up, and capture it? Incredible. Incredible. The fish and ocean keep showing us Yerushalayim. So the say you can't make kilns in Yerushalayim. You can't make sure, why can't you make kilns in Yerushalayim? In those things you show Yerushalayim, you should kushra because of the smoke to the Mir Baba Kama. Let's say Yerushalayim requires us to go out and take care of her. Right? Yerushalayim is the center of our universe. And as such, Yerushalayim requires us, demands of us, that we exercise tremendous care with her. So you can't create kilns in Yerushalayim. Just like the book said, by the way, it's very important. Like if you're in Yerushalayim, you see a piece of garbage on the ground, you have to pick it up. You have to pick it up. Right? You can use a tissue. Right? But you have to pick it up. Right? It's Yerushalayim. So therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, the Gemara says you can't go ahead and create kilns in Yerushalayim because of the smoke that it will create. Therefore, there is no way to capture the earthenware utensil. If the osin ashpasos ba'azara, or what is that? Okay. So you're fine. I got it. So no kills. Therefore, I can't go ahead and capture the utensils. Fine. Now let's say that here's the other problem. So in any given day, it sounds like you're going to have mounds of broken earthenware utensils in the base of the trash. So the Gemara says you could create. There's no problem with creating garbage dumps in the base of the trash. So there's this mounds of broken utensils. And we'll say, yeah, ready for this. This is absolutely amazing. I'm not naive. The Osen Hashpasas Ba'azara. Ishtamite Hadikani Shmaya Bekolmavo. So Abaye apparently forgot the statement of Shmaya. Shmaya made it in Kolmavo. Rashi says Kolmavo is the name of a place. So he forgot. People say, by the way, Kolmavo, Rashi says here is Shem Makom Shenikra Al Shem Avodas Kochavim. It's actually incredible. Kolmavo was a name. There was a Avodah Zarah called Nevo. Right? So Kolmavo was the name of a place, and that was the place got its name from the Avodah Zarah. So Abaye forgot that which Shmaya said in Kolmavo. And what did Shmaya say in Kolmavo? Shivrei Klecheres Nivla'im Bin Kolmon. Wow. What's one of the miracles of the Beis HaMikdash was that the pottery shards got absorbed in place. I'm just ignoring it, right? Both of them, right? Absolutely. Come on. Something has to move you. Right there, this is absolutely incredible. The broken pottery shard was like juggle fire around here, you know what I mean? Okay, it wasn't on. Right, so nice. Again, one of the incredible miracles is that the pottery shards were swallowed up in the ground of the Beis HaMikdash. So there's a lot to talk about over here. We don't have a lot of time, but just two quick things. First, therefore, again, there was no garbage dumped in the Beis HaMikdash. Why? Because halacha l'maisa, the shards were miraculously swallowed up. So two things to comment on here. Number one, if you notice what happens, so Abaye is not. So you can't make a killing in Yerushalayim because of the smoke. But there's no problem making a garbage dump because at the end of the day, you can have a mound of earth shards. So the Gemara says, Abaye forgot that which Shmaya said in Kolmavo. So the obvious shaila is, who cares where Shmaya said it? Who cares where he said it? Just tell me that Shmaya said that it was a miracle. Why did you have to say that Shmaya said in Kolmavo? And furthermore, Kolmavo is a place that's named for Avodah Zarah. So why are you mentioning the name of the place? Elamai, what is the Gemara teaching us? No matter where you are, you can find Kedusha. Even if you are in Kolmavo, even sometimes you don't choose your location in life. Sometimes life puts you somewhere. And often we think that if we find ourselves in a place that we don't want to be, our ability to achieve and acquire Kedusha is going to be limited. It's not true. Wherever you are, HaKadosh Baruch Hu is, and wherever you and HaKadosh Baruch Hu are, there's limitless possibilities for Kedusha. So the Gemara goes out of its way to say, where did they talk about this miracle? In a place called Kolmavo, a place named for idolatry. The both said, do you know how much idolatry has to happen in a particular location for the place to be called by the name of the idol? I don't know, but I would imagine a lot, right? I would imagine it's not like recreational idolatry happening over there, right? They're not just dabbling in idolatry over there. If they name the place, that's mamish like a makom of avodah zarah. But even in a makom of avodah zarah, there is still great ruchnius to be found if you're willing to push and exert yourself. That's number one. Number two, I say, what's the message of this miracle? Just clean up the trash. That's just love to create a miracle. And he cleans up the trash every single time that earthenware shard. So let's just appreciate the tremendous most hospital on that as well, which is man is nimshal with clean. Man is nimshal with clean. Man, a person is prepared to use utensil. Specifically, what type of utensil? The earthenware utensil. Adam yisodom le'afad b'sof like just like where's the earthly utensil come from? It comes from the earth. Man also comes from the earth. So let's see what happens a lot of times in life. A lot of times in life, my tree breaks. Have variety of different things. We all have those moments where we just break. And many of us, we break each and every day. What happens with your shards? The Mishpacha who says, just bring them to me. Just bring them to the Beis HaMikdash. And I got you. We'll swallow them up, and we'll just start again. the most beautiful part of embedding yourself in a life of Kedusha is you get as many do-overs as you need. I think to yourself, well, one second, what about all the whole pile of shards from all of my life failures, from all the things that went wrong, from all the wrong things he says, don't worry, I'll swallow them up. I'll take care of your shards. Right, just put your shards down in the mikdash. Just bring your shards to me. I'll swallow them up, and we will start all. I'm saying that sometimes we think to ourselves, like, what are we lacking when we don't have a base on mikdash? And about a beautiful base of Knesset, a beautiful base, a beautiful human, like, what are we lacking? We're lacking things like this. The ability to bring your personalistic shot to the base of mikdash. Put it on again, the part where I'm broken, that I'm ready to start again. And then see the Ribbon Shalom swallow up your shards and notice you have a brand new start. Ain't it this what an incredible sight I must have been, and how that is also makes them to see. I was says like that. So the Gemara says, Ella, how do I'm not sorry, so I Rabbi said that the Tanur, there was an oven in the base of Mikdash was made out of metal. So the Gemara says, so what about that? What that was Hava? Now there's a Kaddish. That's a new thing. But now based on what we said, you could have made that oven out of earthenware. Right? Because Halacha L'maisa, again, we just established that earthenware can be kasher from the inside. To which the Gemara says, the paper is the Ifish Ke'elech and Lechem Apam and Das Yas in the Tanor, who could be shot in the Tanor, Havlik Bishai. So it's interestingly enough, now it's going to happen like this. There was an oven in the Beit Mikdash. That oven was made out of metal. The Gemara says, but why? You could have used it out of earthenware, because now we've established earthenware can be captured as long as what? It is fired up from within. So therefore, again, the Gemara says, Halacha L'maisa. So why not go and make it out of earthenware? Krishna says, here's the issue. We had the Shtin HaLechem and the Lechem HaPanim. Remember again, there were certain breads which were actively baked inside of the Beis HaMikdash and were part of the avoda in the Beis HaMikdash. So Lechem HaPanim, the showbread, right? The showbread, Shei HaLechem, which is the offering of Shavuos. These were baked inside that tanor. Because they were baked inside the tanor, having the kisharis. The apam is not simply just like a functional utensil to bake stuff off, but rather what? Ultimately, again, it was halacha l'maisa. It was halacha l'maisa kisharis, service utensil. And because it's a service utensil, kisharis teferes lo apina. You can't make the service utensil out of earthenware. So what's isn't that incredible? So we got started with Sugya thinking that the oven was more just like a functional utensil to go ahead and functional utensil to go and take stuff off. It turns out that it's actually a klisharis, and because it's a klisharis, you can't go ahead and make it out of earthenware. Amadeus. Because remember those Yehuda who says no, an a klisharis does not have to be made out of gold or silver, but can even be made out of wood. Even he says wood about the cheres low, but ultimately again it cannot be made out of earthenware. So I'll say, so amazingly enough, halacha l'maisa, the Gemara says you can't have it made out of earthenware, and therefore again the oven itself has to be metal. Incredible. So this is a great story. Today that's just incredible. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Yitzchak Bar Yehuda was commonly around, was often around, was Rami Bar Chama. Okay, so now what this seems like this. Rabbi Yitzchak Bar Yehuda was learned by Rami Bar Chama. That's where he learned by. What happened? Shafgei v'azra sheshes. It's pretty incredible. One day, he decided to go to a different shir. Right, he left Rami Bar Chama, and he went to learn by Rav Sheshes. They will say, watch this. Yom Echad, Pagab Bey, one day, Rami Bar Chama ran into Rav Yitzchak. So remember again, just so we get the names right. Rav Yitzchak learned by Rami Bar Chama, and ultimately again, and he went ahead and he left Rami Bar Chama to go to Rav Sheshes. One day, Rami Bar Chama meets Rav Yitzchak. Yom Echad, Pagab Bey, Amalei, Allah, Pita, Nakton, Recha, Asi, Lo, Liad. So this was a Talmudic expression. So literally what it means is like this. It means the nobleman takes your hand, his scent is transferred over to you. Now, what does this mean? So this is an expression that people use, that sometimes people want to hang out, right? They want to associate with chashiv people because they feel it makes them look more important, right? So let's say, I guess like your students to become more important. You can go ahead and work on yourself, or you can just hang out with important people. So it takes a lot less effort to hang out with important people than it does to go out and work on yourself. So this is a pretty sharp exchange. So apparently, Rabbi Bar is giving a little bit of musr for Yitzchak. He says, you left the shir. You left the shir, right? And you went to go ahead and learn with the Sheshes. So I guess you think that by associating with greater people, you're going to be greater yourself. So the Gemara says, what do you think, that because you now learn the bar of Sheshes, that you're like Rav Sheshes? You actually like a pretty sharp exchange. So look at Rashi is over here. This is often like a metaphor used for arrogant people. He says, so sometimes if you hang out with Hashem people, so therefore again people will get me as Hashem also. So again, so this was the motion that Yitzchak was giving to. Sorry, Rabbi was giving to Yitzchak. So this is Yitzchak. So he says, so first of all, Yitzchak says, no, that's not why I left your shir. I'll tell you why I left your shir, like Rabbi Bar Kama's shir, to go to Rav Shesh's shir, for a very simple reason. He said, Rabbi, when I ask you Rabbi Bar Kama a question, you answer me with svara, with logic. With logic, therefore, what happens when you answer with logic? When you answer with logic, you find a statement of a Tana that repeats the logic is repeated. There's nothing more to talk about. Rashi says, when I ask Rav Sheshes a question, Rav Sheshes answers my question ultimately again with the statement of a Tana. And therefore, again, therefore, even if there is another contradictory Mishnah or Brisa, okay, it's okay. You could have two different Mishnahs or two different verses.
So an individual who engages in after snoring, taking from others typically in the form of charitable gift, a corollary word, but
Sheshes always answers questions with Tanaic statements. So Tanaic statements can't be refuted because
the term snorer is generally regarded as derogatory and expanded to refer to anyone who is not quite making it socially, financially, or in appearance life, and has generated a pollution of Jewish legends, stories, and jokes. But all humor aside, Jewish communities have historically done honorable work of accommodating and supporting snorers with dignity. Many contemporary Jewish communities have a special board to whom traveling collectors can present their bona fide medical bills letters from local rabbis, considered in exchange for a letter of recommendation known as a
So he asked the following Shaila, back remember again, what's Marika and Shtipa?
With these letters in hand, they go door to door, identifying church members through the scroll and write to Noah and Candace and guide people like the nation's largest one. Communities may also make accommodations available so that the collectors can minimize expenses accrued during their travels. In times gone by, many communities supported Hekadesh, even for sacred place, where wayfarers and other indigent could find lodging. Since these places were often somewhat neglected, the term has come to refer to a messy place, along with the lines of Chazah Shtal. It is repeated the Meshula. Literally, agent of Meshula refers to one who is collecting funds for a cause other than themselves and his immediate family. These typically include social service organizations or institutions of Torah scholarship. Since the Middle Ages, there has been a stream of Meshulakim traveling from the Holy Land of diaspora to give Jews the merit of supporting those who make their homes of the sacred soil of Israel. Meshulach, the land of Israel, was known as a Shadar, an acronym for Shelach Jerabalam, an agent of the Lord, presumably since the Rebbe of the Holy Land, an outstanding scholar to represent the cause to communities
only the part
Presumably,
that has
since
the
the rabbis of the
stain, not the rest of
often
the clothing.
choose
So
non-strings
Rambam Kama
rather
wants
to
to
represent
suggest
their
the
cause
same
to
way
each
by
part.
Hazal,
In
we have the
Chabad
only part of
parlance,
the
the term is
clothing
also used to
that
select
has the
Hasidim
stain
whose
stolen by
responsibilities
Marika
include
and Shkita,
raising
only have to
funds
leave it to
for
the part
the
of the
religious
Kli that
institutions.
has the sacrificial matter, but the rest of the Kli that did not come in contact, Halakha
Oh,
Lamaisa, there's an obligation to Marika and Shkita. So let's listen to this. So this says, Rabbi,
Achana
Lo
Skala, many
Hanavi,
poor folk
once
manage
again,
to eke out a
you're
living without
answering
relying
me
on
from
others until
logic,
their children
right?
reach
Which is
marital
great,
age.
but logic
At the expense of having a respectful wedding and
there's no Mishnah,
but the new
there's no
couple
Brisa,
proved beyond their modest
that
means.
says like that.
People collecting money to marry off their children may state that
So
they
Rabbi
are
Kama
collecting
says, I think
for
logically,
Nosas
right? So
Kala,
here it is, right?
bringing in
I
the
think
bride,
logically
which the
that a
Mishnah
utensil should be no
lists as a
different than a
cause so
garment.
special
Not
that it pays immediate dividends to the donor in this world, and the principle still awaits them in the
in
world
the
to come.
same way, ultimately, again,
Kiska, the
that
mitzvahs,
beggar only
after they
requires
receive a
kibos in the
donation,
place
and
of the
often
stain.
even before, a
So too,
collector
again,
may
a
tell
kli should
a
only require
prospective
Marika
patron,
Shlipa in the
Kiska,
place where
the
halacha
mitzvahs,
l'maisa
may you
the
merit to
cooking took
mitzvahs.
place.
This
Okay, well,
reflects
that's
the
logic.
rabbinic notion
Amalei.
that the
So again,
reward
what's
for
this
a good
now?
deed
So
is
now
the
it is
ability
so
to
challenging
perform
logic.
another one.
Midam, you have to be
Tzedakah,
prepared.
despite the negative connotations attached to the term shneur, the collector himself may feel
So
little
first of
shame
all,
in
the
what he's doing.
comparison is
On
not
the
really
contrary,
good.
he may feel
When
what
blood
he's doing.
splatters on a garment of outside,
He may feel that he is doing his villages a favor by allowing them to contribute to a worthy cause,
where it lands is
to
where
the
it
worthy
lands, and
cause he
that's it.
represents.
On the other hand, when
This
you're
ties
cooking
indirectly
utensils, a
to the
whole
word
cup of
tzedakah,
cooking utensils,
which is often translated as charity, but actually
absorption.
means
And what
justice.
happens with
For a Jew
absorption
to give
to
money
utensil? What
to another
happens?
is not an act of
It spreads.
generosity or
It
largesse,
spreads. So the
rather it is
I
an
hear
honest
the
reflection of
comparison,
the way
but it's not really a good
of the world,
comparison.
as
Furthermore,
everything
for all
belongs to
Tanya,
God,
Homer
and he gives one person
in
more than
Shlipa, the
another,
Homer Riko
so
Shlipa
that they
Mirazah.
may
Furthermore,
perfect his
there's a
world by
Brisa. What does the Brisa
redistributing the
say?
wealth
There is a
accordingly.
Humrah, there's a stringency that
Tzedakah is
Hazah
better
was saying.
translated
Hazah
as
means
righteousness
halachas
or a
of when
means
the
of
garment
setting the
gets
world right.
stained with sacrificial blood. There's a Chumrah that Hazah has over Marika and Shlipa, and there's a Chumrah which was like, essentially, when they say Hazah, what they're really referring to is what? What are they really referring to? Kibbutz. Kibbutz, right? Because again, what the Gemara suggesting is to a certain degree, what kibbutz is to clothing,
Never allowed to
ultimately
pursue
again,
God,
Marika
the
and
fellow but
Shlipa
you
is
gave
to
him
Marika
to
and
eat.
Shlipa, ultimately again, is to
Would the emperor not lock
so
you
therefore,
up?
the Gemara says there's a Chumrah that Hazah has over Marika
God
and
made the
Shlipa,
beggar,
and a
God made
Chumrah that
his
Marika
hunger,
and Shlipa
let
has over
God
Hazah.
give
There you
him
go.
his daughter.
Chumrah Hazah, the Chumrah
And
Hazah
yet,
is
what if
Shazah Yeshna Bakashal
you
Sachitzanos.
ask Rabbi Akiva, what if it were sometime whom the emperor let go withholding his daily bread, but you gave him to eat? Would the emperor not love you? Whenever God conceals his love, can be revealed. Whenever God conceals his love, that love can be revealed to you.
Right? The blood before Zrika. Because if post Zrika blood gets on clothing, as we saw yesterday, the day before, there's no din of Zrika. Whereas Marika Shlipa also any carbonic matter that gets mixed in, ultimately again, is going to be
Ran in
subject
the
to
backyard. There was once a fellow who would regularly collect alms from Jewish maggot known as Yashas. We are claiming that the money was for his impoverished mother, Time passed, his mother passed on. When his son next came to collect his regular stipend, Veer's assistant challenged him. Your mother is no longer among the living. Why are you here now? Just 1 second, Chef. I have to wait. It's bad enough that I am mourning my dear mother. You want the Veer to lose his mitzvah as well?
Furthermore, again, when it comes to Marika and Shlipa,
It's a great story.
only cook in part
Really?
of the Kli, which part of the Kli requires Marika and Shlipa? Which part of the
That we're
Kli?
gonna fucking do more about
The whole Kli. And we'll say Masha'inkin has ultimately again, which is not the same case by kibbutz. Because by kibbutz,
right now.
when you have a stain on the garment, what part of the garment do you have to launder?
We're covering a lot
Only
more
the
shit.
part
Listen
of
to this.
the garment with the stain, not the rest of the garment. Amalei, Kanya. Okay, so it says, listen to this. So I'm sorry. So I'm saying, okay, look, if that's what you got, that's what you got, right? In other words, if you have a brisa like that, then I stand corrected. So it turns out that the bottom line of the Gemara is halacha l'maisa. We saw this part. Kibbutz, you only have to launder the part of the kli.
Work on its own. We'll do that one later. Let's do cover since we'll be doing.
Even if, for argument's sake, you only have sacrificial matter on part of the right, you're holding the kli at an angle, so it's clear. The carbonic matter only touched one part of the kli. Halacha l'maisi required Rikin Shiva on the entire food. So you must retain what's the logic behind that? In the clean of Hoshes Kushana, Tafinu Mixastri. As well as the Pasuk says, and if you will cook carbonic matter in a clean of Hoshes, right in the copy utensil, and what do you see from there? It doesn't say the whole utensil. If any artificial occurs in the utensil, and by the way, we say bishul, what does bishul include? Bishul can include either actual cooking or pouring something hot into it. You have to capture the head. And I will say that is halacha l'maisa. So anytime you have sacrificial matter in a particular utensil, halacha l'maisa, again, even if it only comes in contact with part of the utensil, you must do marika and shtufa on the entire utensil, as opposed to kibus, when there is a step chatas blood on a garment, you only have to launder the area of the stain, not the garment in its entirety. So let's say we're going to stop over for today. I just want to show you just a short idea of the parsha. Again, we'll get to the rest of this in Restream tomorrow. We'll say, so just a short idea. So the parsha begins with the dreams of Paro. What's incredible, so again, we're familiar with the story. I want to draw your attention to one pasuk. So Paro has the first dreams about the cow. What happens? So the pasuk says they were very dramatic dreams. Vayikatz Paro. Now Vayikatz, the Marshim bring down halacha l'maisa. It's not just like awake, like that he awakened, but Vayikatz means like he awakened with the start. You're looking at the stuff, right? In other words, there was something very troubling about the dreams, so he fell asleep and he woke back up. Then it says, Vayishon, Vayachalom Shemus, he went back to sleep. He dreamt the second dream, and in that second dream, of course, is the second dream of the 7 sheep. So we know, again, 7 large cows, 7 skinny cows, the skinny cows swallowing up the large cows, and then a same thing repeats itself with the sheep. The Hashem HaKadosh says something absolutely amazing. The Rebbe says, understand, Paro, you were so troubled by that first dream, by Yikatz, he wakes up. Then what happens 2 minutes later? Goes back to sleep. Then it says that the whole avoda in life, when you are jolted by sleep, don't fall back asleep. It says there are so many moments in life. And by the way, it could be moments of traumatic moments. It could be moments of bracha. It could be moments of inspiration. But just moments where you're like, wow, like something amazing has just occurred, like a lightning in my neshama. And there's a challenge in that moment. You have a choice. What's the choice? The choice is to decide that this moment is going to be the new beginning. Right? From this moment on, I'm going to do things differently, dramatically differently, but a little bit differently. This moment is going to inspire me to live differently, to behave differently, to happen differently, to learn differently. Or you can go back to sleep. And the Rebbe says something amazing. He says most people
that was tight.
Dramatic moments in
Kabod
life,
Wimbledon, fucking island.
most of us are like, whoa, that was amazing.
Are you done?
Know, it's like what happened. You ever driving?
I'm done with this bullshit. Why would you do? Baby, we're in survival mode. But when we're firing on all cylinders.
And then what happens? Like for that next little bit, you're like, I'm never looking at my phone when I
yeah, baby.
Right? I'm gonna be all on until
now what?
Until somebody sends
when
you,
a burp.
a GIF. Then I gotta look at it now. I can't wait.
Really? Why not?
It's like amazing. We have these moments of this odorous, and then we just simply fall back to sleep and fall back into our
Go fuck yourself.
of living. That's what a paro does. A paro has a dramatic dream. He's like, oh my gosh, what does this mean? Like 2 minutes later, he's just right back to sleep. So life is filled. I was going to say life is filled with these woke moments, but that would be the wrong terminology, right? Life is filled with these moments in life that awaken us, and our entire avoda is take them and use them as the fuel to live differently, to move ourselves in a different direction in life. Don't allow the dramatic and beautiful and holy inspirational moments to come and go and just fall back asleep. And when those moments occur, sometimes that moment is not a dramatic moments. Sometimes they're happy moments. Sometimes they're inspiring moments. But every single day,
yes,
these
ma'am.
dream-like moments elements of life
Play real quick.
take them,
So you don't have to be waiting on me.
use them
Yes,
as
ma'am.
fuel to live differently. But whatever you do, resist the temptation to fall back asleep. José Chávez. All right, come on, Zoom. It'll be a Chávez every day. Chávez.
I'm starting to say stop. No Brandon. Okay. Man.
You were dominant yesterday.
Oh no.
Get it.
That was good. That was good pick yesterday. Rob was getting better.
Yes, ma'am.
Now you gotta get Zeus to get better, everybody.
Miss Aquarius, that may be an impossible task. Get one. Get this.
What is that noise? Me. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out. So it's hitting me fast. Oh, coming.
Ultimately, again, trying to figure out the multiple different kavanos, which one comes first. So the Mishnah said,
Get it.
Nicer called them the Ophos. So remember, again, nicer behima comes before a bulldog.
That was great.
Thank you.
Birds should come first. Why? Because they're country Kadesh, or it looks like it actually says over here.
Whoa.
You put split.
Get it. No doubt. Are you serious? Oh, this is garbage, Miss Aquarius. This is like the toughest shot ever. Whoa. Get it.
No, you got it.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Give me this. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
Yay.
That's what we needed. There we go. Give me one more right here. I want the cherry on top. Here we go. Give it to me. Give it to me. Oh, I'll take it. That was a strong finish. You win, I win. I win, you win. Miss Aquarius is going to have a fun time tonight. What are you doing with your friend?
Going out because me and Dizzy and my other friend, we're going out of town. So Adrian's not going to be able to celebrate with Cynthia for her birthday. So we're going out to celebrate tonight. We're not going to be able to see Adrian. Adrian's not going. So
Very nice.
if it was this week, she'd be able to go.
You going to grown folks?
Yeah, that's Cynthia's place.
Good for Cynthia. Give it. Oh,
Get it.
Give it to me.
If you have
Yeah.
a touching color, which by the way is lower essentially sacrificial. So we have touching color that's taken up for the Sita, which makes Sita's color. Prior to Sita,
Miss Aquarius, you're gonna get these three. I have no doubt. They shouldn't even make you roll.
Nope. Sorry.
That's
There
right.
you go, success.
That's
Okay.
right.
Really should be positive. I like that. Okay.
100%. All right, I need to get these 5, or there's 6. Oh, and I only got 5. Get it.
Yeah.
An amazing spare. That was great. You're welcome. No doubt here. No doubt there. Thank you, ma'am.
In my face.
Get it. All but one, but that's a big score. She has 44 folks.
You got it straight. Nope. You got it.
Big time. That's garbage. Give it. Little. Get it.
Nope.
No.
It's okay.
No. Yep. I've got this one, no doubt. Perfect. That's what I'm talking about. And now I'm going to get this. That's all right. You win, I win. I win, you win. Undefeated at bowling. Undefeated in friendship.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Aquarius. Thanks for giving me the heads up. And I hope you have a wonderful time with your friends.
I will. So when I come in here, you'll be asleep.
Oh, I'll be hopefully far into dream land.
Yeah. All right. See you in the morning.
Sweet. Have fun, Mr. Aquarius. Take care. God willing.
See you. God willing.
Excellent.
My God, did the husband and listen when I'm talking about a case of what? I took the urine out. I took the urine out before his visa. And then what did I do? I brought them back in. Now the shy ladies, can I go ahead and set up Ubahapli Marsavar Mifsli Yotze? So one of the units says that once you take it out, each muscle, you can buffer it up. Marsavar Mifsli Yotze. Another unit says no, it does not become muscle as a result of having taken it out. Amra Baba, no. In the other I live with you, but say when you bring it back, every one of these, I should say, no one disagrees. So says, let's not go in this case. Bahacha, the Isidu Atroy. Was saying here the issue is only what? Halacha Lamaisa, the sacrificial item, the limbs, are outside. The single Avlai. So Bahachi, let's listen to this. So the fundamental matter is over here is where Rashi says, if the single Avlai, the Shas is with the very Rashi. Where I took the limbs out of the base of the brush, and they are still outside at the time of the Zrika. So what's the matter of this? Kimar Sabar, Ain Zrika, no, LS, Yotze. Listen, one of the holds that what? That Zrika does not work ultimately against the limbs that are outside. Kimar Sab, or the other thing says, Zrika or LS Yotze. And Zrika will work even to the Everyone agrees that the winds are outside, and this is mainly that it's hustle with the macro piece. Where again, it was between take it out, you bring it back in. And hopefully we can have a shake with once you start once they have been brought back in, I mean, the lab thing is because when we say that ultimately again, I mean, when is it true? When someone share that, share that and two goals, which are what how about you? If you take the people, which are true and right, because it ultimately again, when do we say that ultimately if it's outside, that is the argument. That's the case. That's the case of the Sarah. Okay, Sarah and ultimately again, that's what we're saying that couples are all believers. But when it comes to you, it's not that then in that case, ultimately that's part of the couple. That's where that's about ultimately again so the Gemara ends off. Gemara ends off. It's interesting that focus doesn't seem to resolve it. It's interesting that focus about what how to really what happens if you take it out and do it in the voice? What's the status of the furthermore, what's the status of those outside laws that was done? Does this recap commit them or not? That's the other but little bit like what's in terms of the sex stuff. Now back to the sacrificial highlight. All folks told me, but all folks ultimately again come before the well. Any type of burden offering comes before a new cause. We must I would say Minachos Kosmos, a new question comes first. Why? Because the Ishmael is so offered up ultimately again as part of its work, as a new offering, and as an individual offering. The other said, oh, it's only brought, only brought as a new offering. Really hard to do it, new offering to an individual offering. Actually, for example, here, منخر بنقص يشمل السيور منخس عمر اشتهى لها وصف الشيخ بالقبل عمر اشتهى لها those are the ones that are new offerings and what they are and yet when it comes to bird offerings Rashi says over here Rashi says oh, you know, it's where the sign is making a nothing with the old games, you know, so I would say that I think I should touch before hope because I think the fully brought this people offering and hope cannot. Which was a Milwaukee meaning becoming you know that's true because birds have a lot of application. Birds come first. Birds come first. Because again, bird has not done development as opposed to not application. Therefore, birds will come first. So the bird goes back. Minchas, remember again, Mishnah said that Minchas, like a mincha that is brought to the single, comes before the Minchas to the Dava, we call it as the tongue, so the rest, I would say just the opposite. Minchas in the Dava, Kogenes, Shekinah, Shemet, it's like, let's say just the opposite, and Minchas in the Dava comes first, because ultimately, again, it requires Shemet and Yehovah. And it also requires oil and frankincense. Right? So Minchas Mikdava requires more because we call it accessories, but carbonic add-ons than the Minchas. You love the Minchas Koki Abba Afrik Akiva Minchatas. So as we said before, nevertheless, Minchas Koki will come first. Why? Because of the purpose. The ability for a carbon to hold is a meaningful. Why is it? It's an transition. Minchas Sota Minchas Mikdava hasten the endpoint. Now pretty much we finished my highlights. Now we're going to delve a little bit more into some greater specifics. So what happens? What happens in the following situation? Minchas Sota, Sota again, is the mincha brought by a Sota, suspected idolatry, or Minchas Mikdava. Which one of those comes first? Isn't it different? Minchas Nezama Kazmash Kultur Shema Bona is one of the Minchas Nezama why? Because it has more carbonic atoms. Shema Bona is no which atom should make this more Ozoma or perhaps Minchas Sinta Kazma. So, what are the dial up on the so I started to come this is not being Kapara. But when it comes to silver, it's not even the right? It's not Kapara, it's not a seal. But what it does do is there to go ahead and kind of try to figure out if it's right. In other words, it's part of the process for clarification or
That's not hating, I'm just even here we did two here,
right.
So you had to like push for two.
Well,
Like
that's
it's
exciting. Remember again, this is part of the process that they got to
I don't know if it tells, but I do know this. I'm thinking
investigation, clarification, right, of the woman, but certainly not what. That wasn't what I wanted to do. It's not kapara. That's maybe the opposite point. It is not a stone. So, but the idea is that it would
So
seem to be
I did see a clip of you guys talking about
even if it's not the
I saw a clip of you guys talking about potential spaces, you know, from the threat of government space. I mean, what you guys are looking for, whatever. But it sounds like you found one that was big or something. Like, I'm not necessarily being there's no parking issues or anything else. It's just like an older facility. There are like great as a fixer up to me, that's fine because you're a fixer up to everything on camera will look nice because that's part of the set. Everything off camera, right? You don't have the cleanest, fucking newest fixtures for that or whatever. It's like, all right, get by. And on camera, it's all big. The whole Texas thing too. It's like a big, it's a like a barn and you can hang out
Hawaii as a result of so we're
that's very uncommon to do one year. That's not hating. I'm just even here. We did two here, but we had to like push for two. Like it's 3 or 5 commercial spaces. So here's the thing. I don't know the details, but I do know this. I've been complaining for other than run-ins. I think run-ins when that's found studio. It's not a fucking it's a piece of shit. You know, correct? Yeah, Casey's been there. There's like, it's not meant for 40 money. But for some place, but I did see a clip of you guys talking about I saw a clip of you guys talking about potential spaces for you guys from the Frederick.
Dyson.
No, what it means is that you call the Kote, which is also brought from I'm sorry, secretly, the Mechateres, the Halom Mechateres, there was an obviously, more obvious that the Minchas Kote should come aboard the Minchas Sota, but what's the reason? Because the Minchas Kote atones, the Minchas Sota does not atone. So whenever there's an atonement factor, that which atones always takes a second consequence. The Elamai will play Hello, that's Because whenever you have a mincha that's part of wheat, it always comes before a mincha of barley. And that's independent, by the way, of the identity of the particular mincha. That's independent. So wheat always comes before barley. Minchas okay, kodemes the minchas negava, the shibala. This was in everyone agrees that what that the mincha b'chotel that comes before a minchas negava, ultimately again comes as a total minchas. Last year was in Rambam says, what about a minchas negava? Minchas Sota. So what about that clash? Which is the clash of the Gemara trying to figure out which one comes first. Listen to what Rambam says. Eizo Sheir Tzamehem Yakim. Rambam says, do whatever you want. And once again, we're going to see now, by the way, all of the cases. So once again, notice again, this Torah follows the others. What's the pattern? The pattern is that you have the hierarchy established by Mishnah. Then if you notice again what the Rambam does, is the Rambam mixes and matches cases. Right? We started yesterday, right? The dam of the Chatas comes before the dam of the Ola because the dam is the Chatas. But yet, the Emurim of the Ola are burnt before the Emurim of the Chatas. Why? Remember why? Because they're totally burned in the Mizbeach and the Chatas is not. Chatas is not. So what the Gemara then asked, what about Dam, what about Dam Chatas and Emurim of the Ola? Which one comes first? So any kind of cases. That's what we dealt with all yesterday in the Gemara. Like the Gemara didn't take the result. Was that the Rambam passed the same way in all of the cases. In the cases of the Mishnah, the Rambam passed it according to hierarchy. In all of the mix and match cases, what we'll call them, the Rambam always says the same notion. He says, Shemehem Yirtzat Yak. We'll say, in other words, once you're not dealing with hierarchy is established by the Mishnah, pretty much you can do whatever you want. You can do whatever everyone you want. You can do that. In other words, the hierarchy only applies as stated. Good. Chatas of Kodemes. Once again, remember again, the Mishnah said that the Chatas comes before. Chatas comes before Olas. Like Chatas comes before Olas. The Gemara says, "Where do I know that from?" So the Tan Rabbah, the Session, the Gemara said the pasuk says, "You shall go ahead and offer the one up. You should offer up the animal ultimately again for a Chatas." You shall offer up the animal that is designated as a Chatas first. So in this case, when there's a Chatas and an Olah, offer up the Chatas first. Not Talmud Lomar. Why does the Pasuk say this? Shein Talmud Lomar. The man they should take Rabbi Shona. So to try to teach it, Harik Barnea, we as Hashimi Ya'asa. I said the Pasuk already says that's what. That the second Karban ultimately again shall be offered on as an Olah. So ultimately, there wasn't a Pasuk that we told you. In this particular context, where there's a Chatas and an Olah, the Olah is offered up second. If you believe all is offered up second, they will say, well, I know, using my powers of deduction, if the all is offered up second, and the Chatas is first. Why does the Pasuk need to say the Chatas is first? Which the Gemara is very proud of, that's a shame, that's all. And the Zeb Banaha, was it the Cholakatos? And it was like this Pasuk is called the Binyan Av. It was a Binyan Av is a paradigm. Husband, what's the paradigm? Sheikhu Sheikadu Ola Haba Osimo. So Chol Chatas Shikhu also supposed to teach me that ultimately again, whenever there's a Chatas and an Ola that is brought, Chatas always comes before Ola. That's the Gemara, that's the paradigm. Bein Chatas Ola Ola Ola. Whether it was like the two animals I'm leading or two birds, one is the Chatas, one is an Ola, that I offer up the Chatas before the Ola. Bein Chatas Behima the Olas Behima. So I say, or whether I'm bringing two behemoths, one a Chatas, one an Ola. Then I offer up the Chatas before the Ola. I say, here's the novelty. Get ready for this. Atilu Chatas Ha'ofri Olas Behima. I will say, listen to this. Even if I will say the two offerings I'm making, the Chatas and the Ola. The Chatas is the bird, and the Ola is an animal. It's not actual livestock. Still, the chatas of the bird comes before the order. So it's like it's very unique. It's very unique because remember again in the Mishnah you seem to see that what that when you have a clash between animals and birds, animals win out because they're an except. How do you have the exception to that rule is when you have two kavanas, one a chatas, one an ola. Chatas always comes before an ola, even if what? Even if the chatos is a bird and the ola is an actual. So you might say, no, chatas ha'of ola ha'of, the isa shir. Everyone says to this stand because the other everything else from therefore again the fact that the chatas ha'of comes before the ola ha'of, so it's like when the clash is between birds. Like I learned out the fact that the chatas come before the ola from the phrase the esashim. Chatas behema, the olas behema. Was when it's two behemos, and one is the chatas, one is the olas. And the chatas behema precedes the chatas, the chatas behema precedes the olas behema, with the Rabbi Nachman. Was in that ultimately go from Ribu in the Muslim. Chatas ha'of, the olas behema, was a how do I know that about the crash between the chatas ha'of and the olas behema? If the chatas ha'of goes first, said, so you know, ultimately again, he said one up. I said, that I learned out from the opinion out from the paradigm that we just espoused above. So now, bottom line is, Chatas always precedes Allah. There are three cases of Chatas Sa'of versus Ola Sa'of, Chatas Beima versus Ola Beima, Chatas Sa'of versus, Chatas Beima versus Ola Beima, case number three is Chatas Sa'of versus Ola Beima. And I said, bottom line in all of those cases is, take home message. One thing you remember from today's shir is, good. Chatas comes before Ola. And Chatas, and I was saying, the novelty that's being advanced over here is that it's true even if the Chatas is the oath and the Ola is the day. Quite dramatic idea. So the American is like, Tashma. So once again, we're not finished. Tashma. Rabbi Eliezer Omer, Kamakom Shemistaf on Chatas, Chatas Kodanis. We'll say ultimately again, look at that. Kamakom Shemistaf on Chatas, the Ola is what Chatas, the Jones. So we'll say anytime we have an obligation to offer up an animal as a Chatas.
What up, dude? How you living, pimp?
We'll say the swamp will be
Okay.
and offer up a bird. And so also say that actually we go so we have a big crush, we cut off not just getting off, we dollars and stop just to be careful to be somebody like this just when like context. Sure he's supposed to do with the hammer. But if it's poor, he could bring birds instead. The nurse says, come up with this, stop up katos kodanis. The can be oledes, ola kodanis. So it's interesting here. So any case you don't even have to bring an animal katos, and you go ahead and the Torah allows you to bring a bird. So again, the katos still comes first, even though it's usually bird offerings. But what about in the case of the oledes? Look at actually the can. The oledes, she'of tachas ola riba, that the eva ikraisa ola kodanis. The exit bar, the chod the ola be'achad be'chayim. There was interesting enough in the case of the oledes, the ola will come first. So apparently what the Gemara suggesting over here is the oledes seems to be the exception to this rule. Will ultimately again she will offer up the ola before the chatos. Hamakom sheba achit, chatos kodanis. Any case ultimately again where the chatos is being brought for an actual then ultimately again chatos comes first. Because there was some ultimately again like this of the oledes, ola kodanis. So ultimately again the ola will come first. The hamakom sheshnayim bar chatos kodanis. So let's say ultimately again we have ola kodanis. So let's say we actually just Hamakom Hamakom Shnayim bar tachas echad chatos kodanis. Go. The Italian because shtei opos tachas chatos echad. So let's say ultimately again in the case of let's say someone enters into the ritual of purity, he has to be recognized. No one has to be animals. He can't bring an animal because of poverty. He brings two birds. So any time ultimately again where it's two birds instead of one chatos animal. So chatos kodanis chatos comes first. They can, but by oledes, ola kodanis. We'll say so again. You begin to see if the Gemara is not like what. You know normally we have the Descartas conforme all the facts from the fight that her parents were going to this rule is no letters. Those the verses come a lot of says it's not true. To narrate the Quran in my house. Because it's not very interesting. Father says all the possible thing of this is only the only thing the Pasuk is doing is telling you to read a verse. Brother says, normal order, applies by a letter. Don't the Pasuk is giving everywhere. It sounds like Ola is before others, but in fact it's not true. Pasuk comes before Ola, even in the case of the about the Abu that was for them to stand on the exact one. The rubber says, people are supposed to read it, even if they're first follow the paradigm and process coming before. Look, part of the formula the part now, comes before lambs. The Indian called bus. Rams are offered up before sheep. Bus in the sea. Sheep are offered up before goats. So what this again, this is the hierarchy of the sheep as an object. We decide for a moment some combining categories. Using the cyclobanic categories, ultimately again, the type of animal also usually into precedence. Versus my love, the tag. So say, when does this come up? Right? When does this come up? I mean, that's talking about the carbonos of sukkis. Right? So if you have the carbonos of sukkis, ultimately again, you have all these different types of species of animals being brought. So now the Gemara is telling you ultimately the precedent to which the Gemara says, no, you're the double. No, this is actually talking about what? It's actually talking about carbonos of the double. So the Gemara says, we're saying all of these are being offered up as the double, then what? The Gemara is using the carbonic hierarchy. So cows come first. So cows, rams, sheep, goats. Right? So the Gemara says, so why do I have this? Why do I have this order? So part of the formula really. So ultimately, the cows will become before the rams. Why?
What Boston comedy is it's really just a bunch of people just doing jokes. The narrative is not jokes. It's not based on any reality. In some cases, some people go there and hang out. Right. Well, it's all of these people who love to talk about Austin, but they don't talk to anyone in Austin. It's like there's a bunch of comics who want to hang out and talk to you. I think I've told you this before, but I have a friend of mine, a philosopher, an online friend of mine, who's a couple of years. But he warned me about this about the he said you've created a whole garden. And he goes, you've got all these friends, and they're all supporting each other, they're all having fun, but there's a lot of people who feel on the outside. I feel left out of it. That's like, fuck these people, that party sucks. It's kind of along those lines. And, if you can find some connections to other negative things, so me and Tony, we have this connection to Trump, so to Shane, there's all sorts of, and then the narrative comes out, you gotta tell jokes about fucking trans people, you have to, you can't be liberal, you can't be this, you can't be the whole, like, you have to be a right winger, that's like, to me, that's like massive projection, because there are these spaces where, like, if you're a right winger in comedy, like, there's like leftist space that you just can't be in, for sure, you'll get pushed out, you'll get treated bad, more importantly, whereas at the mothership, like, that fucking girl, like, 80% of the time, it's mostly like progressive people. Yeah. Oh, I know. A lot of people, most of the people work there, mostly left wing. Yeah. It's a place where, but because right wing people, I guess, are allowed to be here, or like also allowed to be here, it's like all of a sudden this right wing Nazi hate. Well, it's also some laws that even right. Like, what is right wing? Like, because you don't think that candidate and what they were doing by like storming the fucking gates when illegal immigrants, you don't think that was a good idea? You don't think like rampant spending, completely unchecked, with no documentation, like what's going on in California? You don't think that's a bad thing? What Tim Walz is doing? I mean, there's so much of it, man. But then it's also like, what ICE is doing, like fucking shooting them, seems kind of crazy. Like grabbing people that happen to be American citizens and fucking dragging them out onto the snow and asking for the papers. That seems kind of fucking crazy too. Yeah, it seems insane. But it's also like, they have a crazy job. Like, imagine you're an ice agent. Just imagine what. Okay, so we used our sponsor Perplexity. They tried to figure out through AI what the exact number is. But when you deep dive, you realize they don't know. They really have like an estimate of interactions with illegal immigrants, and it's somewhere around 11 million for 4 years, which is fucking wild. That's 10 Austins, okay, at least, of illegal immigrants were allowed to get in this country, needed to get in this country, and then moved to states. They moved them, they flipped them out to certain swing states. This is how Mike Benz has documented all this stuff. There's all, you can see they gave ABT cards. So imagine, you can imagine two things. One, imagine you're one of those people. Dude, they're asking me to come. This is awesome. Now I'm in America, get a good job, I'm good school, family, and then all of a sudden you have fucking dudes looking for you on the streets. Yeah. I thought it was okay. I thought the Red Cross gave me a map. You gave me a fucking cell phone, and now you're hunting me. Right, they just like caught in crossfire. But now imagine the ICE agents, okay, this is your job. Your job is to go out and find these people. And one of the things you don't get about this, it's like, because there's like a recent clip of mine that got like highlighted and criticizing ICE. One of the things that you don't think about when you're into this is just like regular police interactions. The ones that you see online are the horrible. So you think all cops are horrible. What you miss is the millions of interactions that people have with, like, how you doing today, sir? Good, sir? How you doing? Can I see paperwork? Sure, here it is. You in a hurry? I fucked up, late for work. You know, all right, man, just slow down. Go. Like, all right, thanks, brother. Everyone's nice. That happens too. Like, there's nice interactions with cops. There's people that save people from bad guys. It happens all the time. There's people that are thankful that they called the police and they stopped the burglar who was breaking into their fucking mom's house or whatever it is. Right? There's so many more of those, but you're not seeing those videos. And so with the ICE thing, what you're only seeing and you're only hearing about American citizens that have been arrested, the lady that got shot, you're hearing about all these information back. What you're not hearing about is the number of violent criminals that they've caught. And it's a lot. It's in the thousands. So it's not like thousands of American citizens have been shipped out to other countries. No, it's like net positive. If you look at it that way. See if you can find out how many, because I know there's probably going to be a bunch of various sources that are not totally accurate. But find out, like, what is the number of violent criminals they've caught since they started doing this? Also there's a question on, this is how, because I know this is how they report some ICE agents. It's just like there are ads on local TV just offering. Yeah, and it's like these are just like also regular people. How much training are they really getting? Because when you watch the shooting video, you're like, why is the guy shooting also recording with his phone? Like, there's no way that's like anything you're trained to do. His own safety, like just to make sure that you can see this lady's unhinged. Is he not wearing a body camera? He's not a cop, right? Yeah, it's not wearing a body camera. So that's why. I bet that's why I filmed it. And also, that same guy, turns out, was dragged by a car just recently. So, like, he almost lost his life. Or someone did try to run him over. He's hang on to a car for dear life. I think he got 300 feet of the That's crazy. 300 feet that's a long way to get dragged. Yeah. Right? Now, you 100%, there's a full possibility that you may die. So let's take a look at where the violent criminals captured by ICE races over the last few months. The available data suggests those cases are a relatively small share of recent ICE arrests and detentions. One analysis, ICE internal data said that only 5 to 8% of people booked into ICE detention late 2025 or fiscal year 2026 had violent or serious property crime convictions. But even if it's 8%, they've gotten rid of 500,000 people already, and then 1.6 million voluntarily deported. So in 500,000 people, 8% is a lot. It's a lot of violent criminals. So this is weirdly phrased. As of January 2020, I would say 8% is a lot. Like, if you have cancer in 8% of your body, I would say you're fucked. You know what I'm saying? Like if you're saying, oh, it's only the 8% that are violent criminals, it's a lot. That's a lot of people. But now the question is, are these 8% and the non-violent people sentenced to the same place? That's a good question. You know what I mean? Because like you do want the violent criminals out, but then I don't want the non-violent criminals to be sent, or other non-violent people who are here to be sent to a prison.
Exactly. It says ICE no longer voluntarily publishes detailed case-level arrest breakdowns by offense type in independent projects. So imagine if you're a dude from Mexico that just walked up here because they had a better job, and then they shove you in prison.
And now you're in some prison, you never did anything bad
Your whole life, and now you're in some well, El Salvador. I think they're still doing that.
I don't.
That was a bad.
Yeah.
That's bad optics.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of optics. Optics has been terrible.
It says recent enforcement has involved thousands of arrests nationwide. Available analysis consistently indicates only a small minority of those. Is that our towns? Is it not?
Maybe. Yeah.
No, so it's just that's complexity showing its bias. Small minority of those, that's a total of those in ICE detention arrested by ICE in early 2025 and 2026 have violent criminal convictions. Most have no convictions. When they say small minority, they indicated previously that that's 8%. That still means a lot of human beings. Yeah, it's a lot of not violent human beings. Like, if you could sign a piece of paper that said that, allow a bunch of people in this country emotionally have no convictions, but about 8% of them are monsters, evil, sociopathic, murderers, drug dealers. 8% is a giant ass fucking number.
Right.
That's a giant ass number.
Right.
The real problem is that they have to do this. This is a real problem. Because the Democrats did what they did. They did a crazy thing. They opened the border up and pushed people to the streets. And then let people try to stop them from doing these corridors. What was that thing they did down in Texas at the border?
Oh, some like wall or something.
They said, you can't stop this. Which is, what do you mean we can't stop people from breaking the law? What are you saying? There's a method to stop this. We don't want it stopped. The secret is the census doesn't count citizens. Everybody, even counts legals. So if you spend $3 way more pressure district, and then they said that, I think they said that California, if the census did, see if we can find out what the number is, but if the census did not count illegal immigrants in California, I think they would lose a shocking number of seats.
Right.
It's kind of crazy that they're rigging politics by moving humans into place.
Yeah, well, you gotta do something. It's very, it's something that no one really talks about. The Democrats, every single minority group is white. Right. Every single one, and no one really is like, I should try to figure out why that's happening. They're like, well, if we just import more people, we can overcome that deficit.
But they could, if it was successful, they could overwhelm the political process. They could make it just like it's California forever. We get half the people are like massively disgruntled and so confused about the politics, but they're stuck there. And that would be the whole country. It would essentially be that kind of thing. And then they do what they do in England, or they do in Canada, they slowly start clamping down on rights.
Right.
And England starts arresting people for social media posts.
Well, hopefully that the free speech stuff is so ingrained in our who we are as a people. Because England, like at the end of the day, it's not like that country was built on that principle.
This is says that they would only lose 2 House seats. This says California would lose, I call it Canada, yeah, so it's California, would lose an order of 1 to 2 House seats if possible, if people in the state without legal status were not counted in the census used for appointment based on recent expert simulations. Right. What's that? Yeah, here's the thing, like,
Alright, so it's like good morning, and us begin like thinking.
What is the estimated number?
All of our responses for this one is to the same our conversation not just for the month of Kislev, Allison Adam Steinitz,
Any question I have,
Allison Adam
it's like my
Steinitz,
smart friend. It's like better looking at
and memory of Adam's grandfather, Shlomo Tzvi living in Simmons, on the rock of Saying Among the Assistant and Rock of Parents, Yitzchak Raven, Sarah, Yitzchak Yehu, Ben Aaron, Cohen, Sarah Rachel, Bas Bas Avram, Hinda Bas Kenneth, and Simon Mordechai, Ben Jonah, and many others who from the same strike, Sergeant Naftali, Yona Gordon, Horn, Kathy Tarek, in memory of Leah Bas Shuel, Zahini Shmanis Bas Shuel, and Esther Das Zacharias, and Zahini Sanchez, and Yaron Steinberg, and Joseph Nafi Help. First, Shulamis Kanabas Susha, for an ultimate Nigeria, so we have America about coming for all of the Shamis Lavan Aliyah. The families in the come up, all those who need to work at the holy Israel. All of the body stuff. But with that, we let us begin. Today's back in 1795. We are picking up the ancestors on Savage Valley on the D94D. 16 months up from the mission. After two that's what I meant to do. After was the Muslim club. So this is again, the Mishnah really highlighted to us a number of really fascinating ideas. And Mishnah says that the ideas that actually learned, the Mishnah says, but I've also learned some people slaughtering in the confines of the Islamic. You know how you do it. So from where do you know that? It's not Lebanon. It's not the Makkah Gabon. Alright, so also just to be explicit, like it says, you shall warn your king of holy place. You ask three cards tonight. And also that you know this number of the Mishnah, Mishnah highlighted a number of different activities which themselves must take place within the confines of the Islamic. Another example was breaking up three cards. So like that story, whenever you go ahead and make the sacrificial meat to your and you cancel, so remember you cancel means some type of purging process. Why? Because the absorption over time will tend to become a no-side. So remember, again, in this case over here, if you have a three highlights can't be captured, so because it can't be captured, it has to be smashed, it has to be broken. So where is that breakage done? Again, in the context where it's in a liquid, 29, comes alive, if three highlights affect the root of both, you stop there. Because it says ultimately again, anything that is it shall be smashed. And once again, just like they said, so again, if we don't do that, that's the game of the Mauritian people between the process united. And also the Mauritian people first the process of Mauritian language is kashrut, and Shifa is washed. So remember again, this is really talking about if you're using non-personal ways for kabanos. So first of all, the kabbalah matter has to be washed away. And again, if it's hot and there are good things, it needs to be conscious. How do I know that that needs to be done inside of the confines of this? Between the process to shove off the Morocco you shows up sunlight. It's incredible. Process is fascinating. You know, all of these ones will call like purging, cleansing types of processes. Whether again, it's people with a blood that splatters on clothing, or ultimately again, it's the shivura of the Tityrus, or maybe it's Shifa of Hadithidus, all must be done within the confines of the Bishop. If you're looking at the about it, and then it's just a hospital as well. You look at some denominator between all of these things, right? People, Shivura, Religious Shifa, they all represent processes through which you go ahead and bless you, through which you sponge something which is absorbed. Now, granted, if you tell us, you can't really sponge it to your face here. But the idea is that it's something that I need to get rid of. That's what's happening. I need to get the blood out of the clothing. I need to go ahead and get the absorptions out of the earth oil. I need to get the infinite uses. I need to get the absorptions out of the metallic food, like the metal food. How do you do it? The first thing is done in the base of the clothing. If you want to go ahead and sponge the things that are absorbed inside of you, if you don't want part of you anymore, you have to embed yourself in the atmosphere. Because the concept of these things, it only happens in the place. I do not create an environment that's obvious for myself. It's very difficult to sponge the things in the things that are absorbed inside. Whereas if I embed myself in the mystery, I embed myself in the atmosphere of heaviness, then I'm going to be able to tackle my problems, I'm able to tackle my issues, and I'm able to respond to certain things that I'm usually able to with myself off. Incredible. You know what I say? Yep, over the process. Remember, there was an interesting novel we saw it, and this is like that's you know that we just picked this off with the Michelin activity. The concept of peace, right? The concept of wandering closer was ladders on it. Is that like in practice? Stop being in practice, like not the other stuff. The Michelin says this is a pull-up. This is a stringency that Kratos has over other couples. So we'll say, now it's interesting, the way that the Gemara reads the Mishnah is that it makes it sound like this is the only that Kratos has over other couples. He wants to see what there are no discrepancies that Kratos has. What about Va'ika? So that one makes sense of that in the page. Kratos should be any type of carbon, ultimate, the blood is what is the source of emotion. Again, you have a Kratos community. It doesn't that make Kratos, isn't that a form of Kratos? Because we're talking about here, the Kratos Shafin Soros, Shifting in Nikas Kamal Reflagmasin. Right, I'm sorry. The Kratos Soros, no, but we're discussing over here are outer Kratos offerings, not inner Kratos offerings. Because again, by outer Kratos offerings, Kabi Akiva, the Amar Kol Donis and Nicholas Suleh, from the Kratos Sula. Because we keep a hold of in general, any exterior blood that is brought inside ultimately is invalid. So we're not talking about that aspect of Kratos. What about checking the Shafin al-Qaeda Kisos? What about the fact that Kratos is more common? I don't say why. Because Kratos, remember the most in general, when you bring a cover Kratos is what for any type of infraction, if had you done it intentionally, you would be cited as hardest. If you do it unintentionally, ultimately you bring a carbon Kratos. So the Gemara says, what about the fact that Allah relates that Kratos is Nefashar on parties bearing prohibitions? So the Gemara says, no, the Kratos is Shmias Kol. It's talking about over here, the Kratos of Shmias Kol. Someone's going to say that you know your testimony this much, and you are called upon to give testimony, and you do not do so. I love that you might say, then there's liability for that. Now that's not a party bearing prohibition, right? That's something else. That's how the Bible is talking about. What about the fact that what about the fact that practice is unique because practice requires 4 blood applications, whereas most other covenants only require 2? Have you 12 Dama called Dama $20 for dollar terms? Very good 12, like with the new service in Restream, that all covenants require 4 blood applications. All the time, makes most of just trying to show other areas where practice is more summer. But according to the reason in Haika, Karen, Fake Haika, Extra Haika, what about the fact that again, practice has its blood applications on the corners of the head? It has to be done with the finger of the corner, as opposed to just like a sprinkling of the feet. So what about that even place on the corners? It has to be part of the tray as it is on the edge of the corner. So these are all different examples of corners that practice has over everything else. I love how you trade plus of community. You mentioned no. Listener did not mean to say that this is the only corner of practice. Rather, what it meant is it's amongst the corners of practice. I guess practice has more corners over Kabbalah, but it happens to be for our purposes. The one corner that we are focusing on is this idea that practice requires kibbutz, whereas the blood of other Kabbalahs does not require kibbutz. Okay, incredible. Says in the story, that is the Yashar line goes into the interesting. Says this in our framework. That we've established now that if Kratos' blood gets on a diamond, the diamond requires kibbutz. We've also established that the kibbutz along the route will only be done inside of the base of the question itself. Okay. So now that we've established that is she has to push the Kilayim. Move mouse from the top of the muscle cover. Let's say, watch this. Let's say you have the diamond, right? The diamond got blood splatter on it. So now what happened? Someone took the diamond down. And by the way, one second. When you speak about blood that's getting blood splatter on it, the Pashtas, what are we talking about? Which garden?
obviously it
Right,
is.
the pashtus is big enough, right? That's the pashtus we're talking about. Although again, I guess it could be like a lady's garment also if she's running around over there, but again, but the pashtus these are things important. Watch this. So now, you put us on the garment, right? What are you supposed to do? What are you supposed to do? Keep us. But for some reason, it was peeking outside of the base of the fish. Okay, so the Mishnah says, no problem. Nicholas in the house of Muppet Brothers. No problem. So what do you do? What's thinking out? What do you want to say out? Bring it back in. How do you say? Sometimes there's a problem. Just find a solution, right? Okay, we don't need to obsess over it, right? You don't talk about the problem, just solve it. Right? So it's thinking outside, bring it back in. Good. That's case one. Now, here's the rule. Here's the rule. So you might say, Nikma, what's the killer? Okay, here's the problem. Okay, so again, same garment. Garment that got the spoiler on it, speaking outside of the basement. When it was outside of the basement, it's 15 from it. So we'll say, now we have a problem. What's the problem? You are not allowed to bring something coming into the confined basement. The problem, however, is you can only do kibos in the basement. So we're stuck a little bit in the catch-22. I can't bring the garment into the mikdash, but yet the only way to do kibos is in the mikdash. So what do? So Nikma puts the kilayim, if it became tamei, ultimately again outside of the mikdash, and now I can't bring that garment as is into the mikdash. What do? Listen to this. Koro, you rip it, like you tear it. Now you tear it. Nikmas in the cups of makam kodesh. You tear it, then it becomes tar, and then you go ahead and you bring it into the mikdash and you roll it. Now what is that? It was actually the woman. Koro, it's almost very close. Actually, the easy thing is left about 4 lines there. Koro is how hard you come up. And look at the ha'isa of the mikdash in the cups of makam kodesh. Okay, so remember again, and this is an important rule to know, is when your utensil becomes covered, obviously, one way to purify is to subject it to a purification process. There is another way to purify, which is essentially you remove the identity of the item. The item no longer has its identity, right? Therefore, the tumah goes away because tumah touches itself for an identity. If the identity is gone, so by the pragmatic example of this is if you have a utensil that's coming, right? And you bore a hole on the bottom of the utensil. Let's say that it's so big that it can't even hold the summit there. Nice example. Then what? That's not a kli. It's no longer a kli. If it's not a kli, then by definition, it loses its tumah. Then by the way, interestingly enough, if you repair the kli afterwards, the tumah doesn't come back, right? It's almost like the tumah thing is leaving. It's interesting enough that the Mishnah suggesting it like this. Tear the garment. Now again, we'll discuss what, how, what. Tear the garment. Once you tear the garment, what? The tumah goes away. Tumah goes away. Once the tumah goes away, then bring it back into the touch, and then you can go ahead and do the kibos. Very interesting. Now the Mishnah just illustrates this same idea in a number of different ways. Next, same idea. Let's say you have a clitoris. So let's say the earthenware utensil, same idea. The earthenware utensil had, now also this is not just like damchakos. What is this? This is talking about over here any instructions. Like you cook carbonic meat inside of the clitoris. What do you do with it? What is clitoris? What do you do with it? You have to smash it. Where do you have to smash it? Inside the base hamikdash. So now what happened over here is that you took the clitoris out. No problem. What should you do? So the Gemara says, right, Niknas, take it back in, and smash it inside of the base hamikdash. I need to know what's the line. Okay, now here's my problem. Now what happened? That cleave that had carbonic absorptions, now it's outside of the base hamikdash. Outside of the base hamikdash, it became tummy. So what do? I can't bring it tummy cleave back into the base hamikdash. So what should I do? Nope, bore a hole in it, as well just mentioned before, bore a hole in it. That boring of a hole was that makes the thing lose its identity. Once it loses its identity, then it becomes charred. The Niknas, the show of the Makam Kodesh. And then once it has the hole, it loses its tumah. Once it loses its tumah, then bring it back into the Mikdash and then break it there. And then break it there. Amazing. One more example of this. The Yehoshas. This is another example. Now, Yehoshas really means copper, but again, it's heavy metal. But it's in the Yehoshas, you have to put the light. Same idea. The Yehoshas, that's tunnel. So what am I supposed to do with it? What's the process called? Process for a metallic utensil. Marika and Shiva. Marika and Shiva has to be done inside the base of English. I took the key out of the base of English. No problem. So what's the halacha? Ignas Marco Bishoko Makom Kodesh. No problem. So we're sitting Kashrut inside of the base of English. What happens after I took it out? If it came tummy, now it became coming outside of the base of English. So Moshe says, so what do? Hope so. The Nicholas, the said hope so. So hope so means once again, make a hole in it. Now, interestingly enough, last year we pointed out, if you look at those shonos over here, those shonos are a little bit different by Tiferes versus Kinopotions, right? Like Tiferes, ultimately the Russian is Notpo. Notpo sounds like a small hole. By melody pencil, it says Pokso, which is a large hole. We'll discuss that. Right? Make a large hole in it, loses its identity as a key. When it loses its identity as a key, it also loses its Torah. And then what? Then once it loses its identity, ultimately again it loses its Torah, take it back into the Beis Hamikdash, and go ahead and cash it. Well, I got to understand. Not stupid, like, so now we're going to focus on the start first with the bag. Right? So remember again, Cohen gets Kratos blood on his Kohanic garment, plus halacha, kibbutz. Then what occurred? The garment was taken outside of the base of the crush. Okay? No problem. What do you do with it? Bring it back in. However, if it's coming outside of the base of the crush, I can't just bring it back in because it's coming. So what does the Mishnah say? Rip it, tear it, and then again somehow tear it, loses its tumah, bring it back in like that, and then longer. It says the Gemara Maskef Ravina Karo. I don't understand. If you tear it, beg it Amra. One of a lot beg it to. Now remember, both said this is actually very interesting. The din of kibbutz only applies to what? To a baguette. And once you tear it, it's no longer a baguette. So in other words, what's going on here? Which the Gemara says, in the Shayir Bay Kedei Ma'aforas. It means you tore it, but you left enough on the garment. Ultimately, Ma'aforas is literally a kerchief. So the idea over here is you went ahead and you tore it, but you still left enough of the functionality of the garment that it could do something. So because it could be something interesting enough, apparently, because you fundamentally changed it, therefore the tumah goes away. But because it is still functional, the identity of baguette remains, and therefore the din of kibbutz still applies. Quite fascinating. So the Gemara says, is that enough? About Shir Bakidei Ma'afores, people are happy. The Gemara says, what's that? The Gemara teaches elsewhere that halacha l'maisa. Look at Rashi says over Hamra Huna, the paragraph or paragraph. Most show the Kavas to me actually is the Kolo, even Shnikra Ruba Torah. So it's talking about if you have a tummy garment, and the garment itself begins to tear. See, Rabbi says, Mishnah says, the Gemara says that if the garment is large enough to be a kerchief, it still retains its identity. So you see from here that tearing it and still retaining kerchief size doesn't change the identity. If it doesn't change the identity, then the tumah remains. If the tumah remains, you still can't bring it inside. So what's going on over here? Top of Tzadik 8, 95a, Midrabanan. Most in reality, that is only Midrabanan. Midda Oraisa. If you go ahead and this is a nice looking helmet. That's looking helmet for a kind of morning, right? So Midrabanan. So remember, interestingly enough, Midda Oraisa on a biblical level, when you tear a garment and its original identity is lost, you're good. When I say you're good is because the original identity is lost, therefore the tumah goes away. The Rabbanan were concerned, like they were goes there, that if the garment is still big enough to be a kerchief, that you're not going to tear it enough in order to allow it to use its identity. But the Rabbanan are the ones who said that if it's still kerchief size, it still retains its original identity. But Midoraisa, which is what we're focusing on over here, Midoraisa, you tear it enough that it's no longer functional in its original way, but it's still large enough for kerchief size that works to lose its original identity, which then loses its tumah, which for our purposes then allows it to be brought back into the Beis Hamikdash for kibbutz purposes. You look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, Midrabanan, Zira Duma Lola Asya Mikra Luba about Midrabanan Tahola, Umutra Lahakisa, Mishum Mitzvah kibbutz. So I just want to point out that this is different halachas happening over here. The general halacha, right, by tumah by garments says that even if you want the garment to lose its tumah status, it needs to lose its identity. How does it lose its identity? by tearing it so that it's smaller even than a kerchief. Because we're concerned that if you tear it to kerchief size, a person is still going to leave too much of the original garment intact, and the tumor status is going to remain. But by kibos, we're going by the din d'oraisa. And the din d'oraisa says kerchief size, good enough to allow it to lose its original identity. Once it loses that original identity, then Allah loses its tumah. Once it loses its tumah, you can bring it back in for kibbutz purposes. Incredible. Okay, we'll say top line tzadikim with Allah. So same idea was with the kliparas. There's one utensil. So the word says 1 second. Now, what did the Mishnah say? If the kliparas ultimately again is right, had blood in it, or had sacrificial matter in it. So you have to do with the kliparas. You have to break it. Where do you break it? Inside of the mikdash. In our case, the Mishnah, what happened? You took it out, and it became tameh. So once you took it out and it became tameh, you can't bring it back in. So what did the Mishnah say? Do no control. Make a hole in it. Make a hole in it, loses its identity, loses its tumah. You can now bring it back in and do marika and shtifa in the mikdash itself. Incredible. Once again, but if you make a hole in it, kli amarach, one of the low kli. Second, once again, if you make a hole in it, it's not a flea. And I will say the Torah says Tariqin Shtifa only applies to a flea. So what's going on over here? Shemitah v'shorish katan. So this is actually an interesting answer. We're talking about over here that you made a very small hole in it, the size of a small root, which is a very small hole. So the Gemara essentially says like this. Apparently, that hole is small enough that it causes the kliparas to go ahead and lose enough of its identity that the tumor goes away, but not so much of its identity that it's not called a flea. Interesting. Okay, so a small enough hole to allow it to lose enough identity so that the tumor goes away and therefore can be brought back in, but not so big that halacha l'maisa it's not called a flea and will not be separate from Rika and Shtifa. Fascinating. Okay, clean your clothes as well. So next case was a metal utensil. So what do you do with a metal utensil? So Allah also remember again, by a cleanup by Kifteres, Torah uses this lesson of nokbo. All right. Nokbo. Now we've established nokbo means a very small hole. By cleanup by a metal utensil, the Mishnah uses the lesson ultimately again of hochso. So is a much larger. So the Gemara says, I have a whole lot cleanable. One second. If you're making a large hole in a metal utensil, I got it. I understand what you're trying to do. Cause the cleat to lose its identity. If it loses its identity, it loses its tumah. I understand that. But also, if it loses its identity, it's no longer a cleat. And if it's no longer a cleat, then ultimately, again, there's an obligation of Merikin Shtifa. Jerusalem was a halak clean. What's the case over here? Well, see, interesting enough, the case over here is yes, you make a big hole in the pencil, but then after you make the hole, what do? You hammer it out and essentially make it whole again. So what I'm doing is I'm making a hole in the utensil. What that does is it allows the utensil to lose its tumah. But then I go ahead and in metal you can do this. You can hammer it back out so that it becomes whole. Once it becomes whole, now it's a flea. Once it's a flea, it's subject to Marik and Shtifa, which I also thought is even very interesting. When the flea loses its identity, it loses its tumah, but it doesn't lose its bleedness, or it doesn't lose its absorptions. So even though, again, the metal utensil, when you make a hole in it, it'll lose again. It's no longer coming, but a lot of any carbonic absorptions are still there. So that's what you'll do. Make a hole in it, a large hole in it, this way it loses its tumah status, then repair it, and then bring it back into the base of the mikdash as a flea, and do the Marik and Shtifa. Incredible. Amr's like this. Migil Shemishma, Machin, so the Pachos, and Shorosh, and the Pachos. Okay, so we'll say, this is a fascinating case. Let's say the Me'il, right? The Me'il, which is one of the begotten of the coin, this is the finish of the coin becomes coming. Now look at Rashi's one. Rashi's right across. Me'il, shall be the Jewish, Shemitas Arafam Chatos, Yatza Pusik Line, the Mitma, Machnis Machmalach. Okay, now watch this. Here's what's occurred over here. In this case, same case of our Mishnah. The Neil of the coin became what got blood on it, what that comes kachas. No problem. Remember, as long as you're saying the base on English, do your kibos. Then what happened? The Neil was taken outside of the base. When it was outside, this became common. So now, what do I do? What do I do? How do I rectify this situation? I will say, what you just point out over here. You're not allowed. Well, let's actually go through it. So, Machisa the Pachos Mishalosh al Sholosh in the Kapsa. So, what do? You go ahead and you bring it into the base of the Dosh at less than 3 finger breaths by 3 finger breaths a mouse. In other words, bring it into the base of the Dosh slowly. What is that? You can look at that. The Pachos Mishalosh al Sholosh, Rashi says, She'ino Machlis Shir Beget Kami La'azara. Now remember again, you can't just bring in that me'il into the base hamikdash. Why not? Because it's tamei. And you can't introduce tamei items into the base hamikdash. So what can you do? Bring it into the base hamikdash a little bit at a time. Remember again, a garment less than 3 fingers, less than 2 fingers, doesn't have the halakhic definition of a garment. Therefore, again, there's no tuma issues. So bring it in a little bit at a time. So the machlis sheer baget amilashas, ishi extra the kolo, ulachus mishim shinem are very fine. I will say. Now the problem that we run into with the meal, like the city suppose that the Mishnah gave you the process for rectifying the tamei baget. The problem is you're not allowed to actively tear big day meal. There's a biblical prohibition to actively tear big day meal. As such, the remedy that the Mishnah puts down, which again is to tear the garment on the outside, allow it to go ahead and lose its tuma status, bring it back in, and then people won't work by big day meal. So what you can do is bring it in a little bit at a time, less than 3 finger breaths, and be in the capsule, and launder it as it comes in. So essentially what you're doing over here is you are bringing in less than the sheer of Becca. When you bring in less than the sheer of Becca, any tumor that may be there is simply inconsequential. So bring it in a little bit at a time, launder it in that space or launder that piece of less than 3 fingers at a time, and ultimately be retired the clothing like that. He says you're not allowed to care. You're not allowed to care, and that's the remedy by the meal. Fascinating. The most of the Bhagavad Abba is the Kasha, you say once again, the Abin Daratin, Ain Bahamisu Shalosh Shalosh. So here's the problem. The verse is oven and raki. Oven and raki literally means very thick material or very thin material. You're not subject to the halachos of ultimately 3 finger breaths by 3 finger breaths. Like, why? Take a look at that. In behind these two Shalosh Shalosh, the last will reduce. Because remember, very thick material and very thin material is not really usable for gardening purposes. So it's interesting, apparently very thick material, very thin material are not really usable for gardens. What they're usable for is like you could sit on it. So because you can sit on it, the din of 3 finger rests by 2 finger rests doesn't apply to them. Rather, again, their shears measured in hand rests. So the Gemara says, so what's happening? The material was thick material. So how can you give this each of 3 finger rests by 3 finger rests if that shear shouldn't apply? So which Gemara says, no. I got Azihan Kashiki. Since again, because the material itself is a garment, the smaller part of the material is reckoned as part of the larger garment. So again, when the Gemara says that a piece of material, thick material, thin material, that's meaning it's external material. But because this is already a garment, therefore the smaller pieces ultimately are looked at as part of the whole, and therefore you could use this itself as 3 finger rests by 3 finger rests. Therefore, we'll say, just the portion this is that. Therefore, what we have over here is as follows. If it's a case of a garment that cannot be given, that gets tapas flood out, so subject to kibos has to be done in the base of the flesh. If you take the garment out of the base of the flesh, what do? Bring it back in and do kibos. If it became coming outside of the base of the flesh, so what do? Tear it. When you tear it, ultimately it loses its identity as a garment. When it loses its identity as a garment, it also loses its tuma. Then bring it back in, repair it, and then do kibos. What problem is if the garment is one of the big Yehuda? then you're not allowed to tear it. So what do? What's the answer? Bring it back into the base and it's in small amounts of less than 3 finger breaths by 3 finger breaths. That's less than the shear of a garment. Therefore, the tumor is inconsequential. And essentially, you keep what's on each little thing as it enters in. Okay. You must have a problem. So now, also, the problem you want to bring up over here is a general issue with keyboards. We just established before in the previous video that keyboards have to be done in the base of the fish itself. Here's the problem. I have a hard body Shiba Samara. So we didn't get into this. I didn't get into it. How do you learn the clothing? Right? How do you learn the clothing? You actually have a very specific way in which modeling was done. You require 7 different ingredients. Some of them are literally herbs or spice. They're in these ingredients. Some of them are not. Gam kakos, umaros nudohi. The way to remove gam kakos, and also the way to remove certain saras lesions, is you need these 7 different ingredients. So let's say again, if you look at that, it actually says over here the hot body. Dan kakos should be some one of the seconds. Le'in summon, lo propel, melalanin, nessa, bolis, oil, the kimunia, the ashwas. These are all the ingredients, right? The one that we're being focused on over here is melalanin, urine. Urine apparently was one of the things that was necessary for laundering. Here's the problem, the Gemara says. The Tanya, Elisha'im Machnitzim Melalanin Mikdash. There's a problem. What's that problem? Right? So again, kibbuth has to be done in the Beis Hamikdash. You're not allowed to bring urine into the Beis Hamikdash. So how do I do this exactly? So now we're jumping back, right? We're going back. It's actually, this figure really belongs a little bit more like in the previous Mishnah. The previous Mishnah was the one that spoke about the idea that kibbuth has to be done in the Mikdash. Not as much as one second. How do you do kibbuth in the Mikdash? You need it. So I was say size 95 feet. The feet came up the middle of the hole. The hardest shit of Sana Monday. All the battery in the Hulu Kitan. This is a similar. It's not a big deal to me. Why? Because you take all of the ingredients and you mix them together. So because they're all mixed together, you don't do it as bringing your mixing contraction outside of this image. Bring it in. By the time you bring it in, whatever it is, we just call it ties. Just call it ties. Alright, so don't only do ingredients, right? So the most listen to ties, just bring it in. You know what it says? Rashnan, here's the problem. You can't do the Rashnan. If you look at Sidran, interestingly enough, the way that this modeling process works is you have these 7 ingredients, and they are used in a specific order. If you mess up the order, the kibbuth process does not work. Or if you mix all of the ingredients together and then wash it out long together, it doesn't work. Because apparently, again, it's order specific and it is one by one. And the Gemara says, okay, so one thing, but that's why you're a problem. But you came on the middle of the room, the hard yishad yishad. Maybe say this, okay, so maybe, okay, I understand I can't mix all of them together. Can't mix all of them together. But maybe you'll mix together with one other item. For which you might be the hot stuff, or touch it, so it's time to pull out the backside. Now, again, I will say, again, the amount of stuff that brings down is a very specific laundering process. And again, what that requires is you take each of the items, and each of the items is rubbed on the beggar 3 times by itself. So once again, it sounds like the urine is being used by itself. I think the urine is going to suppress you. It's going to suppress you. You might listen to this. What's the case? Interestingly enough, the case over here is there. You actually dilute the urine with saliva. So in other words, you put enough, so this actually saliva is one of the ingredients. So apparently you dilute the urine with enough saliva that the urine identity is lost, and therefore you can bring it into the base of it. I'm going to trust you. You're the Kapel, so I'm saying called Achadacha. The Shlukish himself said that saliva. Kapel literally means like tasteless saliva, as opposed to, let's say, saliva that you generate after you eat, right? So this is pre-eating or post-eating, saliva, right? So drug Kapel, they try to think that saliva is mixed with certain ingredients. So apparently, again, I don't know what the ratio is. Maybe like certain things, there's not be enough saliva mixed with the urine, mixed with as if you're not bringing urine that is Hamikdash, and therefore, again, I love how nice you use this for your laundering process. Incredible. Mishnah. So now, switching gears a little bit. Remember again, the halacha, remember, kibbuth is unique also ultimately the dam tapas. Okay? But then these other halachas, for example, again, shvira, breaking of a kliteris because of carbonic absorption, or marika and shtipa, washing and kashering with, let's say, a metal utensil because of carbonic absorption, that applies, right? Those halachas apply to any carbon. Any carbon. So therefore, again, whether whether you cooked carbonos in a clean, the or you put hot carbonic matter. I've also hot carbonic matter could be hot meat, right? It could be hot mincha. And so you put hot carbonic matter into a clean. The Gemara says, Echad kachek kadashim, Echad kachim kalin. And again, whether the carbonos are kachek kadashim or the kachim kalin, Tu'uyin Mariko Shtifa. Ultimately, again, the utensil is going to require Mariko Shtifa. That's halacha. Okay. Rishon says, Kachim Kalin in Tu'uyin Mariko Shtifa. It's also quite interesting. Rishon says that Kachim Kalin do not require Mariko Shtifa. So I will say, so there's two things happening in the Mishnah. So first of all, the Mishnah says, halacha number one is, however the hot matter is coming into the kli, whether you're cooking in the kli, ultimately again you're pouring hot matter into the kli is going to require marika and shtifa. The machlokes and the Mishnah between the Tanakama and Rabbi Shimon is, what does marika and shtifa apply to? Tanakama says kachim kadashim and kachim kalin. Rabbi Shimon says only kachim kadashim, not kachim kalin. Good. Let's analyze. Tanabana. Asher tevu shalbo. So listen, see now remember, this concept of marika and shtifa is ukli cheres asher tevu shalbo. If you have now this earthly utensil in which you cook carbonic matter, yishaber, it shall be broken. And if it's cooked, if you're cooking in a metal utensil, literally copper utensil, then ultimately again marika and shtifa. Now let's say, if you notice, much from the pasuk is only by bishul. Yet the Mishnah said that it applies by bishul as well as the pouring hot matter into it. So asher tevu shalo eni el shalo. Even the so-called how do I know that if I pour hot carbonic matter into the kli, that ultimately again the kli requires marika and shtifa? Asher tevu shalo yishaber. Therefore, the pasuk says ultimately again that which you shall cook and eat shall be smashed. Rashi says over here, "Nidisanat yishaber it's a bowl below kasaf in kli cheres tevu shal yishaber." The Nagish in Nigla will come up in the Shabbat. So that's very interesting, which is the Yishaber is written next to the Klina Koshas. Because it's written next to the Klina Koshas, which ultimately again absorbs, therefore the Gemara understands over here that this halacha ultimately again is about absorption. Because it's about absorption, therefore we know absorption doesn't only occur through cooking, but absorption occurs even when a hot object is placed inside of the food. Okay, incredible. So now we've established this, whether you're cooking in the kli, or ultimately again you're pouring hot carbonic matter into the kli, the din of marika and shtifa will apply. One more piece of review over here. Remember, marika and shtifa only applies to metal utensils, because again, by a kli by earthly utensil, you have to smash it. Okay, so now we're going to ask the fascinating question. So we'll say, listen to this. Let's say you have an earthenware, well, let's assume for what to do with an earthenware oven, and you suspended sacrificial meat. You cooked sacrificial meat in the oven, suspended. Now, what's the half with suspended? It's not touching any part of the meat. So what is the halacha? Mahu. What is the halacha ultimately again in this situation? Rashi says that it's low. The sheep which are katos is also the avid kanor. And it's special about will mizla o klum. So again, in this case over here, the Gemara says essentially, we are always assuming that how does absorption occur? How does absorption occur? Contact. So let's say again, I'm roasting my chatos inside the earthenware oven. So the spit is in the oven, but the meat is not touching any part of the oven. What's the status now of that oven? So the Gemara says, Abishok will be lower the kabbalah. So again, we'll say, do we say that the only time that carbonic absorption poses a problem was both when there's cooking and absorption? Now, cooking, remember, again, requires heat, and absorption requires contact. So the Gemara says, oh, Dilma, Abishok below binua, or maybe not. Maybe I will say the halacha of either marika and shtifa or shvira by kliferes is a din in bishul. If you cook sacrificial matter inside of the utensil, that triggers the need for a process. Whether there's absorption or not is irrelevant. So it's a Yiddish shaila. is the din of by Klifar Shvira and by American American Shtifa, is it a din in Bishul, in which like, or is it a din in Bishul and absorption? The nafkamina will be you're looking at it in the utensil, but the utensil has no contact with the kli itself. That is Bishul, but not necessarily absorption. Fascinating. Amar Allah Shabbos says Tashma, Echad Shebishalo, Ve'echad Mashir V'Sofar Oseach. So look at this case. What did the Mishnah say? The Mishnah said whether you cooked sacrificial matter in the kli, or you poured hot sacrificial matter into it. And I was saying that that's a case of no cooking. Okay, the Mishnah says no. So I'm saying no one's asking about a case of where there's absorption without cooking. Everyone agrees absorption without cooking certainly a need for the process of Marit Ben Shtiva because there's an absorption. What's our question? Keep coming by when bishul below bilu night. Our question is where there's bishul, there's no absorption. Well, isn't this fascinating? Now, again, so what's the case of bishul without absorption? I put a stick or a chatas inside of an oven. Chatas is roasted and the bishul is happening inside of the oven. But the chatas is not touching any part of the oven. That's the bishul below biluah. Ultimately, again, cooking without absorption. Now, again, the Gemara made an assumption that where there is no contact, there is no absorption. Okay, that's an assumption. But the Shaila just as far purposes, what happened in this case? I will say, no, I'm going to do it in the Saturday for today.
The mask on and artificial vagina and cases of this guy's just fucking covering this thing for fuel. Getting his fuck on. Yeah. Jamie, you gotta find the picture of it. He even inserted a paper tube into her decrepit corpse to serve as a vagina for making love. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's the fake vagina. I think it was, it was like something he made. Like he made something. People made a thing to fuck. People go through lengths to get their rocks off. That's crazy. That's like ingenuity. That's like, man, if you had that energy towards anything positive, you could get to Mars. Find us a photo of the corpse. There we go. Yeah, so this is he did the same thing. Same to her body. Hangers to support her skeleton and pumped a continuous stream of perfume to masses and continued for 7 years. Oh God, what a horror story that is. God, you find your sister's body and it's just possessed with continuous stream of perfume to keep people from knowing the body of their love. God.
Or in fact, how to memory of Leah
any sort of like weird predator will end up in that situation where they can do their thing, right? So like if you like fuck their bodies, you can make a corpse like there's like female pedophiles just become
for an ultimate kind of good school because America about coming for all of the Shem's the families in the come up, although it's really important to have a good
awesome. Oh, I think that Epstein's on top. At least 2 separate times where I put him up. So it was even bigger back then. Let's get a Tom suspect. I mean, they said they released Tom, but they're still not all out yet. There's still like release. It reminds me of that Onion article where they're like, oh, CIA realizes they've been using a black highlighter this entire time. It's like, man, it's like, oh, they just highlighted a number of pages, jacked and shit.
Another example was breaking up three pellets. So like I said, whenever you go ahead and you consume sacrificial areas within a utensil, So remember, you tend to need some type of purging
Yeah, it
process.
feels like everything's
Why?
been drowned out
Because
by
the absorption
everything
over time will
the
tend to become
Somalia
moist.
and the
So
Aisha.
remember
It feels
again,
like
in
that's
this case over
completely
here,
drowned out.
if you have a pre-Pyrex can't be captured. So because it's getting captured, it has to be smashed, has to be broken. So where is that breakage done? Again, in the confines of English, word 29. Hamagomar, the Pyrex Asher Tibusha Yishaber. The Pasuk says ultimately again, any pre-Pyrex that you have on inside of it shall be smashed. And once again, just like it says, so again, if we don't hear, that's the Makomikdash. Mariko Shiva, Tifin Hoshos 9. There was the American Shiva first the process of Mariko literally means Hashri, and Shiva is washed. So remember again, this is really talking about if you're using non-person weight utensils for kabanos. So first of all, the kabanos matter has to be washed away. And again, if it's passed around friction, it needs to be cashed. How do I know that that needs to be done inside of the confines of this? Omar, different between the Hoshes, Shama, Umura, and Shota, Banai. Incredible process of fascinating in not all of these what we call like purging, cleansing types of processes. Whether again, it's kibbuth with the blood that splatters on clothing, or ultimately again, it's the shivira of the Tipares, or Marika is Shita of Agitated, or must be done within the confines of the base of flesh. Which I wasn't if you think about it, because there's tremendous place of hospital as well. So what the common denominator between all of these things, right? Kibbutz, Shivira, Marika, Shtifa, they all represent processes through which we go ahead and bless you, through which we expunge something which is absorbed. Now, granted, in Paris, you can't really expunge it, so you break it. But the idea is that it's something that I need to get rid of. That's what's happening over. I need to get the blood out of the clothing. I need to go ahead and get the absorptions out of it, or at least render the earth more useless. I need to get the absorptions out of the metallic clean, like the metal clean. How do you do it? It's actually done in this way.
Right, that's clearly
If
that's
you
some
want
sort
to
of
go
backdoor
ahead
deal that was like, hey,
sponge the things that are absorbed inside of you, if you don't want part of you anymore, you have to embed yourself in the atmosphere. A person has to put themselves these things should only happen in the midst. I do not create an environment of holiness for myself. It's very difficult to expunge the negative things that are absorbed inside. Whereas if I embed myself in the midst, if I embed myself in the atmosphere of holiness, then I'm going to be able to tackle my problems, able to tackle my issues, and able to expunge the things that I really need to rid myself of. Incredible. We love it right there. Yet over the tackles. So remember that I was like, this is enough what we saw. And this is like, I think this is one of the ways to pick this up. If you understand that theory explicitly, the concept of peace, right, the concept of wandering clothing or splattered on it is Dr. Abdul's tapas. Dr. Abdul's tapas, not the other stuff. So Mishnah says, this is a chumrah. This is a stringency that tapas has over other tapas. So we'll say, now what's interesting is the way that the Gemara reads the Mishnah is that it makes it sound like this is the only stringency that tapas has over other tapas. And he wants to Sulaka. There are no stringencies that tapas have. What about Ba'ida? Shekaman yet not the fact that it is. Tapas is the only type of carbon. The blood is brought into the Hamashi. Again, you have a tapas community. So doesn't that make sense? Isn't that a chumrah tapas? In other words, we're talking about here the tapas happened somewhere else. She'in niftash kamal of right? I'm sorry. The other story. You know, no, but we're discussing over here of how the tapas operates, not in the tapas operates. Because again, by outer tapas operates, the Amar told them to make Musula from a tapas Sula. Because these people hold that in general, any exterior blood that is brought, then is brought from inside, ultimately is valid. So we're not talking about that as a tapas. What about shipping the tapas outside the Jesus? What about the fact that tapas is more common? Obviously, why? The tapas, remember the most in general, when you do the tapas is brought to any type of inspection, where had you done it intentionally, you would be cited twice. If you do unintentionally, ultimately you bring a carbon attack. So you might have said, what about the fact that Allah said tapas is in tapas on colors varying prohibitions? This was the villain of the tapas is Shmias Kol. Talking about over here, the tapas of Shmias Kol. Shmias Kol means
So he's always a mock agent. Right. So that guy's getting him. So he's a co-conspirator. Not saying that he was John. He was a John that was getting the girls. He was a co-conspirator. So there's at least 10 individuals involved, which makes sense.
What about the fact that I don't know. What about the fact that Texas is unique because Texas requires 4 blood applications, whereas most other cover-ups only require 2. And you still have a $32 million require 4 blood applications. Over time, no, it's what we just trying to control other areas when Texas is more common. But according to everything, Karen, they what about the fact that, again, the fact that has a blood application on the corner of his foot? It has to be done with the finger of the point as opposed to just like a strengthening of the teeth. And what about the application in the corner? That's the part of trade application on the edge of the corner. So these are all two examples of homeless that Texas has over everything else. Hello, Russell Michigan did not need to say that this is the only homeless of Texas. That was what it meant is it's amongst the homeless of Texas. Like yes, Texas has more homeless over other Caballos, but it has to be for our purposes. The one homeless that we are focusing on is Visayia. Yeah, Texas requires people, where the blood of other Caballos does not require people. Okay, incredible. Says in this book. That's a so much crime. Use Adam's fucking line. That level of power is a drug. That is, Texas blood gets on a garment requires people. It's also established that the people for one reason can only be done inside the nation itself. Okay. You don't need to establish that. That gets you also puts the kid out. New mask in the top so the muffin suckers. Those are watch this. So let's see how the gun. That's the gun got blood splatter on it. Now what happened? Someone put the gun down. Somebody else says, when we speak about garden getting blood splatter on it, the pastor, what are you talking about? Which garden? The pastor is speaking to you, right? That's the topic we're talking about. Although again, I guess it could be like a lady's garden also if he's running around over there, so but again, but the concept is these are things important. Watch this. So now the point is on the ground, right? What he's supposed to do is like really people, but for some reason it was thinking outside of the basement. Okay, so Michigan says no problem. Nicholas will have no problem. No problem. So it looks what do you do with taking that mirror for that? Bring it back in on the whole side. Same time. There's a problem. Okay, we don't need to obsess over it, right? You want to talk about the problem, just solve it, right? So we think you have to bring it back in. Good. That's case 1. Now, here's the reason. Underage sexual going on there. Let's say, when it was outside of the basement, it became so let's say now we have a problem. What's the problem? You are not allowed to bring something terminated into the current isolation. The problem, however, is you can only do 2 books in the basement. So we're stuck a little bit in the catch 22. I can't bring the garment into the makeup, but yet the only way to do 2 books is in the makeup. So what do? So we come up with the line, take it in terminated, open it again outside of the basement. And now I can't bring that garment as is integrated. That's what I do. This is this. Hold on. You rip it. Right? You tear it. Now, you tear it. Now, from the cuts, I'm not going to bother. You tear it, then it becomes hard, and then you go ahead and you bring it into the clutch and you roll it. Now, what is that? What is actually Koro, it's almost very close actually to move your fingers to after that 4 lines there. Koro, the top hard we promote, will look to the happy, so the next just in the top so not in color. So remember again, and this is an important rule when you post these comes so obviously, one way to purify it is to subject it to a purification process. There is another way to purify, which is how, if essentially you remove the identity of the item. The item no longer has its identity, right? Therefore, the tumor goes away because the tumor attaches itself to an identity. If the identity So by the way, it has a nice example of this.
It was like some
If you have
suggestions
pencil,
at a
that's
school
common,
that
right?
he was teaching
And use more a hole on the bottom of the utensil. Let's say that it's so big that it can't even hold the thumb again. Nice example. Then what? That's not a clue. It's no longer a clue. If it's not a clue, then by definition, it uses then by the way, interestingly enough, if you repair the clue afterwards, the clue doesn't come back, right? It's almost like the two that you It's interesting in guessing it like this. Pair the garment. Now again, we'll discuss what. Pair the garment. Once you pair the garment right first, the tumor goes away. Tumor goes away. Once the tumor goes away, then bring it back into the mikdash, and then you can go ahead and do the kibbles. Very interesting. Now, the Mishnah just illustrates this same idea in a number of different ways. Now, two parashas supposed to be lying. Mishnah says, "Shalom Makom Kodesh." Same idea. But they're doing it with two parashas. Right, so let's say the original utensil, same idea. The original utensil had, now okay, this is not necessarily done chakra. What is this? This is talking about over here any instructions, right? You cook carbonic meat inside of the two parashas. What do you do with it? You want to do it two parashas? What do you do with it? You have to smash it. Where do you have to smash it? Inside the Beis Hamikdash. So now what happened over here is that you took the two parashas out. No problem. What should you do? So the Gemara says, right, Nikinas is Shalom Makom Kodesh. Take it back in, and smash it inside of the Beis Hamikdash. Okay, now here's my problem. Now what happened? That's the that had carbonic constructions. Now it's outside of the Beis Hamikdash. Outside of the Beis Hamikdash, just became coming. So what did I do? I can't think of coming food fast in the Beis Hamikdash. So what should I do? No bow, bore a hole in it, as I just mentioned before. Bore a hole in it. That boring of a hole once I make the food lose its identity. Once it loses its identity, then it becomes tar. And Nicholas is shown on the Makom Kodesh. And then once it has the hole, it loses its tumor. Once it loses its tumor, then bring it back into the Mikdash and then break it there. And then break it there. Amazing. One more example of this. The Koshas. This is a metal utensil. Now, the Koshas really means copper, but again, it's any metal. Right? So clean the Koshas, you're not supposed to lie. Same idea. Have the clean the Koshas, so that's Thomas. So what's the what supposed to do with it? What's the process called? The process called from the metallic utensil. Marika and Shtifa. Marika and Shtifa has to be done inside the Beis Hamikdash. I put the clean outside of the Beis Hamikdash. No problem. So what's the halacha? Nicholas Marco the Shofar Makom Kodesh. No problem. So we're sitting pastures inside of the Beis Hamikdash. What happened? After I took it out, it became comedy. We came up with the line. Now it came outside of the Beis Hamikdash. So what do? Poke so. The Nicholas will use a poke so. Poke so means once again, make a hole in it. Now, interestingly enough, last year it was that we look at those shonos over here. The shonos are a little bit different by Triceras versus Primophosians, right? Like Triceras, ultimately the Russian is no quote. No quote sounds like a small hole. By metal utensils, it says poke so, which is a large hole. We'll discuss that, right? Make a large hole in it. Use this identity as a key. When it loses its identity as a key, it also loses its. And then what? The Nicholas will mark all the shots for Makom Kodesh. But once it loses its identity, ultimately again it loses its tumor. Take it back into the Beis Hamikdash and go ahead and cash it. Incredible. So what's that? That's our Mishnah. Let's get to it, So now we're going to focus on, let's start first with the diet. Guys, remember again, Kohen discussed this blood on his Kohanim garment, plus halacha, kibbutz. Then what occurred? The garment was taken outside of the Beis Hamikdash. Okay? No problem. What do you do with it? Bring it back in. However, if it becomes outside of the Beis Hamikdash, I can't just bring this back in because it's coming. What does the Mishnah say? Rip it, tear it, and then again, sometimes uses its tumor, bring it back in like that, and then one it says to be my master, I don't say it. If you tear it, then I'm like one of a lot of definitions. I remember also, this is actually very interesting. The video kibbutz only applies to what? To a baguette. And once you tear it, it's no longer. So in other words, what's going on over here? Which the Gemara says, the Messiah Bay Kedei Ma'aforetz. It means you tore it, but you left enough on the garment, ultimately Ma'aforetz is literally a kerchief. The idea over here is you went ahead and you tore it, but you still left enough of the functionality of the garment that it could do something. So because it could be something interesting enough, apparently, the because you fundamentally changed it, therefore the tumah goes away. But because it is still functional, the identity of Daget remains, and therefore the din of Kibus still applies. Quite fascinating. So the Gemara says, "Ini is that enough? Amra uno lo shalala shaloshir bakudei ma'afores. Avashir bakudei ma'afores." The Gemara says, "One second. The Gemara teaches us that halacha l'maisa." Look at Rashi. Rashi says, "Amra uno the parasha or ta'arov." So it's talking about if you have a tummy button and the garment itself begins to tear. The Mishnah says, the Gemara says that if the garment is large enough to be a kerchief, it still retains its identity. So it seems from here that carrying it and still retaining kerchief size doesn't change the identity. If it doesn't change the identity, then the tumah remains. If the tumah remains, you still can't bring it inside. So it's going on over here. Top of Tzadik 8, 95A, the Girabanan. Most in reality, that is only been Girabanan. Midda Oraisa, if you go ahead and yes, it's nice looking over it. That's looking over it for a time of the morning, right? So remember, interestingly enough, Midda Oraisa on a biblical level, when you tap garment and its original identity is lost, when I say the good is because the original identity is lost, therefore the tumah goes away. But our opponent were concerned, like they were going there, that if the garment is still big enough to be a kerchief, that you're not going to tear it enough in order to allow it to use it. Because the Rabbanan are the ones who said that if it's still kerchief size, it still retains its original identity. The Midda Oraisa, which is what we're focusing on over here, Midda Oraisa can tear it enough that it's no longer functional in its original way, but it's still large enough for kerchief size that works to lose its original identity, which then loses its tumah, which for our purposes then allows it to be brought back into the base of Mikdash for keeper's purposes. Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, Midrabanan, Shizini Bimalola Asim, Mikra Luba, Avamida Oraisa Kahola, Umukra Lahakisa, Mishum Misasi. So let's point out that there's two different halachas happening over here. The general halacha, right, by tumah by garments, says that even if you want the garment to lose its tumah status, it needs to lose its identity. How does it lose its identity? By carrying it so that it's smaller even than a kerchief. Because what they say is if you carry it to kerchief size, a person is still going to leave too much of the original garment intact, and the tumah status is going to remain. But by people, we're going by the Din D'Oraisa. And the Din D'Oraisa says kerchief size, good enough to allow it to lose its original identity. Once it loses that original identity, then I won't make it lose its tumah. Once it loses its tumah, you can bring it back in for people's purposes. Incredible. Okay, let's say top line is navigated out. Let's see better Shiyasa to see what deals with the Tiferes. So the words in 1 second. Now, what did the Mishnah say? If the Tiferes ultimately again is right? Had blood in it, or had sacrificial matter in it. So you have, what do you do with the Tiferes? You have to break it. Where do you break it? Inside of the Mikdash. In our case, the Mishnah, what happened? You took it out, and it became tummy. So once you took it out and it became tummy, you can't bring it back in. So what does the Mishnah say? Use no control. Make a hole in it. Make a hole in it, loses its identity, loses its tumah. You can now bring it back in and do Marika and Shtipa in the Mikdash itself. Incredible. Once again, but if you make a hole in it, one of them will clean. 1 second. Once again, if you make a hole in it, it's not a clean. And I will say, the Torah says that Marika and Shtipa only applies to a clean. So what's going on over here? Shanika Bashar is kata. So this is actually an interesting answer. We're talking about over here that you make a very small hole in it, the size of a small root. That's the hole. So the Gemara essentially says like this. Apparently, that hole is small enough that it causes the Tiferes to go ahead and lose enough of its identity that the tumah goes away, but not so much of its identity that it's not called a flute. Interesting. Okay, so a small enough hole to allow it to lose enough identity so that the tumah goes in, therefore can be brought back in, but not so big that halacha l'maisa it's not called a flute and will not be subject to a new fascinating. Okay, clean your process pump. So next piece was a metal utensil. So what do you do with a metal utensil? Halacha l'maisa is remember again by Tiferes, it sort of uses this lesson of milk cold. All right.
Cauliflower. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you get it from like
No phone. No phone. Now we established no phone means a very small. By clear focus by metal utensil, the mission uses the Russian ultimately a bit of folk soap. Folk soap is a much larger hole. The Gemara says, I have a whole lot for you, but one second. If you're making a large hole in a metal utensil, I got it. I understand what you're trying to do. Cause the key to lose its identity. If it loses its identity, it loses its tumor. I understand that. I understand that. But also, if it loses its identity, it's no longer a creed. And if it's no longer a creed, then ultimately again, there's an obligation of American Shtifa. Those words are halakhilu. What's the case over here? So see, interesting enough, the case is, yes, you make a big hole in the utensil, but then after you make the hole, what do? You hammer it out and essentially make it whole again. So what I'm doing is I'm making a hole in the utensil. What that does is it allows the utensil to lose its tumor. But then I go ahead and metal, you can do this. You can hammer it back out so that it becomes whole. Once it becomes whole, now it's a key. Once it's a key, it's subject to American Shiva. Which I also, by the way, is even very interesting. When the key loses its identity, it loses its tumor, but it never doesn't lose its reals. And it loses absorption. So even though, again, the metal utensil, when you make a hole in it, it'll lose it. It's no longer coming, but I love what I say, any carbonic absorptions are still there. So that's what you'll do. You make a hole in it, a large hole in it, this way it loses its tumor status, then repair it, and then bring it back into the base when it does as a piece, and do your American Shiva. Incredible. I'll make it. Mediation, so the purpose we okay, so we'll say this is a fascinating case. Let's say the Me'il, right? The Me'il, which is one of the judges of the coin, the two of the coin becomes tamar. Now look at Rashi's one. Rashi's very fast. Me'il, so big shenitas are done chatos. Yotze puts the line beneath machnis noch ulav. Okay, process. Now watch this. Here's what's occurring here. In this case, same case of our Mishnah. The me'il of the coin, became got blood on it, blood that chatos. No problem. Remember, as long as you're saying in the base of Mikdash, do your kibbutz. And what happened? The me'il was taken outside of the base of Mikdash. When it was outside, it became tummy. So now, what do I do? How do I rectify this situation? And let's say, now, just to point out over here, you're not allowed, well, let's essentially go through it. So, Mil Shmikma, Machisa the Papa, Mishalosh, Al Shalosh, Misafsa. So, what do? You go ahead and you bring it into the base of the brush at less than 3 single breaths by 3 single breaths. In other words, bring it into the base of the brush slowly. What is that? You take a look at that. The Papa, Rashi says, remember again, the church doesn't bring in that meal into the base of Mikdash. Why not? Because it's coming. And you can't introduce only items into the base of Mikdash. So what can you do? Bring it into the base of Mikdash and look at it. Remember again, a garment is from less than 3 fingers, doesn't have the halachic definition of a garment. Therefore, again, there is no tumor issues. So bring it in a time. So the matter is sheer baggy coming last far. The issue actually color will not be sufficient. So now I'm going to tell you, we'll say, now the problem over here that we run into is the media, right? You see, suppose like in the Mishnah gave me the process for rectifying and coming back. The problem is, we're not allowed to actively tear big dick. There's a biblical prohibition to actively tear big dick. Such, the remedy that the Mishnah puts down, which again is to tear the garment on the outside, allow us to go ahead and lose its to the status, bring it back in, and then the kibbutz won't work by big business. But what you can do is bring it in a little bit at a time, less than 3 finger breaths by 3 finger breaths, and the ankle capsule, and launder it as it comes in. So essentially, what you're doing over here is you are bringing in less than the shear of a baguette. When you bring in less than the shear of a baguette, any tumor that may be there is simply inconsequential. So bring it in a little bit at a time, launder it in that space of, or launder that piece of less than 3 fingers or 3 fingers at a time, and ultimately tired of holding like that. Whereas in Shimshunema, it's a possibility. He says you're not allowed to care. That's the remedy by the meal. Fascinating. So most of the Rabbi is the Kasha, and he said, once again, the Abin Darakin, Ein Bahem Mishum Shalosh HaShalosh. So here's the problem. Versus Abin Rakin. Abin Rakin literally means very thick material or very thin material.
just
You're not subject to the halachos of ultimately treating the rest as future. Right? Why? You don't get that. In Baham Yisrael Shalosh Hashalosh, the lab will Tisha. Because remember, very thick material and very thin material is not really usable for gardening purposes. Although we're talking about elevation a lot, it's a shlosh out. Which is interesting, apparently very thick material, very thin material, and not really usable for gardening. But usable for like you could sit on it. So because you can sit on it, the beginning of sleeping the rest and keeping the rest doesn't apply to them. Rather, again, their shoes measure in hand depth. So the Gemara says, so what's that? The Nevi'ah was thick material. So how can you give this ease of keeping the rest of keeping the rest if that shoes didn't apply? Which Gemara is going to know. Adok Adin and Kashti. Since again, because the Nevi'ah itself is a garment, the smaller part of the Nevi'ah is reckoned as part of the larger garment. So again, when the Gemara says that piece of material, thick material, thin material, that means it's tangible material. And because this piece already a garment, therefore the smaller pieces ultimately are looked at as part of the whole. And we could use this itself as keeping the back side piece. Check on this side. This is the question just to check. Therefore, what we have over here is as follows. If it's a case of a garment that's not existing, that gets top of blood on, so it's subject to people has to be done with this in the flesh. If you take the garment out of the base of the flesh, what do you do? Bring it back in and do two books. If you can come outside of the base of the flesh, so what do? Tear it. When you tear it, ultimately you lose its identity as a garment. When you lose its identity as a garment, also loses its tumor. Then you bring it back in, repair it, and then you keep it. What problem is if the garment is one of the big things, then you're not allowed to tear it. So what do you do? What's the result? Bring it back into the base of the flesh in small amounts of less than 3 fingerbreds, that's 3 fingerbreds, that's less than the seal of a garment. Therefore, the tumor is not the same. So essentially, give people on each little thing as it exists. Okay, you must have a problem. But now, I'll tell you, the problem you want to bring up over here is a general issue with peoples. We just established on the previous video that peoples constantly going in the base of the fish itself. Here's the problem. I have a whole bunch of Shiba Samurai. Okay, so we didn't get into this. How do you run this program? Right? How do you run it? You actually have to do have a very specific way which modeling is done. You require 7 different ingredients. Some of them are literally herbs, the spice, the leading ingredients. Some of them dam tacos, humaros nigores, the way to remove dam tacos, and also the way to remove certain saras lesions is you need these 7 different ingredients. So let's say again, if you look at Rashi, Rashi says over here, Bahabai, dam tacos, Shibisaman, Rashnim Sekas Nida, Le'im Saman, Yoptafel, Meraglayan, Nesser, Boris, oil, the Kimini of the Ashla. These are all the ingredients, right? So one that we're focused on over here is Meraglayan, urine. Urine apparently was one of the things that was necessary for laundering. Here's the problem, the Gemara says, the kind of there's a problem. What's that problem? Right? So again, kibbutz has to be done in the base hamikdash. You're not allowed to bring urine into the base hamikdash. So how do I do this exactly? So now we're jumping back, right? We're going back. It's actually, this really belonged more like in the previous Mishnah. Because the previous Mishnah was the one that spoke about the idea that kibbutz has to be done in the mikdash. That is not in 1 second. How do you kibbutz in the mikdash? So I was inside 95 feet. The feet came up the middle of the hole. But how the son of money? Only the island is too rich to time. It's like this. Why? Because you take all of the ingredients and you mix them together. So because they're all mixed together, we don't do it as bringing your make the concoction outside of the base of the dish. Bring it in. By the time you bring it in, whatever it is, we just call it tithe. We'll just call it tithe. All right? So don't eat the ingredients, right? So the nice tradition is the tithe, just bring it in. Gemara says, last night, here's the problem. Here's the Haknan. If you smoke a cigarette, it wasn't interesting enough. The way that this modeling process works is you have these 7 ingredients. and they are used in a specific order. If you mess up the order, the kibbutzim process does not work. Or she'avir shivas into echad, lots of local, or if you mix all of the ingredients together and then watch that long together, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. So apparently, again, it's order specific and it is one by one. And the Gemara says, okay, so once again, that's why you're a problem. So if you take off, the new below the bahad yikad misalmani, so maybe say this, okay, so maybe, okay, I understand I can't mix all of them together. Can't mix all of them together. So maybe you'll mix the urine with one other item. One other item to which the Gemara says the hard cycle test case. So it's time to pull out on that side. But again, we'll say, again, the Gemara says that brings down that there is a very specific laundry process. And again, what that requires is you take each of the items, and each of the items is rubbed on the beged 3 times by itself. Once again, sounds like the urine is being used by itself. Like how can you do urine in today's lesson? In today's such, you must listen to this tonight. It's not hello, the middle of the below. What's the case? Interestingly enough, the case over here is where you actually dilute the urine with just saliva. The saliva. In other words, you put enough, so this actually saliva is one of the ingredients. So apparently you dilute the urine with enough saliva that the urine identity is lost, and therefore you can bring it into the basin. I'm going to show you, look, Papa, start shaking for after. The Shakis himself said that saliva. Look, Papa literally means like toothpaste saliva, as opposed to, let's say, saliva that you generate after you eat. Right? So this is pre-eating or post-eating your saliva. Right? So look, Papa, they try to say that saliva is mixed with each of the ingredients. So apparently, again, I don't know what the ratio is. Maybe I'm sure you know the but apparently enough saliva mixed with the urine makes it as if you're not bringing urine to the clinicus, and therefore get a lot of nice you can use this for your laundering process. Incredible. Mishnah. So now, switching gears a little bit. And again, the halacha, so remember, kibbutz is used ultimately to dam tafas. Okay? But then there's other halachas. For example, again, shvira, breaking of a kitaris because of carbonic absorption. Or marika shtipa, washing and cashing with, let's say, a metal utensil because of carbonic absorption. That applies, right? Those halachas apply to any carbon. So therefore, again, whether either you cooked carbonos in the akashir or you took out carbonic matter. And also, carbonic matter could be hot meat, right? It could be hot mincha. So you put hot carbonic matter into a food. The Gemara says, and again, whether the carbonos are kachek hadashim or the kachek kalim, ultimately, any utensil is going to require mariko shtipa. That's halacha. Shimon says, kachek kalim ain't to mariko shtipa. She also quite interesting. Shimon says, the kachek kalim do not require mariko shtipa. So therefore, both sides. So there's two things happening here in the Mishnah. So first of all, the Mishnah says, no, halacha number one is, however the hot matter is coming into the kli, whether you're cooking in the kli or ultimately again you're pouring hot matter into the kli is going to require mariko shtipa. The machlokas of the Mishnah between the Tanakama and the Shimon is what does mariko shtipa apply to? Tanakama says kachek hadashim and kachek kalim. The Shimon says only kachek hadashim, not kachek kalim. Good. That's not I said to Mishalbo. This big intervention. Now remember, this concept of mariko and shtipa is ukli kares asher tevushal bo. If you have an ordinary utensil in which you cook carbonic matter, yishaber, it shall be broken. In the contrast, and if it's cooked, if you're cooking in a metal utensil, a copper utensil, then ultimately again mariko and shtipa. Now let's say if you know the flush on the pasta is only by bishul. Yet the Mishnah said that it applies by bishul as well as the pouring hot matter into it. So to asher to bishul is the other to bishul. Even the sofa will say, how do I know that if I pour hot carbonic matter into the kli, that ultimately again the kli he requires mariko shtipa. Asher to bishul bo. Therefore, the pasuk says ultimately again, that which you shall cook and eat shall be smashed. Rashi says over here, "With the summer tree shader in some bowl, the Lord calls it in three shader to do for shader. The magic in midla b'mi come up in shader." So this is back to something very interesting, which is
90 minutes to prove
The
his
Misha
innocence to
there
an AI
is
judge
written
who
next to the
provided
communication.
Ferguson.
Because it's written next to the communication, which ultimately again absorbed, therefore the Gemara explains over here that this halacha ultimately again is about absorption. Because it's about absorption, therefore we know absorption doesn't only occur through cooking, but absorption occurs even when a hot object is placed inside of a plate. Okay, incredible. So now we've established this, whether you're cooking in the clean or ultimately again you're pouring hot carbonic matter into the clean, the din of Marika and Shtifa will apply. One more piece of review over here. Remember, Marika and Shtifa only applies to no utensils because again, by if you have an earthquake that was halacha, you have to smash it. Okay, so let's say you answer that same question. What are you talking about? So what over added on your mouth? So let's say listen to this. Let's say you have an earthenware, well let's assume for what to do with an earthenware oven, and you suspended sacrificial meat. You cook sacrificial meat in the oven suspended. Now what's the fact with suspended? It's not touching any part of the meat. So what is the halacha ma'ah? What is the halacha ultimately again in this situation? Rashi says where it's low, the shiput shachatos v'sosa ba'avid hanor, and it's pasha ba'al your nivla b'al klum. So again, in this case over here, the Gemara says essentially, we are always assuming that how does absorption occur? How does absorption occur? Contact. So let's say again, I'm roasting my chatos inside the earthenware oven. So the spit is in the oven, but the meat is not touching any part of the oven. What's the status now of that oven? So the Gemara says, Abishul u'girul u'kapidachmana. So again, I will say, didn't say that the only time that carbonic absorption poses a problem is both when there's cooking and absorption. Now, cooking, remember, again, requires heat, and absorption requires contact. So the Gemara says, oh, Dilma, Abishul below. Or maybe not. Maybe that was like the halacha of either Marisa and Shtifa or Shavira by Kinkaras is a different. If you cook sacrificial matter inside of the utensil, that triggers the need for a process. Whether there's absorption or not is irrelevant. So it's either Shaila is the thing of by Kinkaras by Shtifa. Is it a din in visual, in which or is it a din in visual and absorption? In that community, you look at it in the utensil, but the utensil has no contact with the clean itself. That is visual, but not necessarily absorption. Fascinating. I'm going to Shabbos says, Kashma, Echad Shabishabo, Ve'echad Meshira Yosef Oloseah. So that is, look at this case. What did the Mishnah say? The Mishnah said whether you cook sacrificial matter in the food, or you pour the non-sacrificial matter into it. I will say that that's the case of no cooking. Cooking, Shmuel says, no. You do have low dish out, low body. So I'm saying, no. No one's asking about a case of whether there's absorption without cooking. Everyone agrees absorption without cooking is certainly the need for the process of Marie Koshtiva because there's an absorption. What's our question? Our question is whether it's bishul, but there's no absorption. What's fascinating? Now, again, so what's the case of bishul without absorption? I put a stick or a chatas inside of an oven. The chatas is roasted, so the bishul is happening inside of the oven. But the chatas is not touching any part of the oven. That's called bishul, the low bilua. Ultimately, again, cooking without absorption. Now, again, you might be making the assumption that where there is no contact, there is no absorption. Okay, that's an assumption. But the Shaila just as far this is what happened in this case. Time of Shamikdash, you know what we're going to stop over here for today? Yeah. So we'll stop over here today. And we'll rush the Rebbe said, tremendous. Yes, so we got a little bit of a cliffhanger. We'll pick up on his messages tomorrow. Hopefully, this is kind of everyone. Diving into the main shul in the session.
I don't want anyone to get hurt. I'm another story. It's kind of amazing that you're okay. You know, other than the bad concussions. Yeah. I'm pretty okay with how it turned out. What's the worst injury that anybody ever suffered during your checkups? Wow. There's been many concussions, breaks.
All right, then we'll say good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all for this morning cheer. I thank our Talmud sponsors.
My lower back
think I don't put up his photo with Steve Allison and his son's grandfather. Shlomo Tzvi Ruvain, then Shimon Zibon Yizrach, Simeon Martha Asusin, in memory of all of their parents, Yitzchak Reid, Ben Anna Cohen, Sarah Rachel, Bachar, Avram, Kinda, Bas, Hannah, Raphael, in memory of Morton, Esther, Sinchon, Mordecai, Bet, Yonah, and in memory of the dear family friends, Seth, Sajid, Tony, Yonah, Gordon, Holly, in memory of Paul's Mishpacha, Leah Bashmol, Zachary Bashulavis, and Zachary Shlams Bashmol, and Esther Bashmol, Zachary Bashmol, Sarah Steinberg, and Sus, continued help for Shulamis and Bas, all the nations were having on the earth. The families in the Kama, all those who were forced to be taken to call Israel. Allies is open with Hashem. We saw trouble. Also, with that, let us keep reading back to Sabbath Valley 94, and we are picking up on Sabbath Gimel on the page 93b, Nisayaya Miladi Elosa, which pretty much is like in the middle of the page. Easiest for me to say like this is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16 lines up from the Mishnah. Yeah, not from the bottom. Sorry, it's embarrassing to realize up from the bottom. It says, I'm saying the laws. I'm the laws. She wants to remember again to do small things like this. I'm the laws. I used to ask up to it. So let's go home and ultimately again, it's actually very interesting because the end of yesterday's time, when the king sprinkles the blood, anything left over on his finger is invalid for any subsequent blood sprinkling. So the sprinkling required is only new blood from the receptacle. So the mind goes back and the mind is only gotten by Abba, so that's summertime of the student said, Amarad, Amarabam, telling us how your mind will use the Hazar in the so if a Kohen is sprinkling the blood, and the actual blood application left his hand, the mind says, Ad Shalom Hiza, Ha'in Kibus, Mishehiza, in Tom Kibus. Okay, say the part situation. So the Kohen is sprinkling, and so it is splatter on the clothing. So again, the Babylon says, if ultimately actual Hiza Tom Kibus, if the sprinkling has not yet, the actual sprinkling has not yet been done, then the clothing requires laundry. You should use it in Tom Kibus. Whereas the sprinkling has been done, then laundry is not necessary. What does that mean? My Mahakko is this not what it means? Actual Gamamila Hazos Ta'os Kibus. If the sprinkling has not yet been completed, then the splattering of the blood on the clothing triggers an obligation ultimately to laundering. You should Gamamila Hazos for one sprinkling is in Ta'os Kibus, then laundering is no longer necessary. Because no. So how come it's like to say, actually, you have to Sahazah Miyado up until this morning that he was not yet to the sprinkling Ta'os Kibus. So let's just remember again, this is from yesterday's daf. Once the blood has already been used for sprinkling, there is no longer a laundering obligation. Remember again, we saw this rule in yesterday's daf. The only time there's a laundering obligation is when halacha l'maisa, the blood has not yet been used, right? So it's this interesting time. It has to be from the time that the blood reaches the Kisharis, but before it's been actually used for any applications. Once it's been used for applications, then halacha l'maisa, it no longer triggers a laundering obligation. That's why, like, if it, let's say, splashes back when it was bayah, there's no particular obligation there. The Gemara says, Mishiyat the Sahazah Miyado in Ta'os Kibus. Ultimately, again, the blood leaves his fingers. In other words, then halacha l'maisa, if it splatters, then there is no obligation of Kibus. Interesting. Says Sabai is the Kasha, Gamamila Hazos, Mekanek Yado B'Gufa Shopar. That's interesting. Not Para Aduma. So it says, remember it was like Para Aduma, there are blood applications that are done, remember Para Aduma, the whole service is done outside of the business. So there are sprinklings that are done in the direction of the business, right? So therefore, when Mishiyata Sahazam Yado, once the blood leaves his hands, in Ta'os Kibus, there is no longer an obligation ultimately for Kibus if the blood splatters on the clothing. Sabai is the Kasha, Gamamila Hazos, Mekanek Yado B'Gufa Shopar. When the Kohen finishes ultimately the blood application, or the sprinklings, then he is able to wipe his hand on the actual body of the Paraduma. Gamar in Lo Gamar Lo. So listen, it sounds like again, it's only once he finishes, which makes it sound like during the course of it, even if he reuses blood, that's okay. I'm Malay, government can ask you to look for shahar. No. When he finishes all the applications, that's when he wipes his hand, ultimately again in the body of the paraduma. No gamar, if he did not finish, he wipes his finger. So he wears a mishtam of gamar, I understand when he finishes the entire service, he wipes his hand on the body of the paraduma. Remember again, usually you can't wipe your hand on the body of the paraduma during the service. Why? Because if you ever tried to wipe a hand with blood on the body of the cow, if you've actually ever tried that, please tell me the circumstances around that, right? But if you were to try that, ultimately again, you end up with a lot of schmutz on your hand just from the body of the cow itself. So the reason is like this: when you finish all of the things, then you go wipe your hand ultimately again on the cow to remove residual blood. However, the Gemara says, that you know, but overrun the kaya, or what you go ahead and wipe your finger on, right? So in between applications, what are with these fingers, what are you wiping your finger on? On that time, you discuss as well. Ultimately, you wipe your finger on the edge of the bowl. So you take your finger, essentially rub it down, rub it against the edge of the bowl, and ultimately, again, there is a blood comes off. Bottom line takeaway from all of this is that halacha l'maisa, we learned about the concept of kibbutz. So the concept of kibbutz says that it's the blood. Go ahead and put the heads on the clothing. There is other obligation. This passage is just what type of blood does. Obviously, if the blood spurts from the animal, that doesn't trigger an obligation. The blood splashing back from the right from the floor, very blood. Blood which has been finished, the blood applications. That's the blood in the face. Splashing back is a kibbutz obligation. It's incredible. Let's go back. It says the Mishnah. Mikas al-Ha'ar. Listen to this. So now, this is two different things. Up until now, we've been focusing on the blood ahead and splattering on the clothing of the cow. Now, we'll say, what happens if the blood splatters on the hide of the carbon? Hide of the carbon. Now, again, normally, remember a hide. Who gets the hide? Who gets the hide? Cohen. So now, Mikas al-Ha'ar, so again, if the sacrificial blood, when it has splattered on the hide, so again, actual shut in kibbutz. So if the hide has not yet been splayed, in other words, if the hide is still attached to the animal, there's no din of kibbutz. Right? There's no din of kibbutz. Ultimately, I will say, we're going to see why that is. That's already points this out. Because in order for something to be subject to the laws of kibbutz, it has to be makabel tumah. To be makabel tumah, essentially, you have to be a clean. So let's say an article of clothing is considered to be a clean, but a hide attached to an animal is called an animal, right? That's what it's called. It's called an animal, and therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, it's not a clean, it's not makabel tumah, and therefore, again, no din of kibbutz. Misha Hosha, but once the hide has been freed from the animal, then it's tongue. Then it will be subject to these words are already done. So again, interesting enough, the tradition of Rabbi Yehuda is, remember, generally, even after a hide is freed from an animal, there's still a lot of work that has to be done on it. So it's not really fixed for final use, but Rabbi Yehuda ultimately again holds that halacha l'maisa, it's finished enough. Finished enough, usable enough, has the status of a kli, therefore makabel tumah, and therefore require a covenant of kibbutz. So the Lozah says no, ak mishnah hoshat in kol kibbutz. The Lozah disagrees. The Lozah holds that no, a hide has been flayed from the animal, it hasn't been processed, it hasn't been cut, it hasn't been tanned. That's not a finished product. Because it's not a finished product, therefore halacha l'maisa, it does not require kibbutz. Incredible. So the Gemara says, it's an elam makom adam. So we'll say furthermore, the Mishnah says, when we speak about kibbutz application of launder, what part of the garment do you have to launder? Here the Mishnah says you only have to launder the part of the garment that actually has the blood on it. That davar shmutah, furthermore, again, it's only on the garment, only on the item that is makabel tumah, right? And that's dry kibbutz. And something which itself ultimately again is fit for launder. So we'll discuss the Muslim just what that means. After that, we'll say the king of Kibbutz applies to a garment, the Echad Hassan or sackcloth, the Echad or leather, cleaning Kibbutz. All of these things require Kibbutz. Now, I'll say some details about Kibbutz. The Kibbutz, the Makom Kodesh, because it's very interesting. So it's not the fact that like you're framing clothing like this an off-site, cleaners. But rather again, where is Kibbutz done? Kibbutz is done in the base of Mikdash itself. Isn't that fascinating? The Makom Kodesh, the Hazara. So in contrast, it's done in the base of Mikdash itself. The Shvira Paris, the Makom Kodesh, there was a particular utensil that had carbonic meat in it. What do you do with a particular utensil which has carbonic meat? You know what do you do with it? You smash it. Smash it because you can't capture it. You can't use it for mundane use. Once it has sacrificial drugs in it. Where is that smashing done? In Makom Kodesh. In a holy, right? Now again, where exactly in the service world is that most of them remember again, Kapayake powers, like when you went to Shiloh, or welcome to that Shiloh, is this very day. You could find person with shards all around Shiloh. I don't think it's the case of these antiquities, but whatever, so the nice stuff, but it's fascinating. Why? Because again, thousands of years ago, when all sorts of wonderful Shiloh, and they use Kabbalah, in the original they're regular. It's not a little bit again. The entire area around the Mishkan, you could literally find person with to this day. To this day, it's the most incredible thing. There's actually in the Makom Marikin Shlifa, the cleaning process, and also Marikin Shlifa refers to the process of cleaning and cashing. That's done by a metal utensil. Right? If you eat a korban in a metal utensil, you have to clean it and you have to cash it. Where is that done? The Makom Kodesh. Also, that's been done in Israel. So what's really interesting? So in other words, kibbutz, the breakage of utensils and the cleaning and cashing of metal utensils all have to take place within the completions of this. Incredible. That Homer, the Chatzos, Mikdash Kadashim. There was an adverse of stack. This text, it was really interesting. The Mishnah kind of understandable that the kibbutz applies to only Chatzos. Only Chatzos. So the Mishnah says, well, we discuss this. This is a Homer that Chatzos has over other Kashei Kadosh. So apparently it's missing, which is interesting because we haven't actually seen this really explicitly stated before, but apparently the din of kibbutz only applies to Chatzos. Even though Chatzos is in the category of Kashei Kadosh, it only applies to Chatzos blood and not to other blood. That's incredible. Okay, the Gemara meaning, from where you know this, so you know, so now, there was not as much really focused on it because it's notion about what type of garments does the din of kibbutz apply to. And you from where you know this, that isn't outside. So it says, how do you know that kibbutz applies to the garments? Gemara says, Minayin Rabbos are Mishavosha. How do I know that it applies to a hide? Once the hide has been removed from the animal, Hamalama shall yajza Allah Katabi. It says anything that the blood sprinkles upon shall be murdered. Yakotanima, the heart, Hashimahosha, maybe to include a hide even before the hide has been removed from the animal. Hamalama, second. Therefore, none of the parts says second garment. Not second, Harai the Kabul Sumo. After Harai the Kabul Sumo, give it up. Ultimately, again, just like that. Is that is right in the Kabul. I just think because of what that has essentially. Therefore, again, the Gemara says, therefore, right, and it's right in the Kabbalah from us. After all, I run the Kabbalah told the Rabbi, he's going to be the next country, you get a hide, once it's complete, it's no more shooting. Hello? I say, he's in the Kabbalah. The Rosa says, that guy, in Any element that you also just want to point out to you over here of flushing is how long is some of this low, right? Which ultimately again will not ultimately is the help. Hold on for just a second. So the comment when it comes to cycle travel before the commonly begotten action materials. Asher Allah so Basi said that which was brought sprinkles of shalom here. Yochanan in Marba on Mishloch. I might have thought now that's about the Mishnah. But it says you might place even to a heart that has been freed in the animal. Amagomar Beged. Therefore the Pasuk says Beged. Not Beged. Just like the beged is in its finished form and it is ready to be makabel, so to anything that is in a finished form and ready to be makabel. So here we go. So this is the cosmetic makosin of Yehuda and that is really and it comes down to the case ultimately again of the flayed hide. That Yehuda says it's kol ha-ra'oi makabel tomorrow makabel. Anything that is fit, capable, ultimately again of being makabel tomorrow, ultimately is makabel tomorrow. That's like includes even a flayed hide, even though there's more to do with the hide. So on the other hand, uses the Lashon ultimately again of Javar HaMekabel tomorrow. Not ra'oi, but Javar Mekabel tomorrow, which means in the Lazar's world, only a finished product ultimately again will be makabel tomorrow. Once again, let's try to do it. Rabbi, so now we're going to give a couple of different nafkaminas in the respective opinions. Rabbi is Mashwas Kutusim Shalosh Kutuvinah. Rabbi says a good example of this would be a piece of cloth that is less than a rag, that's less than 3 finger breadths by 3 finger breadths. Nanda Amalai, Hanamalai, used by Pashavas. So again, if you say something is low, it's called a city tomorrow. So again, is a piece of cloth, a rag less than 3 finger breadths, that's capable? Sure. How can it be covered? How can it become a tomorrow? If you're not sure, if you say this is my bottle stopper, you say this is my Dafyomi bookmark, you endow it with importance, then by definition it becomes a double chashav and it's right with couple tomorrow. On the other hand, not double on the couple tomorrow, Hamina Lavdas Tabli. But if you say again with the larger, no, it's got to be something that right now, couple tomorrow, a piece of cloth less than 3 finger breadths. Let's go back. So the Gemara. Let's say you have a jacket, a garment, or really a piece of cloth, and ultimately again you're going to go ahead and use 4 embroideries. Nice and embroideries. So right it's a jacket, but again, you're going to embroider. The man does a lot of writing. The one says writing, like the outside of why, because you do the same embroidery, and therefore what? It's good to go right out to finish part out. On the other hand, man down the law, Ashtam Nihar Das Capital. If you hold up like the law, so the law says, no, it's got to be a finished product now. And right now, it's not a finished product because halakha l'maaseh is supposed to embroider. Rabba says another afternoon. It's just for literally in the afternoon between the two of them. Rabba Amar, literally saw it every night. So Rabba says the case would be an utzpah. And Rabba said utzpah is like a large piece. Usually it actually says it's leather. It's leather or ultimately again, or also some type of cloth, some type of other material. And that's the idea is a large piece which don't use like a tablecloth or as a covering, but you have in mind to trim it down. So the word Mandamaroi, if you say like that you got. So again, this is right, because even though your intention is to trim it, you can decide not to trim it, and by doing so, it is a finished product. The Gemara says, Manda Amar Gabra Makabel Tumah, but if you're going to Makabel Tumah, part of the Makabel Tumah, part of the Mitzvah, it's not really considered to be finished. Ultimately, again, until you cut it down. That's how you are. They should have announced the Omer Utzba, Shefashav Allah, Mikatsu. The whole row, Achiaksir. And what's that? Shimon Benassi rules on this. He says the Utzba that you have in mind to trim down is going to remain Tahar ultimately again until you actually trim it down. So let's say there's a couple of very interesting things happening over here. Number one, just a general interesting insight into the halachos of Tuman, which is if you have an item that is technically usable, but you have in mind to do further things to it, to bring it into a finished product, is that item a kabel Tuman or not? The backdrop to that is only a finished product, ultimately again is a kabel Tuman. So how do we do it? Something is usable now, but you plan on doing more to it to further refine it. Is it Makabel Tuma now before the refinements or not? Rabbi Yehuda says yes, it is. Right? Rabbi Yehuda says as long as it's low Makabel Tuma, it's Makabel Tuma. Again, get those further refinements done. Where does this come up for us in the case of kibos? What is this? And a high is attached to it. There's no din of kibos, right? Because a high attached to it. What's the status once you lay the high? So it's good to go. You can use it. Use it for the kabel come on. If I love my side, it's requires kibos. Now, what says no one just uses the high, right? It's not like off the rack, off the wall. You know, it's like tied off the animal. Like, you always do something to it, and therefore how it's not covered. That's our makom. So it happens to be that way, like the Rambam passes like a laser, that a hide off the animal is not the kabbalah. It's not the kabbalah, therefore blood gets onto it, it doesn't keep us. I'll get more about hide in just a little bit. That's good. I will say, by the way, I was thinking about that. It's interesting, by the way, that, if you think about it from a traffic perspective, that something that is only something that is finished is in the kabbalah Tuma. Right? It's interesting because like intuitively you would have been a little bit differently. So maybe once something is finished by definition, if it's on a higher level, it shouldn't be in the kabbalah Tuma. Only an unfinished product, ultimately I get in the kabbalah Tuma. But the tremendous most of us feel. So once you know, one of the things we wish was true in looking at is that once you get to a certain level, you're no longer certain wants, desires. It's one of the most frustrating things in life. I work on myself, and then I get myself to a level, and then I fall, and I make a mistake, and I'm so frustrated with myself because I worked so hard to get myself to do same things. The reason is because even the unfinished is not habitual. That's just the way that it works. So we work on ourselves to refine us, lift ourselves up, to push ourselves, which is beautiful, which is incredible. Those who are impervious to sin, one of the benefits of that is that there's no longer Sahara. So when you guys is no Sahara, but until that moment, understand that even though we are Halabai, we should also be finished Caleb. It's still susceptible to sin. What's for Caleb is certainly is true for people as well. Let's go back. It says the Gemara. Então, kibos, sinagmi, merino, this tenabanon, yoko mikazam mikasket, the idea called that get on kibos, I would have thought, that was like, here's another very interesting fact, Mr. said. What requires kibos? What requires laundry? Only the spot on which the blood fell. The rest of the garment does not require kibos. So you might have thought that once blood falls on part of the garment, the entire garment should require kibos. Kawabama Hashem Yazam. Ramaki Lacha Elamakom Dan. What about saying that's a fact that everyone agrees on? Allah says anything that kibos on the area where the blood actually took the garment. Incredible. Davar Shu Lai Lekabel Tuma. Allah says, remember again, the Mishnah said the only time that the garment is subject to kibos is when the garment has Mekabel Tuma. So you must stomach Rabbi Yehuda. Right with kibos, the Me'ute called Davar Regal. Sorry, the Me'ute cleave the Bar Regal. So it's ultimately again, our Mishnah flexibility of Rabbi Yehuda. Yehuda holds that ultimately again, anything that is lawfully Mekabel Tuma, ultimately again, is going to be subject to kibos. And what does it come to exclude? A utensil. Why? Also because again, utensils themselves are not cleansed to kibos. How are utensils cleansed? Ringa literally means scrape it. Anybody who's just scraping scrubbing. It's very interesting. The lot of kibbutz dafka only applies to garments, which again tells you that when a foot falls onto a garment, what happens? There's going to be some type of level of absorption that wandering could extract. Echad habeged ve'echad hasak. And was then the Mishnah went on to enumerate all different types of materials. Right, whether it's a garment, whether it's sackcloth, whether it's leather, remember the Arba Kibbusu, by telling them that leather ultimately again is subject to wandering. And also, by the way, for some of you these nations where we did this so you actually in Snikas Chava, a couple of Zmanim ago in Robo Shabbos, watch this for you. Merizikasha, Haisa Allah Lash Lashas. So we'll say, if some lush lushes gets on your cloak, you hate it when that happens. Right? So we'll say, so lush lushes Rashi brings down over here with second Shabbos tonight. Haisa ala akar shall begin yield shall rope, o shall soa. Some type of little bit translated saliva, saliva, is excrements, anything in that general category. Right? Gets on your cloak. So we'll say, so what do? The context of the scene, so we'll say, just to give you context a little bit, this is talking about over here the malacha of Machabis. You're not allowed to wander on Shabbos. So there's no malacha of wandering, but rather wandering falls under the umbrella of leaping. It's malabing, which literally means cleansing. So what happens if, let's say, and most of this is very amazing, because this happens probably every Shabbos, not necessarily experience, but again, that fits on your clothing every Shabbos. What's the halacha? So the Gemara says over here that halacha myself, you can go ahead and let's say Haisa Lashashas you could wipe it off with a rag. Let's see. You can go. Actually, this moment. Haisa Lashashas in second Shabbos. Haisa Alakar. So the kind of machine approach to Shabbos, some type of medias or excrement gets on the cushion, so you can't put water on it. The nation of Shabbos, if you put water on it, ultimately that's wandering. The kibbutz ad malacha, and kibbutz machabes malabim isn't ad malacha. Hen malabim in Haisa Lashashas is lav kar shal ar. Okay, so let's finish up. Haisa al shal ar. What happens, however, was let's say so the excrement landed on the left. What's the no sin actually you can go ahead and water on the leather until the thing goes away. Or even worse, that leather is not subject to wandering. Now it actually points out what you can't do with leather is rigorously scrub. That you can't do. That would be malabim. That would ultimately be wandering on leather. But you see that the act of putting water on leather is not a din of wandering. Well, that's the problem, because part of this is that turning water on leather is wandering, is mechabes. And Rabbi advised him, no, look, Kasha, two different things. Decide, here we go. So the right is like this, a beggar, which also means any garment ultimately made out of any materials other than leather. Sack and sackcloth. So subject to kibbutz. Akli v'ha'ar mitgarado. Ultimately, so much as you just by sack and blood. Kli and R, right, is second to the Kli R leather. Mitgarado, you straight it. When the Achirim say, Habeged v'asak v'ar mechatzo v'akli mitgarado. So what's my focus? Ultimately, again, how to treat leather. That I want to save sacrificial blood gets on leather, take it off. He didn't say sacrificial blood gets on leather, laundering. And once we never talk about laundering is of course with water. So the same focus that will apply for sacrificial blood will also apply on Shabbos is leather subject to the din of malabim. So Kiman Azadar and Kiba Ashi, so who's the meaning is reflected in the following statement, Zinu Sagir Habakarim Nachanedirab. Listen to this. Many times I was in front of Rab. I said, Kiba Ashi, so many times I was in front of Rab. The Shashiki lay my son in the night. And I saw Rab rinse his shoes with water. Rinse his shoes with water. It must have been on Shabbos. So now what do you see here? Rav is rinsing his shoes, which is only made of leather. He's rinsing his leather shoes with water on Shabbos. Incredible. So who's the thing? Is that Kiman? Kirabana. So we'll say that like Rabbanan, who hold that halacha l'maisa, leather isn't subject to people. Now, again, I will say, there's the same Rabbanan who said that blood, but if sacrificial blood gets on leather, what do? You scrub it out. That's why. Because it must be that leather is not subject to Maccabees. So remember again, whatever is true by sacrificial blood will be true for Shabbos also. So therefore, halacha l'maisa, by Shabbos, we say you can put water on leather. Amar Rabba, we need to run the Amar. This is one second. I'm telling you that there's an opinion that holds that leather is not subject to people. There was by the way, we look around still, like, right? The Kiva actually saying, I was in front of God many times and saw him wash his shoes, ultimately again on Shabbos. So what's already see there? No matter how great you are, no matter how great you are, don't rely on others' teachers. Whatever you need, you want to see the way how to wash the last shoes in a party. So you wouldn't wash the last shoes. Like, you wouldn't want that, of course. I have no doubt that many people offer to wash the shoes, and what it sounds like is Rav just went ahead and denied. It's incredible to so of being a self-sufficient person who doesn't need to rely on others. You only need other people. You only need other people. But the thing is that you can be self-reliant, or ultimately, again, is the moment you begin growing to publish people, you begin outsourcing your success as well. The most important thing in life is if you want to be successful, you and only you hold the reins of your success. That's what Chazal always teaches us. Be as possible. Self-reliant often push themselves to accomplish great things. People are highly relying on others and they're outsourcing everything, including their own success, to other people. Incredible. So the word says, so is there anyone who actually holds that leather is not subject to people's? But we said, the Pasuk says it actually pretty explicitly. So this still about Saras. And Saras, the third explicitly says that if you have a garment and has Saras on it, what do you have to do? You have to launder it. So again, it's a pretty explicit Pasuk. Which the Gemara says, Hashem comes to the Amarabah, Kra'u Mafnisim Bilaki. So that you have to say, look, they're getting a world of leather. There's sympathetic leather, there's hard leather, and there's soft leather. So everyone agrees ultimately, again, in the world of soft leather, that soft leather is subject to kibbutz, is subject to laundry. But like both the sacrificial blood and the Shabbos, you couldn't put water on it. Hard leather is going to be the machlokas, yes. Okay, so the Gemara, we give a question. What is the Machlokas with hard leather? So the Amrashia, Zidin and Sagin have the Kaina Kamei Rav. One second, let's go back. So he said many times I was in front of Rav, Shawar Bishak Shihi, Lima Sarai Benaya, and ultimately again, if you wash the shoes in water, so let's say, so what's that case? That must be the question Ukir Rabbanan. That must be in a case ultimately again of hard leather, and like Rabbanan will that there is no din of kibbutz by that. Okay, so how come Rabba? So Rabba went ahead and then said, Lav Milsa Ki Pick back what I just said before. Pick that back. So the Gemara says, Niku Nemo Lekra. If you see it, so remember, Rabba was the one going to say that the Pasuk by Saraz must have been talking about soft leather. So I said, no, I thought about it more, and I take it back. I must have thought about it. What a profound moment. It must have been so hard to be about, right? You imagine, say something like this, man, everybody's like, yeah, that sounds good. But you realize it's not true. You realize it's not true. Like, how tempting it is just to kind of stay the course. So you had all this tremendous strength of character. And so, something that's not true is not true. He went back, he took it back. How could it be? The Pasuk is talking about soft leather. It doesn't make any sense. The Gemara says, name one withdraw. I think Casino, but I think Casino, Milo Askinon, Kli Afsalgia. Haboin Medina Salah. Perhaps we're talking about over here, Kli Afsalgia. So we'll say, what's a Kli Afsalgia? Rashi says of Gekasha Mena Salgia or Shalok Bakasha. Boiled leather. Boiled leather. So apparently, again, by boiled leather, everyone would agree in that type of situation that hardened leather ultimately, again, in its own category. Okay, but coming up for the Torah says, he's like kibos. Ultimately, again, it still requires kibos. Rava says like this, Sharas, kibos gonna be fake kaparcha, nebkal tolo lei umashudelah. It could very well be that Saras. Why Saras? Because you also Saras itself could weaken the leather to the point that Saras itself makes the area, the afflicted area, into soft leather. And once again, every used by soft leather, then halacha so the garment is subject to kibos. Amarava. So Rabbi says in his house, he's kashli, hot kashli. Is there any questions? If there are any questions, here are my questions. On the base, how did the kistos to wrap in the middle? So I said, 1 second, everyone agrees pillows and cushions. But the leather, certainly soft leather, it's not yet we learned Kaisashal are no sinala nine match official. Then the most what can you say? We said that no Shabbos, if you have pillows and cushions, which certainly are soft leather, then what can you do? If there's this thing on the Shabbos, what do you like? You can go ahead and put water on it for 1 second. But you just want that by soft leather, everyone knows that there's a din of kibos. Allah Amarava was like third line 94b. Allah Amarava was kibos, the less like kiskus, most like kibos. This is very interesting. Right? If you're not on Shabbos, you have to say it like this. Any kibos that does not have kiskus. I was like, what's kiskus? Kiskus Rashi says is shipshot, which means rubbing. So for Hilchot Shabbos, laundering never just means the application of water. Rather, laundering means the application of water with some type of vigorous rubbing. Rashi says, Kiskos, Mishakshek Sido Za'atzi Zido Zakidar, Hamakabis Kidadim, Sokis Havagi Bishir, Mishakshek, love clothing together. Good. So we're saying, Rote Kilos, I, Bahada Amra Kiva, Ashi, Zini Sagina, even Hamir Girar, Mishakshek Ilay Masanoi Benaya. But we did keep coming back to the same story. But Yokashi said many times, I was with Rad and I saw Rad rinse his shoes. So the Gemara says, just in about Kibbutz law, he would rinse it. That's exactly the point. What he would do is he would rinse his shoes, but he wouldn't scrub them. That's exactly the point. So rinsing is going to be mutter, but ultimately again, but not scrubbing. So the Gemara says, okay, now what kind of leather? Either racking to give also. If it's soft leather, obviously everybody would do this. Either cashmere cotton, and if it's hard leather, that would be like yakin. The baguette nami, 1 second, they shouldn't the same thing apply to any garment. So this is actually very important. Baguette shriyasli to garments are going to because by other articles of clothing, by other materials, simply soaking it, that's the form of people. So I just want to point out, this is actually very interesting because Allah said this distinction is actually except leather, the act of just simply applying water to leather is not kibos. That is not kibos. But Allah again, so by leather, kibos is water and rubbing. By other materials, the mere introduction of water, that is kibos, even without rubbing. Incredible. So we want to rub it. Rava goes right to the logic. That's so you get some cholent on your shirt, and okay, I'm not going to rub it out, but I just want to put some water on it. That is halachically problematic on Shabbos. Because that is the malacha of malachik. That is malacha of warming the Shabbos. Even though I'm not rubbing anything out, it's a new application. But by leather, interestingly enough, so let's say, for example, you get some schmutz on your shoe, right? So you want to put some water on it, that would be mutter. The actual point of rubbing it, that's going to be a little bit more complicated. So Rava goes according to his reasoning. What is Rava's logic? If you throw garment into water on Shabbos, ultimately again you are tired because of Malabi. If you throw flax into water, you're also going to be tired. So ultimately again, if you throw a garment into water, it's Shubos. If throw flax into water, why is throwing flax into water on Shabbos problematic? If you're doing the maybe because it's ground, it's ground something. Sorry, Nami, but it's very weak and bundled the water. What's problematic? Hanaf is the weed, because ultimately, interesting enough, apparently, you put flax into water, it has some kind of like mucus thing that it gives off. So who cares about that? The flax then begins to kind of like coalesce together, and it's actually part of the malacha of lush. if that's the case, the Gemara says, he ought to shlocken nami, raw hides, the kind of things you put them into water. Also, you get like this type of mucus that brings them together. Awesome, probably be shot. The difference by the mucus by the plant is that ultimately again it comes to forms a mass, and that mass is then kneaded together. So that's the malacha of wash, as opposed to the hide that doesn't apply. We'll stop over here for today. I know that was just a couple of lines with the dots, but we'll stop over here today. We'll continue with Hashem in this. We'll finish up this sugya. Really great Gemara ahead of us. Incredible.
Yeah, I guess I didn't want to write, but I incorporate that into the movies.
You know, Adam.
It's a very strange life, John.
Adam.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, for sure.
Adam, get started. Yeah, sure.
I kind of created the environment that I grew up in.
Right.
My father
This is what you just said.
owned a tire company. And he had all these crazy characters working for him. People like Big George, Ass Kicking Robert, this guy SD's named Super Dick. One guy named WW Woodrow Wilson Boxcar Johnson Jr. He was the tire mover who was always getting arrested for one thing or another. And he was always pranking these people that work for him. He would stage gunfights at Christmas parties.
All right, I will say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of us for this morning's cheer. Thank our Tomato sponsors. Thank our Tomato for kissing out and German and grandfather. Actually doing then she's from the block, saying about the assistant. And then you have all of the sheets calculated, then on a swing, so Raffle, Avalon, Caesar, Baskin, and Fire. And then it's the word that you should perform from Mordecai, that Jonah, and the menu of the good family friends, that subject, and only in your local machine, the memory of
So they did, and they were very excited. They
Chicago,
got vegetables, and everyone else in the party playing guns, so they started firing back at those who
Steinberg, Schluss, continued auch verschwommenes all the things from this will happen on the family in the from all those things which have been given cold holidays now. Now I usually go home with them. We sort of know what problems are. Also, back let us begin. Please got this second down 94. And we are picking up on Sabbath beginning on the days 93D, Messiah Muladi Alwasa. It's pretty much like a point in the middle of a page. As easy as you say, it's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16 lines up from the Mishnah. Yeah, not from the bottom. That's really good. Sorry, it's embarrassing to lay right up from the bottom. Says you want to say the logger. I'm the logger. So let's just remember again, it's logger. Let's just get this is about should I should ask what to do. So let's hold it to that ultimately again. It's actually very interesting. So it's ended yesterday's now. When the coin sprinkles with blood, anything left over on his finger is invalid for any subsequent blood sprinklings. Or each sprinkling requires its own new blood from the receptacle. So the Gemara goes back to the verse. It's only gotten by Adam. The student said, Amarat, Amrabandam, there's a coin is sprinkling the blood, and the actual blood application left his hand. So the Gemara says, Ad Shalom Hiza, Ta'un Kibus, Mishehiza, in Tomkins. Okay, say the bunch of situations. So it's when your coin is sprinkling, and some of it's splattered on the clothing. So again, Rabbi said, if ultimately actual Hiza Tomkins, if the sprinkling has not yet, the actual sprinkling has not yet been done, then the clothing requires laundering. Mishehiza in Tomkins. Once the sprinkling has been done, then laundering is not necessary. What is that? My love is not what it means. Actually, if the sprinkling has not yet been completed, then the splattering of the blood on the clothing triggers an obligation ultimately for laundering. Gomer Lahazos, but once sprinkling is finished, aim at town kibos, then wondering is no longer necessary. Just this is no, sorry, no, well, Hunter is going to say, actually, you have to start has to go up until the point that he has not yet begun sprinkling town kibos. So let's just remember again, this one just states that once the blood has already been used to sprinkling, there is no longer a laundering obligation. Remember again, we saw this ruling yesterday's now. The only time there's a loan obligation is when halacha l'maisa, the blood has not yet been used, right? So it's this interesting time. It's it has to be from the time that the blood reaches the kisharis, but before it's been actually used for any application. Once it's been used for application, then halacha l'maisa, it no longer triggers a loaning obligation. That's why, like, if you like a splash back from his bayah, there's no particular obligation there. Rima says, Mashiach, the size of the adult in telling people, ultimately again, the blood leaves his fingers. In other words, then halacha l'maisa, if it splatters, then there is no obligation of people. Interesting. Say, Abai is the kasha. Come on, Lahazos. Makanech Yadav the Kufa Shokar. That means it's not Para Aduma. So it says, remember the thing that Para Aduma, there are blood applications that are done. Remember, Para Aduma, the whole service is done outside of Israel. So there are sprinklings that are done in the direction of this Nikash. Therefore, when Mishiyata Sahazan Yado, once the blood leaves his hands, in town kibos, there is no longer an obligation ultimately for kibos if the blood splatters on the clothing. When the coin finishes ultimately the blood applications, or the slash say sprinklings, then he is able to wipe his hands on the actual body of the paraduma. Gamar in low gamar low. So also that sounds like again that's only once he finishes. Which makes it sound like during the course of it, even if he uses blood, that's okay. On Malay, Gamar Mikayach Yadav before Shapar. When he finishes all the applications, that's when he wipes his hand ultimately again in the body of the paraduma. Low Gamar, if he did not finish, Mikayach Etzva'o. He wipes his finger. So the Gemara says, Gamar Mikayach Yadav before Shapar. I understand when he finishes the entire service, he wipes his hand on the body of the paraduma. Shinach is once again. Usually, you can't wipe your hands on the body of the paraduma during the service. Why? Because if you ever tried to wipe a hand with blood on the body of a cow, if you've actually ever tried that, please tell me the circumstances around that, right? But if you were to try that, ultimately, again, you'd end up with a lot of schmutz on your hand just from the body of the cow itself. So it means it's like this. When you finish all of the sprinklings, then you can wipe your hand ultimately again on the cow to remove residual blood. However, the Gemara says, I just have to let you know, let's overrun the career. Well, let's go ahead and wipe your finger on. Right? You know, listen, in between applications, what are you wiping your finger on? On Rabbi Yistas Mizrach, ultimately, you wipe your finger on the edge of the bowl. So you take your finger, essentially rub it down, rub it against the edge of the bowl, and ultimately, again, the residual blood comes off. So you might say it's not holy God. So the bottom line is from all the ways is that halacha l'maisa. We learned about the concept of kibbutz. We're not finished yet. But the concept of kibbutz says that if sacrificial blood goes ahead and splashes on clothing, there is a laundering obligation. This passage is just define what type of blood does that. So obviously, if the blood spurts out from the animal, that doesn't trigger an obligation. The blood splashes back from the mizbeah, right, but from the floor, it doesn't trigger an obligation. So what triggers an obligation? Very specific blood. Blood which has been received in a kisharis and has not yet been used for the blood application. That's the blood that splashes back on the clothing. The splash on the clothing, there's a kibbutz obligation. It's incredible. Let's go back. It says the Mishnah. Mitas al-Ha'ar. Listen to this. Now, this is an interesting case. Up until now, we've been focusing on the blood going ahead and splattering on the clothing of the Kohen. Now, we'll say, what happens if the blood splatters on the hide of the carbon? Hide of the Kohen. Now, again, normally, remember a hide, who gets the hide? Who gets the hide? The Kohen. So now, Mitas al-Ha'ar. So again, if the sacrificial blood went ahead and splattered on the hide. So again, actual obstruction in town kibbutz. So if the hide has not yet been flayed, in other words, if the hide is still attached to the animal, there's no thing of kibbutz. Right? There's no thing of kibbutz. Ultimately, see why that is. That's already points this out. Because in order for something to be subject to divorce, it has to be mekabel tumah. To be mekabel tumah, essentially have to be a food. So let's say an article of clothing is considered to be a food, but a hide attached to an animal is called an animal. Right? So it's called an animal, and therefore again, halal for the race, it's not a food, it's not mekabel tumah, and therefore again, no din of kibbutz. We should hold shut, but once the hide is split from the animal, then it will be subject to kibbutz. The one these are the so we'll say, so again, interesting enough, the thing you have Rabbi Huda is, remember, let's see, generally, even after a hide is freed from an animal, there's still a lot of work that has to be done on it. So it's not really fit for final use, but Rabbi Huda ultimately again holds that halacha l'maisa, it's finished enough. It's finished enough, it's usable enough, has the status of a free, therefore mekabel tumah, and therefore require a current kibbutz. So the Rav says, no, we should hook up in tone kibbutz. So the Rav disagrees. The Rav holds that no, a hide that's been saved from the animal that hasn't been processed, that hasn't been cut, that hasn't been canned, that's not a finished product. Because it's not a finished product, therefore halacha l'maisa, it does not require kibbutz. Incredible. So the Gemara says, "Ela makom adam." So we'll say furthermore, the Mishnah says, when you speak about kibbutz, the allegation of laundering, what part of the garment do you have to launder? So here the Mishnah says you only have to launder the part of the garment that actually has the blood on it. That davar shu roi mekabel tumah. Furthermore, again, only on the garment, only on the item that is mekabel tumah. Right? Next, roi kibbutz. And something which itself ultimately again is fit for laundering. So we'll discuss what that means. So we'll say the din of kibbutz applies to a garment, sack or sackcloth, or leather, tuning kibbutz. All of these things require kibbutz. And Rabbi says some details about kibbutz. That kibbutz, the makom kadosh. So first, it's very interesting. So it's not the fact that like you're sending clothing like to some off-site, cleaners. The fact that again, where is kibbutz done? Kibbutz is done in the base hamikdash itself. Isn't that fascinating? The Makom Kodesh, Ba'azara. In the courtyard, it's done in the base hamikdash itself with shviras klikaras. The Makom Kodesh. So they're going to say, if you have an earthenware utensil and have carbonic meat in it, what do you do with an earthenware utensil which has carbonic meat in it? What do you do with it? You smash it. Smash it because you can't kasher it and you can't use it for mundane use once it has sacrificial absorption. Where is that smashing done? The Makom Kodesh in a holy, right? Now again, where exactly in the base we'll discuss it. We'll say, remember again, a couple of Yaakov ago, right, when we went to Shiloh, one of the most incredible things that you can find about Shiloh is to this very day, you could find earthenware shards all around Shiloh. I don't think you could take them. I'm pretty sure they're antiquities, but whatever. Don't ask me black people. I don't think it's so nice stuff. But it's fascinating. Why? Because again, thousands of years ago, when our ancestors went to Shiloh and they would eat kabanos, they would be eating their kabanos in their earthenware utensils. They would smash it. And literally again, the entire area around the Mishkan, you could literally find earthenware to this day. It's the most incredible thing. Anyway, so that's me bringing up on this question. Meriku Shtifa, the clean Choshes, and also Meriku Shtifa refers to the process of cleaning and kashering. That's done by any metal utensil. Right? If you eat a korban in a metal utensil, you have to clean it and you have to kasher it. Where is that done? The Makom Kodesh. Also, that's to be done in these weeks. So, what's really interesting? So, in other words, kibbutz, the breakage of earthenware utensils, and the cleaning and kashering of metal utensils, all has to take place within the seasons of the December. Incredible. That Chomer Bechakos Mekachek Hadashim. The lesson that Gemara jumps back. This concept of kibbutz, the lesson is actually very interesting. The Gemara, the Mishnah is kind of very understandable. The idea of kibbutz applies to only a chakos. Only a chakos. So the Mishnah just says, well, we'll discuss this. This is a chumrah that chakos has over other kachek hadashim. So apparently, which is interesting because we haven't actually seen this really explicitly stated before, but apparently the din of kibbutz only applies to chakos blood. Even though chakos is in the category of kachek hadashim, it only applies to chakos blood and not to other forms of blood. Incredible. Okay, said the Gemara, from where we know this, says the Gemara, the Rabbanon, and what's not the Gemara maybe be focused on over here is the notion about what type of garments does the din of kibbutz apply to. So in Hani Milit, where do we know this? Tan Rabbanan, Beged, Ibni El Beged. So it says, I only know that kibbutz applies to Beged, a garment. The Gemara says, Minayin Rabbos or Mishal Shak. How do I know that it applies to a hide? Once the hide has been removed from the animal, Talmud Lomar Shem Yaza Allah Techabes. Because it says anything that the blood sprinkles upon shall be laundered. Yako Shani Marga or Hachilo Hoshak. So maybe you should include a hide even before the hide has been removed from the animal. Talmud Lomar Beged. Therefore, none of the apostle says Beged garments. Not Beged Harai Lekabot Tumo. Akol Harai Lekabot Tumo Diver Rabbi Yehuda. Ultimately, again, just like the Beged is something that is Ra'i Lekabot Tumo, right? It's capable of receiving from because it was a Beged has essentially, in order for something to be just important, in order for something to be Lekabot Tumo, ultimately it has to be a finished product. If it's not a finished product, it's going to be Lekabot Tumo. So therefore, again, the Gemara says, therefore, just like a Beged is a finished product, therefore, right, and it's right Lekabot Tumo. So again, these words of Rabbi Yitzchak, contrary to this, even a hide, once it's complete, again, there's still more to it. A lot of them might say it isn't a couple of them. But also, the verse says, Beged, any other Beged. The verse that I just want to point out to you, if you look at the washing over here of Rabbi Yitzchak, his washing is Kal Hara'i Lekabot Tumo. The correct thing he does, as long as something is Ra'i, right, which ultimately again means as long as it is capable of receiving Tumo, ultimately it's Lekabot Tumo. Hold on to that for just a second. But the Lord says Beged, any other Beged. I only know that a Beged, a garment is a subject to people. Behind the rabbis, I don't know that it comes to sackcloth, half of Savitarina, before the Chol maybe got any other types of garments and any other types of materials. Talmud Omar, Asher Aleha Kechabes. So Bas said, that means when blood sprinkles on it, you shall launder it. Yochal Shani Marba or Mishal Shak. I might have thought that this, but again, I'm going to focus the Mishnah. But as it says, you might have thought that this applies even to a hide that has been fleed from the animal. Talmud Omar, Beged. Therefore, the Pasuk says Beged. Not Beged, but Hamekabel Tumo. Just like the Beged is in its finished form and it is ready to be Mekabel Tumo, Akol Java Hamekabel Tumo. So to anything that is in a finished form and ready to be Mekabel Tumo. So here we go. So this is the Kodmet Makotina Ikuda and Restream. Right? Really, and it comes down to the case ultimately again of the flayed hide. But Yehuda says it's Kol Hara'i Lekabel Tumo. Anything that is fit, capable, ultimately again of being Lekabel Tumo, ultimately is Lekabel Tumo. That's why he includes even a flayed hide, even though there's more to do with the hide. But on the other hand, uses the washing ultimately again of Davar HaMekabel Tumo. Not Ra'i, but Davar Mekabel Tumo, which means in the Elazar's world, only a finished product ultimately again will be Lekabel Tumo. Most of I was talking about them. Rabbi, so say now we're going to give a couple of different nafkaminas in their respective opinions. Rabbi, what's the piece of shalosh ikovinai? Rabbi says a good example of this would be a piece of cloth that is less than a rag that's less than 3 finger breadths by 3 finger breadths. None of the Amar Ra'i, Hanamar Ra'i. So again, if you say some Ra'i, capable of this amount. So again, is a piece of cloth, a rag, less than 3 finger breadths, but you say that's capable? Sure. How can it become a Kalashnikov? If you're not shooting, if you say this is my bottle stopper, you say this is my Bafumi bookmark, you can endow it and make the importance, then by definition it becomes a double puzzle and it's right a couple tomorrow. On the other hand, non-double have a couple tomorrow. But if you say again like the Belazar, no, it's got to be something that right now is in the couple tomorrow, and a piece of cloth less than 3 finger breadths by 3 finger breadths is halachically insignificant, and therefore not a couple tomorrow. Very interesting. Let's go back here. Says the Gemara. Rav is another nafkamina. Beged shekishiv ala yitzira ikavenai. So it's very interesting. Let's say you have a beged, a garment, or really like a piece of cloth that ultimately again you're going to go ahead and use for embroidery. My embroidery. So right now it's a beged, but again you're going to embroider on it. So the Mercy Mandam are Ra'i and Ra'i. You bought in the back of Machshavte. So the one that says Roy, right? I'm sorry, so this is right in the Kabbalah Tumah. Why? Because you can decide not to embroider it, and therefore what? Get to go right now, it's finished product right now. On the other hand, man down the Kabbalah Tumah, Ashtam Yihad Lafras Kabbalah Tumah. But if you hold up like Rabbi Lazar says, no, it's got to be a finished product now. And right now, it's not a finished product because halakha, so your intention is supposed to embroider it. Rabbi says another afternoon. So we just go literally nafkamina after nafkamina between the two of them. Rabbi Amar, utzba b'chashiv alei l'kitsa ikaveinai. So Rabbi says the case would be an utzba. And also utzba is like a large piece. Usually it actually says it's leather. It's leather, or ultimately again, or also some type of cloth, some type of other material. And actually, the idea of it is a large piece, which only feels like it's a table cloth or it's covering, but you have in mind to trim it down. So you want to mandam a ro'i, mandam a ro'i. So if you say ro'i, like that's done. So again, this is right, because even though your intention is to trim it, you can decide not to trim it, and by doing so, it is a finished product. The Gemara says, "Manda Amar Daba Mekabel Tuma." But if you look at Mekabel Tuma, Ha Mekabel Tuma, Ad Nitzalei. It's not really considered to be finished. Ultimately, again, so you cut it down. That kind of. So you should have asked Omer Utzba Shefashav Allah Rekatz Tahora Ad Shiatzir. And also, Shimon Benassi rules on this. He says the Utzba that you have in mind to trim down is going to remain tahar ultimately again until you actually trim it down. So there's a couple of very interesting things happening over here. Number one is just a general interesting insight into the halachos of Shulman Kar, which is if you have an item that is technically usable, but you have in mind to further things to it to bring it into a finished product, is that item a Kabbalah Tumah or not? The backdrop to that is only a finished product ultimately again is a Kabbalah Tumah. So how do we do it? Something that's usable now, but you plan on doing more to it to further refine it. Is it Makabel Tumah now before the refinements or not? Rabbi Yehuda says yes, it is. Right? Rabbi Yehuda says as long as it's wrong in Makabel Tumah, it's Makabel Tumah. Rabbi Lazar says no, it's not. Allah says if you plan further refinement, ultimately the item is not Makabel Tumah until you ultimately again get those further refinements done. Where does this come up for us specifically in the case of kibos? What is this? Everyone agrees that if blood, Tasha's blood splatters on the hide and it's attached to the carbon, there's no din of kibos, right? Because a hide attached to an animal is an animal. Animals are Makabel Tumah. What's the status once you flay the hide? So the Buddha says, it's good to go. You can use it. Because you can use it, it's right in the Kabbalah Tumah. If our local Lamesa, it requires kibos. Allah says, no one just uses the hide, right? It's not like off the rack clothes. Nobody uses like hide off the animal. Like you always going to do something to it. And therefore, halakha Lamesa, it's not the Kabbalah. That's our machlokas. So also it happens, by the way, like the Rambam passes like Rabbi Lazar, that a hide off the animal is not Makabel Tumah. And because it's not Makabel Tumah, therefore when it gets onto it, it doesn't have to be kibos. Again, we're going to talk more about hides in a little bit. That's right. Also, by the way, I also think that it's easy to do, by the way, that you have to think about it from a hashkafic perspective, that something that is only something that is finished is Makabel Tumah. Right? I would think to be like intuitively would be a little bit different. Maybe once something is finished, by definition, like it's on a higher level, it should have been Makabel Tumah. Only an unfinished product, ultimately again, is Makabel Tumah. And it's a tremendous lesson to ask you. I will say, one of the things we wish was true in witness is that once you get to a certain level, you're no longer susceptible to certain wants, desires, mistakes. Right? This is one of the most frustrating things in life. I work on myself, and then I feel like I get myself to a level, and then I slip, and then I fall, and I make a mistake, and I'm so frustrated with myself because I worked so hard to get myself, and I can't believe that I'm still doing these same things. The reason is because even a fully finished cleat is Makabel Tumah. That's just the way that it works. So even though we work on ourselves to refine ourselves, to lift ourselves up, to push ourselves, which is beautiful, which is incredible. Ultimately, our commission of it says, "I'll come in the Ashnuka Yomosecha." Don't believe that you are impervious to sin until you die. And so one of the benefits of that is that there's no longer it's not just right, there's no Yitzhara. So when you die, there's no Yitzhara. But until that moment, understand that even though we are Halabai, we should also be finished sweetly. We're still susceptible to sin. What's the truth is certainly the truth for people as well. Let's go back to says the Gemara. Eis down kibos, min hani mudin of this Tanabanan. Yoko Mikazan Mitaskagi, Gini Kala Bagay Kan Kibos, most eventually I would have thought. That was like, here's another very interesting fact, Mr. Say. What requires kibos? What requires laundry? Only the spot in which the blood fell. The rest of the garment does not require kibos. So you might have thought that once blood falls on part of the garment, the entire garment should require kibos. That was Omar Ashay Yazek. But might be the car, Ella Makom Dam. Good about saying that is a fact that everyone agrees on. Halakha is only going to kibos on the area where the blood actually hit the garment. Incredible. Cover shoe right in the cover. Remember again, the Mishnah said the only time that the garment is subject to kibos is when it's a garment that's the cover. Says your stomach had you do right in kibos.
Oh, look who the fuck it is. Look who the fuck comes strolling in here like they fucking own the place. This man, dude, how you living, Pim? All right. How's Chelsea doing?
And what does it come to? Exclude a cleave, a utensil. Why I will say because again, utensils themselves are not cleansed in kibos.
All right.
How are utensils cleansed?
Tell her there's a rabbi in California who wants to fuck.
Scraping scrubbing. This is very interesting. So the law of kibos not only applies to scrubbing. Again,
I've got to be honest with you. I just do that. I just talk like that to just be funny. If I met her, I would be very polite. I would be very polite. All right. Well, she probably needs a daddy.
Remember the hard part kibos. I tell you them that ultimately again is laundering. I will say, by the way, some of these may sound familiar. We did this actually in a couple of months ago in local shops. All
right, Zoot. You're not old enough to be their father. That's not really thing. Zoot, you know that Zoot, you know you have a fucking invitation. Let's quit with the bullshit. All right. Yeah, and if your grandparents had wheels, would they be a tricycle? Are you gonna go? Doug, are you gonna go? I don't give a flying fuck about your story. I want you to accept my invitation.
In the history of age, like my great-grandmother,
yeah, and I bet they played mini golf better than you do as well.
Which literally means cleansing. So what happens if, let's say, and we'll say this is better than my story because
right, and do you think they suck dick at mini golf just like you do? Is that where you got it from?
What's the halacha? So the Gemara says over here.
Zoot, you know you're going in the water. Dude, you know you're not going to fuck me up. You know I'm the best at this game. The best that there's ever been.
With a rag. I see you can go look at actually just a moment.
Yeah, dude, you're going to fuck it up. No doubt.
Like I said, new gays or gets on.
Baby, I'm the best. Don't you recognize that? I'm the best. Baby, you are fucked. There's no doubt. I'm just letting you know you're fucked. It's over for you, son. What up, big dog?
What's the halacha? No sin ala mayim ad shetichla. You can go ahead and put water on leather until the stain goes away. What do you see from here? That leather is not subject.
Well, that guy, he was a UFC fighter who like beat up a guy who was like trying to abuse his child. So it would have been that guy, but he just got free like 2 weeks ago or something. So I don't know.
putting water
generally to
on
let
is not a din of laundry. Well, that's a problem because our Mishnah seems to indicate that
justice
putting water on leather is laundry, isn't it?
habits
Rabbi says, no, no kasha.
way.
Two different things.
Dude, that was the worst shot I've ever seen. And I'm just going to be honest with you. It's maybe one of the worst shots in the history of the game.
Subject to kibos hakli ba'ar nigararo. What's the most this by sacrificial blood?
Zoot.
Kli and ar, right? If sacrificial blood gets on the arm leather, the garo.
Zoot, are you serious? Look at that shot. You're done, son. It's over for you. It's over. You should give up now. Because this bitch is over. Zoot, you're done. Do you understand me?
Scrape it off. He didn't say sacrificial blood gets on leather.
You would need the greatest comeback in your career. Oh, what a shot. Dude, what a shot. What do you think of that shot, dog? That's a good shot. Look at this shot, though. Look at this shot. I'm getting fancy, baby. Zoot, it's over for you. I don't know who that is. No one knows who that is. If you say a YouTuber, I'm going to be pissed. Freddie Wap? Yeah, but you didn't say that.
So we'll say that must be like Rabbanon.
Dog, I don't fucking know. I don't pay attention.
You scrub it out. Scrub it out. Why?
Your whole life revolves around
so remember again, whatever is true about sacrificial blood will be
Pornhub list, mental illness, and celebrity drama. Look at this shot. My world revolves around live streaming and winning, baby. Live streaming and winning. Let's see you match that. Zoot, it's over for you. It's over for you. It's game over, baby. Game over, son. Zoot, you're done. You're done, baby. Yeah, a 12-year-old who's beating your ass.
Whatever you need, take ownership. You think there wasn't not to have washed shoes like in a heartbeat.
Don't fuck me. Don't fuck me. Zoot, you didn't help. Jack squat. Big dog, look at this move. Look at this move, dog. Look at this move. Look at this move.
We all need other people, right?
Zoot, are you going to the comedy club in 2 hours?
But the things that you could be self-reliant for, ultimately, again, the moment you begin to rely
Okay, why not?
people, you begin outsourcing your success. It's important thing.
What'd you say, big dog? To a comedy writers event?
Self-reliant people often push themselves.
All right, are they going to help you to write not a perverted joke there?
Outsourcing everything, including their own success, to other people. Incredible.
All right, Zoot. I'm going to beat you. It's guaranteed. Oh, yeah, I'm sure I will. I'm sure it's going to be just absolute garbage. I'm sure it's going to be about how good a mini golf player you are and how you're good at Scrabble. Just straight up lies. Look at this shot, Zoot. Look at this shot. Don't fuck me. Okay, well, I don't. You're obsessed with these topics, dude.
Which the Gemara says.
Okay, that's cool.
So rather you have to say, we'll say that in the local letter,
Because it's not much relevant things right now. It's not about.
and your soft letter, so everyone agrees ultimately again in the local soft letter.
I'm gonna start off.
Soft letter is subject to
It's funny when I start off. So how many schizophrenic diagnoses should we revoke right now?
Okay, so the Gemara says as follows: keep reading the cushion. Where's the machlokas with hard leather?
Again, Zoo, you're just obsessed. You're obsessed with mental illness.
Many times I was in front of Rav.
No, I get it. It's just you can't make a joke that it doesn't have to. Like, these are easy jokes. You can't come up with anything creative.
So what's that case? That must be the cushion.
Extremely easy.
Must be in a case ultimately I get hard leather and like Rav on the wall. By that. Okay. So Rav went ahead and then said,
It is on a topic about people
what I just said
who
so the Gemara says,
can't necessarily control what's going on in their life.
So remember, Rav wanted to say that the
It's just not. You don't have a single joke. You're a comedian. You don't have one joke that you can tell to a child. Okay, Zoo. What a shot. That was one of the best shots I've ever seen. That was amazing.
He took it out. How could it be? The pasuk in Taz is just talking about soft leather.
What are you
Doesn't
talking
make any
about?
sense. The Gemara says, "Nimla mikra, kasino beradim kasino, milo askinon b'kli asalgio, haboim medina sayah." We're talking about over here the asalgio. So we'll say, what's a kli asalgio? Rashi says,
Yeah, I mean, I think everybody does to some
or
extent.
shalok bakasha, boiled leather. Boiled leather. So apparently, again, by boiled leather, everyone would agree in that type of situation that hardened leather ultimately again is in its own category. Okay, but coming up more on the Torah says, Nifai Kibos. Ultimately again, it still requires Kibos. Amarava, Rava says like this: Saras, Kibak the Nibufei Kaparpa, Necharu Kolole Umashireva. It could have well be that Saras. Why Saras? Saras itself could weaken the leather. To the point that Saras itself makes the area, the afflicted area, into soft leather. And once again, every squeeze by soft leather, and how long am I said the garment is subject to Kibos. So obviously this
Thanks, baby.
Kashiri, hot Kashiri.
Watch it was. And it's just mini golf invites. And then you're like, what kind of coded language is this? What does mini golf really mean?
Leather, certainly soft leather. It's not yet either in place of shofar, no sinalai match a tikva. And the most what can you say? You said that Hilchos Shabbos, if you have
That shit's hilarious.
which certainly are soft leather, then what can you do? If there's a skin on the Shabbos, you can go ahead and put water on it. But 1 second. But you just said before that by soft leather,
Wait,
everyone agrees.
no, Joe Rogan, did you say? Maybe I misheard you. No, it wasn't because of that. It was rejected him to have him on his podcast. Get it right, big dog.
Right after Hilchos Shabbos, what you have to say is like this. Any
He wanted to go out to dinner or
Kiskus actually says it's shifshot, which means rubbing. So for Hilchos Shabbos,
Zoo, what are your thoughts on this shot? Zoo, oh come on. That was garbage. You know it. I know it. Everybody knows it. That's garbage too. That's in the water. Joe Rogan would press him on anything. Joe Rogan doesn't press people on stuff. He's not an investigative journalist. He'd sit there and just suck his dick.
What he would do is he would rinse his shoes, but he wouldn't scrub them.
Now, like Joe Rogan in 2010, that'd be a whole different story. But Joe Rogan now, he's too corporate.
Okay, now what kind of leather? If it's soft leather, obviously everybody would agree with this.
Dude, look at this shot. The best Joe Rogan is episode 1000. Joey Diaz, Tom Segura, actually, or episode with Bob Lazar and Jeremy Corbell. And then I also found the one with Oliver Stone to be quite interesting as well. I believe that's episode 1992. What a shot, Zoo. Zoo.
Leather.
Zoot, did you see your shot?
Water to leather is not kibbutz.
Yeah, it
That
was
is not
like I was
kibbutz.
trying.
But halacha l'maisa again.
It wasn't like
by
you were
leather,
trying.
kibbutz is water and rubber.
Zoot, we never play this one. Zoot, that was one of the best shots I've ever seen in my entire life.
That is kibbutz even without rubber. Incredible. So the most rubber Rubber goes right there.
What up, Zoot? Zero. I'm just telling you right now, it's one of the worst shots I've ever seen. Do you know what I'm going to do to your shot, son?
Even though I'm not working anything else, it's a new application, but by leather,
I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that.
so let's say, for example, you get some schmutz on your shoe, right? So you want to put some water on it. That would be rubbing it. That's going to be a little bit more complicated. So rubber goes according to his reasoning. What is rubber?
I don't know if that helps.
I think it does. I think it might be one of the best shots of all time.
You're also going to be tired.
You do whatever makes you happy, big man.
So ultimately, again, if you throw a garment into water, it's kibbutz. Flax into water.
Dude, that was devastatingly bad.
Maybe because it sprouts.
That's like the worst shot. That's like the worst shot you can have. Unless you make it on that little strip. That would be, I've never seen anybody get it on there. But try. That was garbage. Dude, your shot was terrible. That was terrible as well. Get it on that strip, dog. No. Boo.
Also, like this type of mucus that the difference by the pishtan, by the flax, is that ultimately again it
doesn't matter. Camp's here. Watch, you could get it in from there, and we just never knew it. The champ.
We'll finish up this sugya. Really great Gemara ahead of us. So I'll say,
Zoot is obsessed with sex.
I'm talking like you do.
I know you are. I was just thinking to myself, well, dog, you're the one who was like, hey, tell fucking Chelsea, Rabbi says what's up. So you're absolutely right about that. All right, Zoot. I talk about it. Oh, Chelsea would fucking love me. I might be Chelsea's best friend. I'm going to make that bitch the most famous woman from Australia in the comedy scene ever. Oh, what a shot, Zoot. Shout out to Chelsea if you ever see this. You rule.
She's pretty happy in her relationship.
Dog, I'm glad about that. I don't want to take her out of it. All I want to know is, Zoot, is this ball going to have enough to go? That's bullshit. I know, but I don't know any of their names, and I don't really care. All I know is about Chelsea, dog. And I'm glad she's happy in her relationship. I just talk just to be funny. Some of it lands, some of it doesn't. She's going to think it's funny as fuck, though, that she's a celebrity on someone's stream, and she has no idea about it.
Are the learning sponsors? Ed and Iris Miller in memory of Dr. Arthur Shapiro, Alter Jonah.
I don't know if you
Okay, Zoot, that's cool. You're allowed to think whatever you want, baby. Okay.
What if I don't die? What if I just do this until the universe contracts?
Well, you took James McCann 16 years to become famous.
Yeah, but he's not that funny. I'm fucking hilarious.
James McCann took 16 years to get the wall.
Okay. He didn't live stream his life. He didn't have a community that had 2,800 people in it. He was just some bloke from South Australia who couldn't even win Raw Comedy. He was just some bloke from South Australia who couldn't even win Raw Comedy. I know he didn't. I mean, you're practically a bigger celebrity than James McCann was 14 years ago.
So if you bring a carbon that's supposed to be externally, or what we call a carbon acetal, and you bring it inside, that disqualifies.
Do you know why he didn't win?
Because he's not that funny.
If you bring the body of the animal,
Because it's 14 years, 16 years ago.
Okay, well, I don't understand why he didn't win because it was 14 years ago. Dude, quit moving your fucking ball in my way. Oh, no. That's devastating.
He does 16 years worth of experience.
Okay. Some people say comedy comes naturally. Oh, what a shot. Great shot, dude.
Does comedy come naturally?
It's a little bit of both. Look at this shot, though. You know what doesn't come naturally? Skill in mini golf. Dude, what are you doing? You are just giving up. You've given up. You've literally just given up and allowed me to have one of the best shots in the history of humankind. Look at the shot, Zoot. Look at the shot. Look at this. Look how perfect. Are you serious? Zoot, are you serious, dog? That is the most tremendous amount of bullshit I've ever seen. I'm going to try to hit it off the wall. Oh, and I can't. I can't. Can't stop, won't stop, baby. That was awful. Do people watch Jackass in Australia?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, who's your favorite Jackass character and why? Why don't you like Jackass? Why don't you?
And then ultimately again it went into the south. The Khazra, then it came back into the north. What's Tabaha? Shira, ultimately the animal is kasher.
Dude, why don't you like Jackass? Okay, why not?
That's not true. In other words, even if you intentionally put the animal to the south, the covenant's not possible.
The movies were kind of gross.
You have to say
You thought the movies were gross?
The case that we're trying to highlight over here is if you ended up taking the covenant outside of the how come now
did you know
over here by the bird, the case of the convulsion, ultimately again, the case that actually
there was a jackass like knockoff in Australia called Ice Poseidon.
not as much about what the animal was that had a bird goes into the codex.
Did it involve that guy who's a streamer?
Okay.
Ice Poseidon? There's a streamer called Ice Poseidon. Did it involve him?
Blood of the bird in the neck.
I don't think it was called Ice Poseidon. It was called Kids of Poseidon.
All right, did it involve people accepting my invite to 9-ball?
Children of Poseidon.
Okay.
Let's say it's sacrificial blood spilled on the
They're like
floor.
17,
And you gathered it back up by a bird offering.
It was really dangerous. There was a guy who became notorious for eating.
On one hand,
No way. That's funny.
So maybe again, maybe halacha
Just how you said that. Yeah, just how you said that. That was funny. But are you gonna go? Dude, that's one of the worst shots I've ever seen. Just go, dude. Hit the ball. Worst break ever. I don't think so. I think that was the best one. It's regular.
Go ahead and check the bird. Blood still.
Yeah, that was the worst break ever.
Obviously, what you're doing now is you're collecting the blood into a cliche.
Oh, no, that's the count.
Now is what is the status of the
No,
blood?
right.
Do we say
I don't know.
Do we say like this? You know, with the Torah,
What is an illegal break?
That's an excellent question. I don't think anybody knows.
So again, it's that the Torah didn't require it. In other words, you don't need a cliches, but if you had a cliches, ultimately, again, it's fine. And therefore, you collect the blood back up and put it into a cliche.
Get it.
That is usable.
Get it.
Oh, Dilma, or the other possibility is, Nifsal Hustle Data.
That's correct. Did I just get that?
The Torah actually disqualifies the use of a cliches. The Hilchah also hustle. Therefore, and halacha.
Yeah, big dog.
Cliches actually disqualifies the blood. And therefore, if you were to go ahead and gather the blood back up in a cliches, back to the halacha.
You're up.
You disqualify the blood.
Yep.
Are
you gonna go?
Did you know that?
Oh, this is a strategy that I have. Oh, oh my word! That was the funniest shot I've ever seen, Zoot. Zoot, that was the funniest shot I've ever seen. Why not? Dude, that was the funniest shot ever. Like, that was amazing. Blind shot, and you don't get points for it.
Yeah, I just
Ultimately, Zos is a limiting factor to say that the din of kibbutz, the din of laundering only applies to the blood of animal sacrifices.
Trick shot.
No way you're gonna get this.
If you say that when bird blood comes into a cliche, it's automatically disqualified. If that fact is true, so the Gemara says, "Safe play." If so late,
What was your strategy?
And the truth is, when the blood goes ahead and
To win.
the garment, ultimately, again, the blood should be
Why do you say
disqualified.
number?
Because why? Because the garment
I
itself.
thought that's what you had to do to win.
Because the garment is considered to be a clean, therefore the blood should be disqualified. In other words, forget about kibbutz. Forget about kibbutz. The blood should just be disqualified.
They have to get
The safer way, the hot ifsolate, the mix of hustle there, safer way, the hot ifsolate, the adrectly. Then literally again, when that blood hits the garment,
Yeah, baby.
the blood should be
Do you want to
disqualified because the garment
worst shot
is
you've ever seen?
Yes.
No, so this guy will be that halacha is most like. So remember that the only time that
Are you proud of that shot?
was when it was sacrificially killed. If sacrificially unfair, there was no good keepers. Or if we say that the blood of a bird is disqualified when it comes to a fisheries, then halacha
Dude, you
is
fucked
the
me.
obligation of cards even get to the airspace on a fisheries. And that's
Are we
once it gets to
going?
the airspace, ultimately again,
Zoot, you're just talking.
ultimately it should
You're not
be
making any sense.
What's the case? The case is where there's no airspace, and ultimately again you're finding the blood of the bird.
Zoot, let's see you make this shot.
Okay. Good. Well, so that's
Zoot, make this shot.
The Gemara doesn't seem to answer this case either. So again, this type of situation, halacha l'maisa, again, the blood of the bird spilled on the floor.
Zoot, did it freeze?
If it was usable or not, it depends. Usually say that these shutters you don't need it, but if you have it by the blood of a bird, fine. If you know these shutters disqualified by blood,
Zoot.
once again, open ended.
Zoot.
Because we beg in the
Zoot. Get in the hole.
If you have sacrificial blood that splatters on a garden, ultimately the garden keep us. What happens if the blood splatters on the garden?
Dude, are you ready to see one of the best shots ever?
Ultimately, again, of the garbage.
Zoo, what were your thoughts of that shot?
Low. Low says the Shaila essentially is like this. Shaila is, do we say that once we get Rashi for just a moment, Rashi is 6 times nothing about him. So obviously this is Dan Behim or Rashi points out, right? Remember, bird blood does not generate a kibbutz obligation. This is animal blood. So do we say, look at Rashi?
Great shot.
Says, the Hassan keeping the kashrus v'karoy la'azar karinabe.
Dude, you're playing amazingly.
So do we say that halacha l'maisa, once the blood splatters on the
You're not gonna win here. No way. You just played the best 3 shots I've ever seen you play. Let's see you make this though. You missed. You missed. Oh, Zoom. Bravo.
I'm gonna clap for you. We're gonna end with that. That was amazing, dude. All right. Congratulations, dog.
Even if it's then when it's invalid. Once it's subsequently the second.
Shout out to Zoom. That was amazing.
Okay, well, Zu Sheila. So this is a good kasha. Ta'an Timar says Zu Sheila. This question, Ta'an Kibbutz Imanasha. The truth is the second that requires kibbutz, regardless. How so? E osvo the kasha hakasha. So again, the Gemara actually wants to compare this to a case of blood that's spilled on the floor, and then you collect it back up. So if we say that ultimately again, when you collect it back up, it's kasha l'zrika, then the case where it splatters on the second garment should be no different. The osvo puzzle, and if you hold that no, when it splatters on the floor and you collect it back up, the blood is puzzle. Oh, not Rabbi Akiva really. He says, I hold it Rabbi Akiva. What does Rabbi Akiva say? The Amar, Hai Salo Shas HaKosher, the Nifsala, that never, so we're going to see this sheet in a little bit, but everybody is thinking that it has sacrificial blood, kosher at some point in time, even if it's subsequently became a hustle, when it splatters on a garment, the garment will require kibbutz. So this stands in contradistinction to our Mishnah, right? The primary thing in our Mishnah was that in order for blood to generate kibbutz, ultimately again the blood has to be sacrificially taken. The kibbutz of the opinion that Allah says, as long as it had shas kosher, ultimately again halacha l'maisa for the kibbutz, right? That's why the Mishnah said katas psula ain't damas ha'on kibbutz. Okay, fine. Simon says as follows. So therefore, again, so he says, I have Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva says, as long as the blood was fit, even if it is subsequently unfit, ultimately again requires people. Top of Sagittarius, okay, 93A. Sefer Mosai, interestingly enough, the kind of third question left unresolved. If it splatters for Beged 1 to Beged 2, is there a din of kibbutz or not? Third question open-ended. Sagittarius, 93A, top 48. Nikas Abeged Tame Mahu. Another interesting case. What happens if halacha l'maisa the blood splatters on a beged that is tame? It's actually a fascinating question because if you look at the top Rashi says like this. Rashi says Nikas Abeged Tame. The Nikas the Nikli Asa. Now it's going to for the blood between tame upon contact with the garment. Rashi says, "Me having done hustle, you will need to man call them nothing below by Jesus." Just remember again, remember the idea that in order for blood to be required, in order for blood on a garment, in order for a garment to require kibbutz, the blood itself has to be sacrificially fit. The shaila now is when blood falls on a garment which is tame, does that garment require kibbutz? Which essentially, what's the kasha? Do we view the blood as being kosher at the time of at the time that it hits the garment? Or no, we essentially view it as coming from the beginning, and therefore again no give it people. The Gemara says that's the shaila. Since we're asking this particular question, the Gemara says, Shnamina Haisa Lo Shasa Kosher in the Salah in Dama Chan Kibos. We can infer from this kind of way that halacha l'maisa, if blood was kosher and then became common or then became also, that such blood would not require kibos. When is that so? Hani maybe bizarre as that. That's only true ultimately again if these events occurred in succession. But if they occur simultaneously, lo, they'll not be the halacha. Look at actually this one that. So when do we say that if blood was kosher and then became possible, that there's no din of people? That's when first the blood became possible and then it splattered. But interestingly enough, when let's say again the invalidation of the blood occurred at the same time as the splattering on the garment, that's not so clear. That because that's our case. Our case over here is the blood becomes unfit. If the blood becomes unfit, mamish at the exact time that it falls on the garment. Or perhaps there's no distinction. Perhaps if I say at the end of the day, what we look at is like this: when that blood falls on the garment, is the blood sacrificially fit or not? If it is, it's called divus. Right? It's called divus. If not, it doesn't apply. That's our shayla. Otherwise, this question itself ultimately again is not focused on the rabbanon. So I'll say what's the case? So there's Zaliba de Rabba. Everybody got to come to our Sabai. The sign. Here we go. What's the very interesting? So there was on that. Mechatas shinish. Wasn't it exactly fascinating? If you have mechatas in the waters of the Paradima, that became coming. That became coming. The waters themselves that became coming. The they still have the ability to go ahead and make a person tahar. It was a DJ on terrible. Look at Rashi. Rashi is actually in the second shot on the pattern. As ha'adam mishmas mace, the evil low yisma. The Lord said, isn't this incredible? And if waters of the paraduma become coming, ultimately again they have the ability to make a person tahar. The lesson of Rashi actually is very interesting. That's just if you look at that as other Mishmas means, you do low Mishmas. Isn't that fascinating? Right? You have to wonder why that's putting that phrase. Like the waters of the party, you have a person, and you don't visit the person, far from Tumas means, as if you never come in. So the two girls like the classic giving us up the scientific side, the power of Shiva as well. A lot of times when we think about Shiva, you think about Shiva as, okay, I did like Minadera, I did Shiva, Shiva is the ability to kind of wipe away some of the negativities, but the scars of the sin. It's not just the power of Shiva, is that Shiva has the ability to affect each purification of the body. Shiva has the ability to wipe your face. Shiva has the ability to give you a fresh start. That's why when you get sprinkled by the water of the Kala Azuma, it takes away your Zuma as if it was never there. That's the shot that I'm a pure person to become Tahar. It's as if I was never coming at all. So to Shiva, and like you can just leave the Shiva, Shiva has that same power as well. Do not just cleanse you of sin, but to make you as if it was never there. You want to say the scholars. How do we know that? That if waters of Kala Azuma become coming still like this is Shaharida Mazin Allah. Because when you sprinkle Kala Azuma waters upon the women who is watch this. Let's say it's ruffles and right? And you can track it to my students. So what do? You sprinkle the waters of Kala Azuma. Now what happens when the Kala Azuma waters hit a woman's uterus? That's what happens. The waters become coming. That's what it does. Right? And therefore, yes, you see that the waters still work. So what do you see from here? That even when the waters of Kala Azuma become coming, they still have the ability to affect the fire. You can actually use the Shaharida. Third choice one. Shinitma of the Mishmazin Allah. Lifnei Tila. Lifnei Tila. Nitcha of the Savalas. Yes, so much to the Achas. So say everything kind of idea. You sprinkle Paraduma water on a woman. Ultimately, again, she is Tamea, right? Because again, halacha is the water of the Paraduma will still work. Will still work. The one says, Rabba. The one says, what does that show you? That shows you that halacha Rabba. But the rest of the people say, Rabba. So the halacha holds it that he's keeping it. He's the Amar. Avara si al-Dabi makom kamei. So the Raza holds it to shoot over athletic people hold that when you go ahead and pass the over a common area, it is a true that coming to the left and therefore contracts to one as well. Now, what does it mean? It's not. How you almost hit the tunnel, the chariot, the tunnel, listen and watch this. I'm standing over by the side of the oven. And there's a chariot in that oven. And we're going to say oven is a keypass. There's a chariot inside of that keypass which makes a tunnel. And then we're going to both say their ovens, the opening was on the top. Okay? So now watch this. Well, check your little oven and then let's have it. So have it up yet. Now watch this. Now I extend my hands over the oven and somebody hands me water of color aduma. I take the water and then pass it back over the oven. Over the oven. Therefore, what happens over here? The water to the color aduma passed over the opening of the oven. What's in the opening of the oven? Ultimately, again, the shallot. That passed it over an opening of the oven. What's the halacha? That you keep in the tummy that it comes. Ultimately, that the Akiva says the waters are coming. And the Chachamim say that it's calm. What do you see here? Ubahapli, that the Akiva Savar, Munach Tami, that the Akiva holds that when you pass the waters over the opening of the tanor, it's as if the waters have come to rest inside the tanor. And therefore, I tell you that the Akiva Sav, the Rabbanan Sav is lacking. The Rabbanan say no. Passing over the airspace of an area does not mean that it is not treated as if the item is possessed. Ubahapli, or the argument that the Akiva Savar, the Savar, the space, they are by a virus passion, or the Akiva Bazar should be Agabati Paris coming, or Agabi Mishkaf with most of coming, should be Tahora. Yet, the virus is the passion, that the Akiva holds that if you be sprinkled, like sprinkling of the water, and the waters pass over a few pares that is coming, or something else, Mishkaf emotion, some other item, that's coming. Shehi Torah, and ultimately I get a star. So what do you see here? That the people know something passes over in space, it remains star. What's going on? Why? Shehi the Chagavis in Tanya Namala Kilamata, Alex Giants in Manes, Ishak Kolama. That the people hold that Halakha Lamaisa, there is no item that goes ahead and creates too much airspace. That's what it is. I mean, an Alex Kilamata is like when it passes to the airspace, into that, the other hand is Zayas in Hanes, natural like literally like them Zayas in a corpse, the Shak Kolama here, or anything else that's a base to my skull. What is it? Ruga, C.A. Heaven, Hamin, and Das. Ultimately, again, a stone that itself has Salas, which has the ability to convey to my skull. Ella says, so what is the Mahol? So it's the Havana. Rabbi, the Amalach Munatan. Rabbi says like this. Everyone agrees that when something passes over the airspace, that there is something that is coming, it is not as if the item continues to rest by the area of Tumah. I saw the Maslow so we have a Hakabah. Rabbi Akiva Savar Kazira Shannon. Rabbi Akiva is concerned that the item may come to rest. Rabban Savi Loga. Rabban said, no, we're not concerned. So look, in this case, I'm standing by the tunnel. The tunnel has a sheriff on the inside. I extend my hand over the tunnel. Somebody hands me water in Kala Aduma, and I pass the waters over the opening of the tunnel. Rabbi Akiva says, the waters are coming. The colors say the water is hot. So what's the word is the point? So originally we thought that my focus was is something that comes in airspace specifically for us. Then he goes, no, it's actually not my focus. So my focus is we're concerned lest you come to put the item down. Rabbi Akiva is concerned that you may come to put the item down. The Chachamim are not concerned with most Rabbi Akiva agrees in the case of Hazal. Now listen, if Rabbi Akiva agrees, let's say, see, in the case we're talking about over here is I actually holding the waters in the Paraduma and then passing it over the opening of the oven. Rabbi Akiva says the waters are coming because we are concerned when they come to put it down. With Rabbanan, we're not concerned when they come down. What about if you can sprinkle the water? I'm the Kohen and I'm sprinkling the waters over the opening of the oven. What about in that case? Even Rabbi Akiva would agree that the waters are coming. Why? Because there's no concern you may come to put the waters down. Why not? Even the nafas. Once you sprinkle, the waters left behind. Once they left behind the what? There's no possibility that you're going to put them down to left in the area that is incredible. So those are the Rabbanon Shemati. Those are ultimately, again, one of the laws on the Rabbanon really down, which the Gemara said, Rabbi, if you've done too much to do more, too much to also shock. The argument about the Rosh do we go ahead and learn out the existence of us, ultimately again from Torah that exists in the world. If you take a look at Rashi, just the moment Rashi is in the third white line, we've done it so much of the Rashi says to go, and they pass us to make more of the Hazal son, like the teacher who we learn out again, for example, Paradima water, like teaching how many before this sprinkling, we too much of a osa shah, from Torah that is good at that time, we don't Hazal Nida, the Thomas Hamai, the Hazal point that. That would be the example, let's say they're sprinkling Paradima waters on a Nida, where the water becomes coming as that exact. So ultimately, again, this is what you're arguing about. My summer is done, and my summer is done, and Rav Amar says no. The Kuli Alma and according to him, he did not learn it about Here's enough of this. Rabbi Elazar Sarah has through the shear, and the Tzad of Azal, Rabbi Elazar holds that ultimately, again, Azal applies the shear, and the individual sprinkling has to be combined to form the requisite shear. Rabbanon Samri Hazar into the shear, and Rabbanon ultimately then hold that no, there is no shear by Hazar. Okay, so this is incredible. So first of all, just to point out over here, the question that we raised also again remains unanswered. The halacha l'maisa, if you went ahead and sprinkled the water on a baguette tame, what is the status? Right? If sacrificial blood splatters on a baguette tame, ultimately again does the baguette require people to not? We must use that question. When the does example site, which is actually quite interesting, is that halacha l'maisa apparently paraduma waters, even if it becomes tame, you still have the ability to affect tara, which is actually pretty amazing. And again, the value for that is if you distinct the waters of paraduma on a nidra, he actually becomes tahora from tumas means, even though again when those waters hit her, ultimately again the waters themselves are incredible. Kakas Tzula, was it again the Mishnah then said that the only time that the din of people supplies is when the blood is sacrificially cooked. But for example, if the blood of an invalid kakos hits the garment, Allah for the man says, then he's going to do it. Sometime on a weird way, sometime on us. Nistama, Dam Shera Velomi Dam Sula. Once it says come into blood, the reaction only blood that is sacrificially fit, and not some blood that is sacrificially invalid. Even the Hebrew says, Ice Lashasa Kosher Venezuela, Daman Kaun Kibus. Well, Ice Lashasa Kosher Venezuela, and Daman Kaun Kibus. So let's very close. So kind of hold that in order for the din of Kibus to apply. The blood that hits the garment itself has to be sacrificially. The Akiva holds that halacha l'maisa, as long as the blood was sacrificially fit at some point, even if it subsequently became halacha l'maisa, it requires people. The criminal says, Echad Zeh, Aid Delatel. The Shimon says in both of these cases, ultimately again, it does not require people.
He was justified.
My conditions wasn't just for the team hold, in both of these cases, there is no sin of people. So my condition, what condition is that? So the Gemara says, Sid Osa, Sid Midama. It says Osa, and this is from his blood. Right? Rabbi Akiva. I'm sorry. Ksivo Sa, Ksiv Midama. One is coming to tell us about a case where the blood was sacrificial at one point in time. Rabbi Akiva said also Prat with Truma. That comes to Truma, that is Truma Tamin Damar Kachin Kayan in America, which we have a culture to also the Shimon was going to be large to the children in general Kachin Kayan, and that's what Charles of the region Shimon, which is again about the laws of the Hashrim, right after the country. use, and all the more so that would apply to tumor as well. Pero entonces halocomensa, la halocomensa de la pasta is the only thing that the disease did. Of people is when the blood that splatters on the garment ultimately is sacrificial. But if the blood is unfit, whether it was never fit or whether halocomensa again it was fit and then became unfit, ultimately again the only is in the people's blood that splatters on the garment itself is sacrificial. Incredible. Okay, Mishnah. President Saba Alabama, ain't no telling people. Now remember, Mishnah was very ridiculous. Let's say the Kohen shechted the animal, and the blood from the neck of the animal splattered on the Kohen's clothes. The Mishnah says, in that case, there's no difference. Which I will say, which is even for the interest, it makes sense. Why? Because Allah reminds us what type of blood requires. What type of blood? Sacrificially fit blood. When does blood become sacrificially fit? Ultimately, then when it's Kabbalah, as it goes from the neck into the feet. Therefore, if the blood splatters from the neck down to the garment of the Kohen, there is no thing of people. Mina Karen or Mina Yisrael. See me again. Let's say the Kohen is doing the blood application. Splashes back from the corner of the Mizrach onto his garment, or from the Yisrael, from the base, it splashes back. You know, telling people, there's no good of people. Mishpach ala Ritzkava Asfo. Let's say in the sacrificial blood spilled on the floor. The Kohen collected it, clean its own people. Ultimately, again, there's no good people. There's no good people on that blood as well. Why? Because it says, clean telling people, Eredantin is Kabbalah clean, or right what's here's the rule. What type of blood requires people's only blood that was extremely that was extremely utensil, and ultimately again is for said the Gemara comes up on a Yachol Sava ala Bagay, the Eitan people's human stock when the blood splatters from the neck onto the garment, ultimately again would require people's therefore, the pasuk says that will be sprinkled. With only blood that is fit for sprinkling, and ultimately again generates the people's obligation. I mean, we got another place. So, we got the upper, we doesn't have to associate telling people. I'm at a blood that the blood splatters back from the corner or from the berries, you should require people. And the Gomer Hashem Yad. Therefore, the pasuk says that we both flash the rejection of ultimately again this is blood that was already sprinkled. It wasn't serious. The blood is already sprinkled on the Messiah, and then ultimately again splashes back. And halacha reminds that blood was already sprinkled, and therefore not telling people. So the most clean up, we're really defining this. The only type of blood that requires people, ultimately again, is blood that is fit for sprinkling. What is that? That's blood that has been received in a utensil, and ultimately again is ready to be used. But if the blood was already used, or for that matter, again, the blood spurted from the neck of the animal onto the clothing, ultimately no good of people. Mishpat ala Ritzpat, it's spilled on the floor, what's on the base. Husky lavin. Why don't we need that last case? Okay, that last case is a little bit obvious. Why don't we be told that if the blood spilled on the floor and then it got onto the garment of the Kohen, that is no good of people? To which the Gemara says, not time comes. The Gemara is really giving you the reason. Not time Mishpat ala Ritzpat, people. Why? You didn't get a sacrificial blood poured on the floor, and then you gathered it, and it went ahead and splattered on the garment. That is no good of people. Why is that? The future ain't told, people's and the best is probably the right last year. It's also the only time that there is a thing of people's, ultimately again is the time where the blood was collected in a field and fit for sprinkling. So that's our rule. Essentially, the Mishnah was just illustrating the rule with this case of the blood that fell on the floor. Okay, right last time, let's say someone gets halacha, but the bottom line, the only time that there is a wrongdoing of people's obligations is when the blood itself is fit for sprinkling. Therefore, the fact is not a case with you see of the blood in the utensil. The blood is whenever the blood is ready to be sprinkled, has not yet been sprinkled, gets on the garment requires two. But if the blood was never collected in the cleave, or the blood was already used for sprinkling, and then it got on the garment, no din of two. The Gemara says no thing like that. When he finished the blood, he was sprinkling with this. The Gemara says we will take the pachos with their zia. The pachos with their zia comes to school by Lucas. So let's say they say you collect blood in two utensils, but in the utensil is not enough blood for sprinkling. So the Gemara says, Daniel, the halachta by Shaul Omer, Swedish pachos with their zia. If you collect not enough blood, or too little blood for sprinkling in one piece, the pachos with their zia and less than the necessary amount for sprinkling in one piece, low kiddush. The tree itself does not sanctify the blood. The only time that sacrificial blood becomes sanctified in a tree carries is if there's enough blood for sprinkling purposes. But if there's not enough blood in the tree, then the tree does not sanctify. And again, if the tree does not sanctify the blood, then when that blood gets on the garment does not require kibbutz. The dam mahu. The dam now. The word says now. So when it comes to the dam now. Now, Hilchasili, only Hilchasol Gamrion, Odilma Hasam Maitamo says so again. Then the answer as follows. Do we say that it's just a halachah? It actually says the dam night, Tabechata Sakinis, Eva Pahos Nigeria, because of the Ilay, we have a Kabbalah Olam. So says here's the Shaila. The Shaila is like this. If you went ahead and you received too little blood in the tree, and then you receive more blood. Ultimately, again, does that work? So do we say Hilchasili, or we also say do we say that ultimately again? Do we say that halacha l'maisa again? We'll say, by the way, I'm sorry, I just realized before. The case of Kiddush Kachos with Nikia is used by Parad in the waters. Like now the Gemara is asking the same shaykh side. So the first case is by waters of Parad. If you receive too little water, not enough water for sprinkling purposes, like in one piece, like in if you receive too little water in a clean, then the clean does not sanctify the water. Okay, now the Gemara is asking the same shaykh by sacrificial blood. If you receive too little blood in it, not enough for sprinkling, what does the piece sanctify the blood? So the dam now, so really forget it's just a halacha. Ultimately, in the project, when you open solo, you can't learn out one halacha from another. Oh, Dilma, also my time, or we say no, by parts of what's the reason why you receive not enough water for sprinkling purposes? If it doesn't sanctify the water, you might say it's safe, but how about the night? As the pasuk says, you will go ahead and literally again immerse the Issa, right? So immerse the Issa, immerse into the water. How can I mix it with Taval Badam? Of immersing. So that's the Shai. So again, interestingly enough, we know that by Para Adura, if you don't have enough water in the utensil for sprinkling purposes, the water itself is not concentrated. Whereas it does the same halacha applied by blood or not. So Tashma, let's analyze. After the download, if you do not have enough blood for sprinkling purposes in the key, then ultimately again the key does not concentrate the blood. Tanya, most interesting enough, according to this approach, they are equating ultimately against blood with the waters of paradise. Tanya, the Kabbal, the pasuk says shall immerse, the Lam is sapid, right? The sapid, the Lam is sapid, the dam, actually the dam should be there. So as I said, Allah is left to immerse, and Lam is sapid means you don't wipe. You don't wipe. Rashi says, the surely have to be, or the does no sense. So listen, very interesting. When you go ahead and you have to get blood from sprinkling purposes, you have to immerse your finger inside of the sheet and not gather up the blood by going ahead and scraping your finger along the walls. There has to be enough blood gathered in the tree itself that you can simply immerse your finger and get the requisite amount. But down, actually, the down should be remembered is part of. Also, if you again told there is, and there must be enough blood in the tree from the beginning. Minat down, ultimately again, minat down should ultimately again, from the blood. The Dam Shabein actually says it is Shabein. The Dam Ha'amar Bein Tila Shehizim Rishona. Yazes Kula. Shishar Lachsa B'Mitva Bo Etzba'o. Al Kolazia Tila. Unuki Shem that when you have a requirement of multiple blood applications, ultimately, again, you can't use the leftover from one application for the next. So let's say, again, Coin dips his finger, does the sprinkling. When he does the second sprinkling, ultimately, again, he has to re-enrich his finger and can't use any residual. So if we lift up again, and we'll say it has to say that. Why do you test the Rahman al if it would have just said the Kaval, I would have said that it's fine if the blood is kosher, even though there's not enough blood in the crease from the beginning. Because of Rahman al-Badam. If it was Badam, because of Rahman al-Badam, if it would have just said Badam, having anything in Satay, I would have thought you could even smear your finger against the wall of the crease of the necessary amount of blood. Therefore, Kasab Rahman al-Kaval, Minadam, Sheba Inyan, and the Utin. So what does that come to? When you eat Shirayim Shabbat, that comes to exclude the use of any leftover blood on one's finger for the second time. So we'll stop over here for today, but let's understand what we just stopped here. We established it like this. Like Haradima, in order for the key to concentrate the waters, there has to be enough water for the sprinkling in the key all at once. The shaila is that the same halacha by blood? It appears to be the answer to that is yes. That in order for blood to be concentrated by a kisharis, you have to have enough blood for the requisite sprinklings in the kli all together at once. In addition to that, there's some other halachas, which is when the Kohen dips his finger in the blood, there has to be enough cool blood that he could dip it in, get what he needs. If he needs to smear his finger against the sides of the blood, that's going to be invalid. Not only that, you have to do multiple sprinklings. So again, you dip your finger into the sprinkling. Any residual blood on your finger cannot be used in the second sprinkling. The second sprinkling must come from new blood within it. Please, okay, we'll pick up and answer more details about that tomorrow. We'll say Shkoya.
I don't think you can tell them that this is going to be a ride that lasts forever. I think you have to tell them there's going to be a time when we realize we have to stop this, we have to stop doing this, and you're going to have to trust me. Because I'm on the outside, and I'm going to watch you very carefully. We're going to make sure that you never get to a point where you're. Look, I like a fighter that.
All right, the most like good morning, and it's the first of good kind of let us begin.
I like that.
Begin by thanking all those hours sponsors for.
Is one of my favorite fighters because not just was he a two-division world champion, not only was like elite boxer, but he
begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning this year. Thank our commentators for the month of Tuesday, Allison Adams Stein, in memory of Adam's grandfather, the Shelby son, Shelby Tzvi Ruvain. Then Shimon Zikon, the block of Simeon Malka Esther, in memory of their parents, Yitzchak Reid, and Nakoim, Sarah Rachel Bas Baruch Avram, Kinda Bas Henach Ephraim, that's Shemi's mother, whose yard site is today. And again, we either wish my son's father, who was missed yesterday, and he revived today, Mordecai Ben Jonah. Zichron Libracha. In memory of his dear friends, family friends, Sergeant Holly Yonah Gordon, Shelley Holy Kathy Pollock, in memory of Paul's sisters, Leah Bas Shmuel, Zahim Bas Shmuel Bas Shmuel, and Esther Bas Zachariah. On behalf of living sponsors, Ed and Iris Miller, in memory of Dr. Arthur Shapiro, Alter Yonah, then Yitzchak Alcana, Social today. I got film sponsors, I Alan Steinberg, and the schools continue to help Sudan Hannah Bas Sushal, Seth and Rachel Rotenberg, in memory of Morton Estes, Nicola Rafa, and Pauline Patrick Howard, and the schools of the Fushima from Rafa, Das. York and the American Bank Commissar, all the Sham Seven, and the families in the Palo, all those in the Bush Seven, for the whole for the East Round, and the one of who should shed light in Rafa. The animal cell in the base. But with that, that'll see a lot to do today. Today's that is Saga Kikumo, and the TNE up on Saga base in base 90 to be. We left off in Boi, Ravi Ata.
So if you
which is
dehydrated,
exactly
let's say 170. If you're dehydrated, you make 170, but you really weigh 200. You can get
20
down
lines
to
up
170
from Quran.
for the weight
So
of
by
once
the
you
way, you have an
rehydrate, you
answer
keep 200 again
Fata
for the fight.
saoci
You
neknista
have
mobut
your brain,
savara
your
definieren
your
now.
brain's not reading.
What
Your
is the
brain
halakha?
takes
It's actually we
days
began this
for
quiz
it to
yesterday.
rehydrate.
If you take Fata
It's
saoci
dangerous.
into
It's
the
very
base of the
dangerous.
and the blood
Yeah.
is still in its
So that's the thing.
Now,
It's
in
like
other words,
you're
the
talking
ritual
about
at the
all
end
the
of the
problems that you have, but yet you're sitting
So if
here,
you
you're not
bring
sweating, but you're
a
laughing,
carbon that's
you're
supposed to be
coherent, you're having a
externally,
good time.
or what we
And then
call
the thing
right now
about
a
these
carbon
guys that you
heater,
see
and you
that
bring it
start
inside,
mumbling
that
and
disqualifies the
all
carbon.
kinds of
Now
stuff.
that's
Yeah,
if you bring the
yeah,
blood. Right? If you bring
that's
the
weird.
meat,
Yeah,
if
hard to
you bring the
understand.
body
But it's
animal,
great. Yes,
that doesn't
yes.
necessarily
100% should
disqualify.
not be
So
fighting.
if it
Yeah,
is,
and yet they're still fighting.
you
And
didn't
athletic
look on the
commissions
bird,
will pass
right?
it.
And the blood is
This
still in the neck. You
Vanderlei
brought
Silva
the bird
still
into
fights.
the
He's
inside of this and just like that.
Vanderlei
Does
Silva
that
just had a
disqualify
boxing
the carbon?
match in
Now,
Brazil
Savard,
that
three
turned
stars from the
into
lips. So do you say that the neck of the
so
bird
so
is
he
like the
was
three stars that the
boxing
service
this guy,
and therefore
and
again the carbon
they
is going to be
a
possible.
bunch of people
Ozuma
jumped into
Kisava
the ring
Benimo
and started
Umidama
brawling.
Umnak Globus
And
Ara.
one
Now,
of the
maybe the
guys
neck
that
is like
jumped
the
in the
flesh.
ring
And
KO'd
therefore, the
him.
same way that if you bring
Hit
the
him
meat
with
of
a
a
bare
carbon
knuckle
inside,
punch
it
and
doesn't
knocked him out
disqualify the
cold.
carbon.
Where he
So too, if
falls
you
back
bring
and
the
bounces,
blood
and they have
in
to
the neck of
drag
the
him
bird,
out
the
of the
blood
ring.
in the neck
So
is
wild
considered to be
people
blood in
are there's
itself.
a main
And
ring.
that
There's
wouldn't
like 10
disqualify.
people fighting
Third,
inside
that's
the
the
ring,
shadow.
and he's stretched
Pierwszy
out
sobie
there.
następny do
Here, watch
koncepcji,
it.
to see szefcy do bird.
He,
And
he
pierwszy
was
is
amazing
like
in the ring. He was
the
a
body
fucking
moves, like
warrior,
sorry,
savage.
convulsed.
He was
The
so
body convulsed,
crazy.
and as a result of the convulsion, it ended up moving itself inside the conductor, and then it came back outside. Shayla, the covenant's conscious, the Muslim, just maybe not that's the case of involuntary convulsion. I welcome you first.
What up, Zoot?
On the niece of Siva, the person that you intentionally brought the bird into the conductor, that ultimately that would invalidate the carbon.
Just chilling, baby. Listen to Joe Rogan. What are you doing?
You think cocaine
I think somebody already has a special of that. Yeah, look it up. Dude, you're like 5 years away from a special.
And then ultimately again went into the south.
Oh, dude, that's not how a special works.
You can make your own chicken.
Yeah, and then you're Brendan Schaub, and you fucking get 1.1 on IMDb.
Ela ainda só no foot, rather you have to say that the case of Yatsa Solomon
You know that Amos is special in Dallas.
outside of this window.
At the Comedy Works? At the Comedy Works? Yeah, yeah, there's one in Denver, and then there's another one in Fort Collins or something.
The Gemara leaves the question unanswered. When I say case, where you bring the blood of the bird in the neck, lost from the neck into the Kodesh HaKadoshim, not into the Kodesh, into the Hekal, what is that? Is that like in the flesh? Is it like in the Kisaris? The Gemara leaves that question open. Alright, Rabbi Yadin, Yishbach HaLaritz Bala Asma Ma. What's the case of the let's say the sacrificial blood spilled on the floor, and you gathered it back up.
No.
Did you ask AI?
What is the status of the blood? On one hand,
Okay.
Maybe again,
I'll scare you over stuff
But you're like 5 years away from a comedy special. Yeah, of course. But you're like 5 years away from that.
Directly from the body of the bird itself.
Why do you say that?
Go ahead and check the bird. Check the bird. Blood spills on the floor. obviously what you're doing now is you're collecting blood into a cruciate. So the shaila
What'd you say, Zoo?
the shaila now is what is the status ultimately again of that blood? Do we say do they do the as in the cruciate?
Zoo, you are the king of bombing. And yes, you have. Yes, you have bombed. You've even come in here and been like, I've been like, how'd it go? And you're like, I bombed. I don't want to talk about it. Do you know what Joe Rogan says bombing is like? He says it's like sucking 1,000 dicks in front of your mother on stage.
And therefore, if you were to go ahead and gather the blood back up and insurance back to the halacha would be, you would disqualify the blood. That's the shaila.
No, you didn't, dude. You rocked it. I'm proud of you.
You can say that a bird offering doesn't need a cruciate, but if you have one, it's fine. But you say, no, a bird's after transferring a cruciate, one is actually disqualified.
All right, well, go to it, dude. Because she's funny, sort of. She's okay.
Ultimately, results is the limiting factor to say that you give only a part of the blood, you must know what to see out that comes with possibly brahmana, that if you say that when bird's blood comes into a cruciate, automatically disqualified if that fact is true. So you must say safe of late, the hot was so late the others.
Who's that?
Ultimately, again, the blood system is disqualified because why? Because the garment itself is considered to be clean. Because the garment is considered to be the blood should be disqualified.
Yeah, who is that?
Forget about people. People's blood system is disqualified. Which we want to say, okay, the hot is so late. These are like the next apostle there. They forget the hot is so late. The other clean. So literally again, when that blood hits the garment, blood should be disqualified because the garment has the status of a clean. I'm not going to go sure. In my quickly the Savara. No, this is very what we so remember that the only time that blood requires kibus was when it was sacrificially saved. If it was sacrificially unfit, then there's no kibus. Or if we say that the blood of a bird is qualified for kibus, then halacha is disqualification of kibus to the airspace. If that's the case, when it gets to the airspace, ultimately again of the garment, ultimately it should be possible. So the Gemara says, I'm not dictate the Savara. What's the case where there's no airspace? And ultimately again you're finding the blood of the bird connected to the garment itself. Okay, good. Well, so that's interesting enough. The Gemara doesn't seem to answer. So again, this type of situation, the halacha again, the blood of the bird spilled on the floor, you collected it back up, and if we sorry, is the blood usable or not? It depends. Do we say that these shari's you don't need it, but if you have it by the blood of a bird, fine. Or do we say no, these shari's disqualified by the blood of a bird? Once again, open-ended question. Why many ladies? Because we beg in the bed enough. So yes, funny question. No, maybe we just have to do it for these now. If you have second blood that splatters on a garment, ultimately the garment becomes people. What happens if the blood splatters on the garment, blood should garment? What's the status ultimately again of the garment? So now, you want to gotta get Kamba is really the kibus. Oh, Jamal, no. Suppose they say the Shaila essentially is like this. Shaila is, who we say, once we say Rashi, we just come on. Rashi is 6 lines up from the bottom. So obviously, this is down the what Rashi points out, right? Remember, bird blood does not generate kibus out. It is the animal blood. do we say, look at Rashi? Rashi says, the Gorale in Mishpah, Nasi Ara, Mishpah, but also the Ahakah, because Allah, yes? The husband came in the question of Nika Raila, Zakarina. About Allah, that is the most serious Shabbos. So do we say that Allah, once the blood splatters on the first garment, it's essentially unusable. Once it's unusable, then once it splatters on the second garment, it's meaningless. Because remember, when I we established this, the only time that Allah blood requires people to be sacrificially determined blood. And if it is sacrificially unfit, then there is no din of people. So again, do we say once it hits the first ballot, even if it's then when it's subsequent, it's invalid. Once it's subsequent is the second ballot, then ultimately again there's no people substitution. Okay, well, I'm going to use Shayla. This is a good kasha. Telling to my you Shayla this question, telling to keep this in mind. This is the second that requires people, regardless. Also, he also the kasha, our kasha. So again, the Gemara actually wants to compare this to a case of blood that spills on the floor, then you collect it back up. So if we say that ultimately again, when you collect it back up, it's kasha with you, then the case of where it's splattered on the second garment is no different. The also puzzle, and if you hold it no, when it splatters on the floor, you collect it back up, the blood is puzzle. Oh, no, it's Rabbi Akiva really. I hold it Rabbi Akiva. What does Rabbi Akiva say? The Amar, Haisamo Shas HaKosher, the Nifsalah, that never say we're going to see this shoot in a little bit. I mean, everything of the opinion that as long as sacrificial blood was kosher at subsequent times, even if it subsequently became a puzzle, when it splatters on a garment, the garment will require this. Almost like this stands in constant distinction to our Mishnah, right? The primary thing in our Mishnah was that in order for blood to generate kibus, ultimately again the blood has to be sacrificial. The kibus of the opinion that Allah says, as long as it's had shas kosher, ultimately again Allah right? That's why the Mishnah said Chatos Sula ain't done on kibus. Okay, fine. Similar to this follows. So therefore again it's I hope it's going to be a kibbutz, and then the kibbutz says as long as the carbon, as long as the blood was fit, even if it is subsequently unfit, ultimately again requires kibbutz. Top of side of 93 and therefore was like interestingly enough. So kind of third question is left unresolved. If it splatters from Begid 1 to Begid 2, is there a din of kibbutz or not? Third question open. It says in 93a, buzzing it. Coming up this stuff. Nikas al Begid Tamei Mount. But the interesting is, what happens if halacha lemaisa the blood splatters on a Begid that is coming? I will say that it's actually a fascinating question because like this. If you look at the top Rashi says like this. Rashi says, Nikas al Begid Tamei, the Nikka Beniki also. Now, the third I take to the blood is being coming upon contact with the garment. Rashi says, Me having done also, he will Nikman told them the law by Shivas was remembering the idea that in order for blood to be required, in order for blood on a garment, in order for a garment to require kibutz, the blood itself has to be sacrificially filled. The shaila now is when blood falls on a garment which is tamei, does that garment require kibutz? Which essentially, what's the kasha? Do we view the blood as being kosher at the time, right? Fit at the time that it hits the garment? Or no, we essentially view it as coming from the beginning, and therefore again, we'll do it kibutz. So the Gemara says that's the shaila. I'm going to break down this up. We can violate hockey. Since I'm asking this particular question, the Gemara says, Shmamina Haisa Lo Shasa Kosher. We can infer from this today that halacha lemaisa, and then we can comment, or then we can also that such blood would not require kibutz. When is that so? I need to do that. That's only true ultimately again if these events occurred in succession. About the basachos, but if they occur simultaneously, low, not be the halacha. Look at that. So when we say that blood was kosher and then it became possible, that there's no din of kibutz, that's when first the blood became possible, and then it spread. But interestingly enough, when let's say again the invalidation of the blood occurred at the same time as the spotting on the garment, that's not so clear. Right? Because that's our case. Our case over here is the blood becomes unfit. The blood becomes unfit nanish at the exact time that it falls on the garment. Oh, Yomaloshno, or perhaps there's no distinction. Perhaps the most at the end of the day, what we look at is our case. When that blood falls on the garment, is the blood sacrificially fit or not? If it is, it's Tar Kibus, that is Tar Kibus, it's not a present of Tar Kibus. That's our Shaila. This question itself, ultimately, again, is in the whole of the Rabba. So, what's the case? Galiba de Rabba. Everybody's out to become the Tarsi Abai. He's signed. There you go. What's very interesting? The Rosa Omer. Mechatas Shimit. What's it? This is actually stuff. If you have Mechatas, meaning the waters of the Paradima, that became coming. That became coming. So the waters themselves that became coming, they still have the ability to go ahead and make a person talk. Was it here on terrible already? Look at that. She's actually in the second show like Natalia. As Adam Mikimash names, even low the Lord says, isn't this incredible? That the waters of the Paradima become coming. Ultimately, again, they have the ability to make a person talk. Actually, stated that, right? As Adam Mikimash names, even low like the waters of the party of a person and we both use the person Tara from Timas Mace as if he was never the power of Shiva as well. A lot of times when we think about Shiva, we think about Shiva as okay, I did something, I did Shiva is wipe away some of the like.
What about Super Mario? What'd you say? Say it again. 2005.
I was never 10
Maybe.
You had Pokemon X Day Bar 5, Resident Evil 4, Donkey Kong Jungle, and Super Mario Strikers.
What about Mario Kart? Oh, okay. Well, that then
SRGX, Mario Kart Double Dash, and Zelda Omega.
what do you think was the best year? No, what happened in 2002? When did Star Wars Battlefield come out? Yeah. GameCube. 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 GameCube.
I'm standing over by the side of the house.
Yeah. No.
There's a shower inside of that terrace, which makes it comfortable.
At PlayStation 2.
So now watch this. Gold should get all the problem enough for like a lot. The header up yet.
When?
Watch this. Now I extend my hand over the oven.
Oh, okay.
Somebody hands me water on I take the water.
It's called Battlefront.
Back over the oven. Over the oven. Therefore,
Yeah,
what's
that
the
one.
water here?
That game's tight as fuck.
Pass over the opening of the oven. What's in the opening of an oven? Ultimately, again, the shellets. Pass it over an opening of the
And I
what's that?
would give it that. It's like an amazing game.
Ultimately, the Akiva says the waters are coming. Coming saying that it's time. And what do you think? Überhaupt nicht. So the Akiva Savar, the Akiva Savar,
Grand Theft Auto Vice City. The soundtrack alone makes it a 10 out of 10. Harvest Moon. Harvest Moon's another really good game. The Sims is a really good game. All the Grand Theft Autos.
And the water's passed over a tree forest that is coming. Or something else, Mishka Ramosha, some other item. That's the Torah. And also
No, you're fucked, dog. So you already lost today? Oh, okay, thank you. Oh, you won the whole lottery? Are you proud? Do I know who is? No one knows who that is. Is she tight?
That when something passes over the earth,
Is she really hot? Dude, I gotta look up this bitch. What's her name? Elise Estos? I'm gonna tell you if this bitch is hot or not. Elise Estos?
The waters are coming. So what's
Spell it.
So originally you thought my focus was is something that comes in airspace. My focus is what we're saying.
All right, spell it. All right, this bitch better be hot as fuck. If she's going around saying that she's the hottest chick in she's not that pretty. If she says she's the hottest bitch, I mean, she's okay. I'd give her a shoot in the shorts, but have you met her? She kind of seems like a bitch.
Once you sprinkle, the water is left your hands. Once they left your hands, what? There's no possibility that you're going to put them down to that in the area that is incredible. So lots of that one is my thing. This is ultimately again one of the laws of that one is really down, which is the verse that I'm not finding which is spending too much Zuma, is too much about also suffering. They're arguing about the rest of do we go ahead and learn out the existing Tumah, ultimately again, the Tumah exists in that moment. If you take a look at actually just the one that's actually in the third white line, they've done in Tumah the Yuma Ashtis Bidon, Mekata Shemishmu Lefri Haza Asan, right? So do we lay out again, for example, Paraduma water that became coming before the sprinkling, and Tumah Sheba also shaw. From Tumah that he goes Hazza Shetuma Samai Hazza Boinka. That'd be the example of like they're just sprinkling Paraduma water on a Nuda, where the water becomes coming at that exact moment. Rabbanan ultimately again hold that no, there is no sheer aside Haisla. Okay, so it's incredible. So first of all, just to point out over here, the question that we raised also again remains constant. The halacha l'maisa, if you went ahead and you sprinkled the water on a dagger tameh, what is the status? Right? If sacrificial blood splattered on a dagger tameh, ultimately again, does the dagger require ibos or not? We want to see the use that question.
Hey, Zoo.
Even if it becomes tameh, still have the ability to affect tara.
I was gonna ask if you turn that down because it's loud as fuck.
He actually becomes tahora from tumas.
Yeah, baby.
Again, the waters themselves will become incredible.
Oh, for sure, you're number one. You're probably also number two. I would probably list you at number 3 and number 4, and then probably to round it out, I would put you at number 5. You. Dog, I just named not just the top 1, but the top 5, dog. You're just the absolute worst. You are. It just can't get any worse.
The blood that hits the garment itself
Dude, I bet Hitler was better at fucking mini golf than you are.
Even if the subsequent it requires Shimon or Shimon says, Shimon says in both of these cases, ultimately again, it does not require okay, you know, it says house setting, where it says, my time of the Shimon was a sure that the Shimon holds it, Shimon holds our local so in both of these cases, there is no din of people. So my time of the Shimon was very Shimon magic, so as Gemara says, Osal, Sid Nidama. It says Osal, and it says from his blood.
Oh, no one can hear you. This bitch is pretty hot. No doubt about it. She can get it. Yo, bitch, if you're out there, no, you can get it, girl. Be your claim to fame. You got a message from her? Oh, you got a random match on Tinder. What's his name? Yeah, baby, that's like the oldest joke in the book, but it always fucking delivers. It's hilarious. I know you said that, and you
you actually use that to like get laid somehow. You had some dude like pay for a hook.
I use my voice to switch it to guys and then my algorithms. But I mean,
Yeah, that's phenomenal. You should know that. Then didn't you have one of those guys buy you a hooker?
Yeah. Let's say
Okay.
injected the animal, and then the blood from the neck of the animal splattered on the Kohen's fur. So the Mishnah says, in that case,
That's what I did.
I mean, I don't know. It worked for you.
Why? Because halacha remains what type of blood requires sacrificially fit blood. When does blood become sacrificially fit? Ultimately, again, when there's Kabbalah. And it goes from the neck into the cleave. Because the blood splatters from the neck onto the garment of the Kohen, there is no kibos. Minat karen or minat yisrael. It's me again. Let's say the Kohen is doing the blood application. Splashing back from the corner of the mizbeach onto the garment, or from the yisod, from the base, splashing back. In those non-kibos, there's no bit of kibos. Mishpach ala ritzvah ba'asmo. Let's say you're inside the blood spills on the floor. Ultimately, again, there's no din.
Growing up, we had no paying guys. I had a lot of people saying, "Why am I York City? I have really cool social."
Dude, I don't want to hear this bullshit. So just mute yourself, big dog.
What type of blood requires kibos? Only blood is that one.
Dude, if you don't mute yourself, I'm gonna mute you.
You might have thought when the blood splatters from the neck onto the garment, ultimately again it would require kibos. Therefore, the pasuk says that will be sprinkled. It is only blood that is fit for sprinkling, but ultimately again generates a kibos operation. I mean, it's like another stuff. And the Daf Yochel doesn't have animals for doing kibos. I'm not about that. If the blood splatters back from the corner or from the base, you should require kibos. I'm the Gomer Asher Yaza. Therefore, the pasuk says that will sprinkle. Ultimately, again, this excludes blood that was already sprinkled. In other words, the blood is already sprinkled on the base, and then ultimately, again, splashes back. In halacha l'maaseh, that blood was already sprinkled, and therefore not counted. So we're really defining this. The only type of blood that requires kibos, ultimately, again, is blood that is fit for sprinkling. What is that? That's blood that has been received in a utensil, and ultimately, again, is ready to be used. But if the blood was already used, or for that matter, again, the blood spurted from the neck of the animal onto the clothing, ultimately no din of kibos. Mishpach ala ritzvah is spilled on the floor. What's the other base? Hasulam. Why don't you use that last case? I'll say that last case is a little bit obvious. Why don't you be told that if the blood spilled on the floor and then it got onto the garment of the Kohen, that there's no din of kibos? Which the Gemara is not tam salat. The Gemara is giving you the reason. Matan mishpach ala ritzvah ba'asmo in John kibos. Why is it that it's not just the blood poured on the floor, and then you regather it, and it went ahead and splattered on the garment? That there's no din of kibos. Why is that? With each she'ain tone, kibos, and redemption is kabbalah b'li, v'ray lazia. It's also the only time that there is a din of kibos. Ultimately, again, is the time where the blood was collected in a clean and fit for sprinkling. That's our rule. Essentially, the Mishnah was just illustrating the rule with this case of the blood that fell on the floor. Okay, right, that's not. Okay, so again, I said, bottom line, no time that there is a wrongdoing of kibos obligation, is when the blood itself is fit for sprinkling. Therefore, the paradigmatic case would be you receive the blood in the utensil. The blood is ready to be sprinkled, has not yet been sprinkled, and gets on the garment requires kibos. But if the blood was never collected in the cleave, or the blood was already used for sprinkling, and then it got on the garment, no din of kibos. So much is looking at it. Now, when you see the blood actually is sprinkling, what is sprinkling? So much is you can see the apostles' material here, the kafos material here, come to a specific following case. So let's say about say you collect blood in 2 utensils, but in each utensil there's not enough blood for the sprinkling. So the Gemara says, Isanyo, Richalafta Bar Shol Omer, Kiddush Pachos Mikhe Mikhe Zia Biza. If you collect not enough blood, or too little blood for sprinkling in one kli, the Pachos Mikhe Zia Biza, and less than the necessary amount for sprinkling in a different kli, low Kiddush. The kli itself does not sanctify the blood. The only time that sacrificial blood becomes sanctified in a kli shari is if there's enough blood for sprinkling purposes. But if there's not enough blood in the kli, then the kli does not sanctify. And again, if the kli does not sanctify, then what? So when that blood gets on the garment does not require kibbutz. Say, Bailahu, the dam mahu, the dam, the dam now, the Gemara says now, so here's the shayla. So when it comes to the dam, so the dam now, the Gemara says this is Mao will say, Mao, Hilchasiri, and we hope it's all done. Oh, Dilma Hassam, my Timon says so again. Then the Gemara asks as follows. Do we say that it's just a halacha? We could actually say, the dam mai. Because of the village, we have the Kabbalah laws. What is the Shaila? The Shaila is like this: you went ahead and you received too little blood in the grave, and then you received more blood. Ultimately, again, does that work? Do we say Hilchasei, or we also saw that? Do we say that ultimately again? Do we say that Halacha L'Maisa again? We'll say, by the way, I'm sorry, I just realized before. The case of Kiddush Pachos, is used by Paraduma waters. Like now, the Gemara is asking the same Shaila side. So the first case was by waters of Paraduma. If you receive too little water, not enough water for sprinkling purposes, right? In one kli, right? If you receive too little waters in a kli, and the kli does not sanctify the water. Okay, now the Gemara is asking the same Shaila.
Yo, how are you?
Just
chilling, dude. Listen to Joe Rogan Experience. Feel free to enjoy. Well, I mean, I don't control it. Okay, that's cool. Some singer. It just started. I'll look it up in a little bit.
So again, interestingly enough, you know that by Torah Aduma, if you don't have enough water in you for sprinkling purposes, the water itself is not constituted. Whereas does the same halacha apply by blood or not? So Tashma, let's analyze. If you do not have enough blood for sprinkling purposes in the kli, then ultimately again it does not constitute the blood. Tanya, was interesting enough when this quote, we are equating ultimately again blood with the waters of the body. Amarav, Tanya, the Tabal, the pasuk in shall immerse, the Roma Safek, right? The Safek, Roma Safek, the dam, actually the dam should be there. Versus the Ralacha is left immersed, and Roma Safek means don't wipe. Don't wipe. Rashi says, "Mekaneh b'shuriati or b'dofnosa." So listen very interesting. When you go ahead, you have to get from sprinkling purposes. You have to immerse your finger into the kli and not gather up the blood by go ahead and scraping your finger along the walls. There has to be enough blood gathered in the kli itself that you can simply immerse your finger and get directly down. Actually, but then ultimately, again, until there must be enough blood in the kli from the beginning. Minadam, ultimately, again, Minadam should be ultimately, again, Allah commands from the blood, Minadam should be in last. There's a wish of the Indian. One of the Indian Kila, she's reasonably Shona. He says, Kuba, she started lots of the ball as ball, Akola Zia Kila, when the Uki shreds to the aspect. What's the discussed that when you have a requirement for blood applications, again, you can't go from one application. So let's say again, you coin dips his finger. When he does the second sprinkling, ultimately he has to reimburse his finger. He can't use any residual. Split when Mithra put down, and we'll say it has to be a kaval. If what it just says a kaval, Hava and Hapapi, the lecture shit, Vila makes said that it's fine. The blood is kosher, even though there's not enough in the beginning. Rahman of the Dam. Therefore, the Pasuk, I need touch of Rahman of the Dam. Therefore, it says that the Dam Sate. But if you can even smear your finger all of the food to a community, that's not enough blood. Therefore, it talks about Rahman of the Taval. Minadam, Shebe Inyan. When you eat it, so we'll say, what does that come to exclude? Amarava, when you eat Shirayim Shebe Etzva, that comes to exclude some any leftover blood under for a second after. So we'll say, we'll stop over here for today, but just don't stop here. We establish it like this. In order for the food to consecrate the water, there has to be enough water for the sprinkling all at once. Is that the same halakha? It appears to be the answer that is yes. That in order for blood to be consecrated by sharis, you have to have enough sprinklings in the kli all together. In addition to that, there's some other halachas. Is when the Kohen dips his finger in the blood, there has to be enough cool blood that he can dip it in and get what he needs. If he needs his finger against the side, that's going to be invalid. Not only that, when you have to do multiple sprinklings, so again, you do the sprinkling, any residual blood on your finger cannot be used for the second sprinkling. The second sprinkling must come from new blood within the fleet. Okay, we'll pick up and mention more details about that tomorrow. We'll say,
I would never imagine that you would be the type of guy that would fuck with people at a bar and spit on someone and start a fight. You just don't. There's not much to that small town. You would either find a girl or follow. I figured you for the find the girl type of guy. Well, I was
fine, the most I couldn't more than the kind of let us begin by thinking hours of this time. No.
67, 66.
Begin by thinking all answers for this morning's cheer. First time was responsible for the month of Tuesday. I was at minus. Remember, a grandfather told me son had told me to be shit in the block and ask you to remember all
That's impressive.
It's called Karen Cohen, Sarah Ruffle Bass, Borrow, Avram, Linda Bass, and then Ephraim, that Sam's mother whose yahrzeit is today. And again, the Eli Mishka, Sam's father who was with her yesterday and his Revaya is today. Mordechai and Ben Jonah. Remember your friends, Staff Sergeant Naftali Yonah, Paul in Catholic College, memory of Paul's sister. Leah Bass, Zahim Shlam's Bass,